was more into the having fun stuff. Like he didn't. This is something that you look and go, wait a second. All right, Tom Brady doing WWE. He looks like somebody that's willing to have fun. He's giving Logan Paul the middle finger at the World Cup game. It's like, that's the Tom that I used to know, not the one who's walking around with an $8 million watch on his wrist and, hanging out at all white parties with Tiana Taylor and no panties, which that's not bad all white party to go to.
You're going in so many different directions.
I think he had a very expensive watch on when he was flipping off Logan Paul.
Tom Brady is finally trying to have some fun while finding new ways for people to like him outside of sports.
Right. This is the new Tom Brady slapping Logan Paul. Who doesn't want to slap one of the Paul brothers, right? Having a good time with it. Like, it's just, for me, when I see Tom doing this, I'm like, all right, you know how they say, let your hair down a little bit, stop being so stuffy. And that's what this looks like to me. And obviously I know he's making a little bit of money off of it, but he's able to now be able to relate to other people that would go, wait, I can't relate to Tom Brady who's hanging out with Leo and all these celebrities, but I can relate to the guy who's willing to slap Logan Paul because Logan Paul said something slick to him, or give him the bird at the World Cup game. I don't know. I think that's like kind of the way he looks real.
Well, is there anything that he could do that you would feel is beneath him, beneath who he is?
Tari.
Like any collaboration that he could do?
No, because I don't look at like Tom and going, okay, that's beneath you. Like, I don't who am I to judge what he does, like to say like that's beneath you? You know what I mean?
Who are we to say anything about anyone?
No. But when I'm saying, if you're saying like, I would never say like that's beneath the person. I can judge how, hey, you might not like the way it's making him look, but I wouldn't be like, yo, that's beneath you.
Yeah, I think Tom can absolutely have fun. I hope he lives to be 120. What he's done recently, to me, is the definition of being beneath someone. Like, Logan Paul and Tom Brady should never be in the same stratosphere. Tom Brady being at the World Cup with his...
Customers usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot. Looks like you're in a turf war.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Red Sox just did the thing every fan dreams about. They changed the question. A few weeks ago, it was, who are they selling? Now it's, who should they add? Bradfo here. That's what happens when you stop talking about a turnaround and start stacking wins. I know a little bit about changing the question. 8 years ago, mine was, can I actually lose 50 pounds with a Waken 180? I did. Now the question is, how have I kept those 50 pounds off for...
For new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Talking about those guys that are actually playing in that clubhouse who weren't doing the things that they were supposed to be doing. And when he says
So who's he referencing?
when he says off the field, that's getting to the park early, getting
Okay.
the swing. Field means you're not doing the things that you're supposed to be doing.
Right,
like you're
behaving.
not watching the film. You're not doing what you need to do.
Away from the facility means behaving off the field.
No, but see, I take it as like not in game situations. When you because other than Roman Anthony, and what has Roman Anthony done off the field?
There was a misdirection from the camp of Roman Anthony or someone, or the Marcelo Meyer Roman Anthony orbit that said.
Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies.
A few weeks ago, it was, who are they selling? Now it's, who should they add? Bradfo here. That's what happens when you stop talking about a turnaround and start stacking wins. I know a little bit about changing the question. 8 years ago, mine was, can I actually lose 50 pounds?
Season. No subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
The feed is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. Your Boston Red Sox, they got rained out. Pushed to today. They've got a doubleheader today. First game, you'll get pregame coverage right here on WEEI starting at 12:35. First pitch, 1:35 right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The feed was brought to you by the 99 this Thursday night. Head over to the bar at the 99 Restaurant for a fun night of trivia, 6-packs of bone-in buffalo wings for just $5.99 and a chance to win 99 gift cards and other great prizes. You gotta love the nines. I'm Chris Scheim. That's what's in your feed, and now it's time for the Greg Hill Show.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
Because your tendons have to match your musculature.
That could be maybe that's my problem.
The tendons haven't matched your muscle.
With Wiggy.
Because I'm not a massive fan of Greek mythology. The only Greek mythology I know, and I could be wrong about this, Shime, I feel like it would be more in the Marvel world of like Hercules and Zeus. But those
both Greek myths. Well
but those are more of the gods, than anything.
And Courtney.
On the text line, Curtis, text asking whether you had your dental surgery done here or whether you went to Costa Rica.
I actually went to Brazil.
Oh,
I got dental surgery and a butler.
Oh, okay. All right.
Ooh, 2 for 1 special?
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
The booty feels fine.
And Curtis.
He wants us all begging for please, LeBron, come to Cleveland, come to Boston.
You guys are being negative. I'd ask you to stop. I think we should all just celebrate LeBron's basketball and await his decision.
And Shime.
Visit Wellesley Mazda today. Excuse me. I'm Chris Shime.
Now,
let's get down to business.
Time to party!
It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors!
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill! Greg Hill! Show! Greg Hill! Show! All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning, Greg. How are you?
Hi,
What's
Curtis.
Popping, Greg.
Hi, Wiggy. Wiggy, how you doing?
Man, I am beautiful.
Okay, excellent. I'm working on my mic technique. Ken got an official complaint yesterday from somebody because of the new microphones here in the studio.
Oh, really?
Which one has to remain close to and practically on top of. So
How'd that call go?
It was sent via email. And so I'm going to try not to, I guess, I don't know, you would know better than I, or those that are up early and watching the show every day on Twitch or YouTube would know better than I. Am I constantly moving my head around or something? And if so, should I try to keep my head perfectly still and in front of the microphone during the entire broadcast?
I don't think that is humanly possible. Like, we all talk and we have to move. I think you just have to grip the mic, solid grip, and then move it with you as you go, like you're a performer.
Right. And just only talk sports right into here.
Okay.
So just, Red Sox rained out, played 2 today. Your thoughts, Wiggy?
Well, wise decision by the Boston Red Sox to move that game to today. And that means that Chad Tracy will move the timing of his appearance on this show this morning until 9:30. So heads up on that. But we'll talk to Chad Tracy, and we'll talk about the what some are calling the Tracy turnaround with Chad Tracy at 9:30 on today's show. I mean, I was a fan of Morgan's Magic, Joe Morgan, obviously. I don't know if I like Tracy's turnaround.
No.
What do you want? What do you give that grade wise? Is that a B? Is that
C+.
C plus? Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably go C plus.
We could do better.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's a great turnaround, but you don't want to get the name. I don't think did they call it Morgan Magic in real time, or was that after?
I think they were in real time. I would be the only one in the room who would remember. I think they were calling it. That in real time, but Joe Morgan had famously been working as like a snowplow driver or something for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
Good money.
Wow.
prior to being named the manager of the Boston Red Sox. So
And it was Walpole, right? He was from
yes, he was. He was from Walpole.
And he was like 100 years old, whereas Chad Tracy's like 35 or 40.
Yeah. I mean, Chad Tracy is we talked about this briefly yesterday, but he could be looking to do the same thing that his father did with the Rockies, which is take over a team midseason, get them to a wild card spot, and then be named the manager of the year, which happened to his dad in 2009.
Wow, that's pretty
which
impressive.
is pretty cool. So, and you'll get game 1 today at 1:35, and then game 2 this evening. So And the Red Sox, as I think everybody is well aware, hoping to, in game number 1 today, hoping to tie the franchise record when it comes to consecutive wins, and then, God willing, hoping to break it with game number 2 this evening. So,
is anybody going to blame the weather? Like if they do lose today, that they were on a heater?
It could be. I mean, it's definitely a potential jinx scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll definitely blame it and go, they were rolling and this stupid weather had to, put them on pause for a minute. But I think most people will be relatively happy as long as they win one of the 2 games. I know everybody wants them to kind of go after that record, but I think we're in a position now, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, where I think fans are like, all right, it's not, whether or not they win. It's kind of like, all right, they're going to lose one, but what do they do after they lose one of those games? What does it look like after that? Do they lose one and then they win 2 or 3 in a row, or do they lose one and that leads into a 3-4 game losing streak? So I think that's where I am, is like more so what happened. What are you going to do after your loss?
I'm assuming during They Said It, we will get to Garrett Crochet, who caused a little bit of concern yesterday when he spoke about whether he will pitch again this season or not for the Boston Red Sox. So that is hanging like the clouds that are hanging over all of us out there this morning. That is a bit of a cloud that is hanging over the Boston Red Sox.
It is so weird, too, because if you go back to the original comments from Garrett Crochet when he went on the IL, it was, I want to get ahead of this. I don't want this to become an issue, so I'm going to take a rest now, and then down the line, everything should be okay. And literally, he is done for the year. I don't know whether he's going to have surgery. I have no idea whether lat is just you need to rest it.
Okay, so he's done so?
I mean, yeah, he's not going to be.
I'm like, do you hear anything that goes on? Okay.
No.
All right. Why don't you wait until we get to the audio?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I would say I am of all the injuries this year outside of the Roman Anthony one, the Garrett Crochet initial conversation, not from the team doctor. This wasn't the organization putting a timeline.
Mm-hmm.
The initial timeline that Garrett Crochet had compared to what it's actually been has been jarring. But, honestly, Breslow's done a phenomenal job building up the depth of that rotation, building up the pitching depth. They haven't missed Garrett Crochet.
No.
And Alex Cora said he was the most important player on the roster when we met with him in Fort Myers.
He would have been like icing on your cake if you did get him back. That's kind of like the way I looked at it, or like the cherry on top of the sundae. You had done a really good job with your rotation. But this goes back to the point that you made yesterday that I agree with you now even more so on, is that come trade deadline, you should be looking for another starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Well, some of the Roman stands have been reaching out and sharing the comment that Garrett Crochet made yesterday when he was asked about why he hasn't been in the dugout during the win streak. And he was talking about his schedule and about he is working to get his treatment in and to not interfere with everybody else who is getting their treatment. So that is why he is getting his treatment done during the games as opposed to being in the dugout. So there are some that are trying to validate the teeny tiny little space at Fenway Park as being the reason why Roman Anthony was sent to Florida, because
is he getting it in Florida or is he getting it in Boston?
They are suggesting that even Garrett Crochet can't get in there. It's so small.
Oh wow!
It's like one guy. They have to wait for one guy to leave before another guy can go in and get training. That's how small it is over there at Fenway Park.
I think you'd knock down a wall or something and expand. I know a couple guys that can come in and probably help.
If you want to do that, you have to go and get a building permit, and you have to go and get all that kind of stuff with you.
You don't necessarily have to do that as long as you keep it on the wraps, So
I don't think the Red Sox have an issue getting permits, and starting pitchers have always been different. Like everyday players in baseball are around. Starting pitchers they go golfing 4 days, they pitch 1 day. Like when they're around or not, it's very different, I think.
All right. Well, Patriots rookies have reported all but one, and we can talk about that situation this morning on the show. And I don't know when or if Gabe Akis is ever going to show up for work, and how much it's going to cost the New England Patriots to get him there, and I don't know whether Mike Vrabel cares or not. But interesting,
I would think
really.
he would care a lot, right?
I mean, has there been a second rounder who has held out for this long, or has guy never signed with his team in the history of in recent memory? Shime, you're the professor. You would remember it.
Not that I can recall. There were a couple second-round picks last year that fought for money but got the money before camp even started.
But I also don't think the second-round picks do surgery on their own without telling anybody.
That's the big thing, I think, Curtis. You're right.
It's the injury guarantee. He screwed himself over by not being transparent with the injury, and now he wants the team to guarantee injuries against his salary against injuries. And
Right.
they're like, no.
Yeah.
So I think it's an impasse. But the next time
Did you inform Odyssey about your dental work?
I did not.
Okay.
But it looks great.
Yes. Okay.
No, I did not. Ken, by the way, we'll get to it. He sent me a text last night with great ideas for my weather. He wants to rename my weather segment.
Oh, he does.
All right.
He has some. We'll workshop those.
Did you tell him mind your own beeswax?
I got it this morning, and I really wanted to say that, but I said he's probably not going to wake up for a while. The reality of the Patriots entering this camp is, I don't understand why if you're Gabe Backus, if you're sitting
Backus.
If you're at home, you screwed up.
Correct.
The onus is on you. Like, I always defend the player because they guaranteed money, but you made a decision that ran counter to what was in the best interest of yourself and the team. So now you can't sit here and demand that they negotiate in good faith when you haven't conducted your own business in good faith. So in the second part of this is the next time somebody says, I don't want to trade a second-round pick for a known commodity, just bring this up. Every year, I wouldn't give a second for that guy. No, yes, you would.
Right.
Yeah.
How many second-round picks turn out to be studs? One out of every 3 or 4?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems like it's early, but it seems like he's going to negotiate his way right out of the NFL, which is a dumb thing to do.
Yeah, it's just
this is your option. So you might want to figure out a way to meet in the middle with the Patriots. They are right about their. I think they're right about their concern, because if you're not informing them, or you're being sketchy when it comes to an injury and then a surgery that you had, then the team has every right to try to cover themselves off and cover their investment in some way.
Yeah.
So
I wonder how he was able to pull that one off. Because the NFL, they go back to when you were in 5th grade, it seems like, and they turn over every single rock and talk to every single person. And just maybe the fact that you missed this injury or this surgery, or you weren't aware of this before you drafted him.
Especially considering the relationship they have as an organization with his head coach and Brett Bielema.
Right.
This isn't somebody that you would presume that the head coach of the Illinois would be like, hey, he's had this nagging injury or whatever. The fact that nobody was aware of it.
The only thing I could think of, and for it to go under the radar, is it wasn't something that he did during the season where he went to the training staff because he was dealing with this. And maybe this was something that happened as he's preparing for his combine and his pro day, and he's with his own, people training, and something happens, and then the agent, the people that he's paying to train him, say, hey, we'll keep this on the wraps. And that's how maybe nobody knows about it. But you're right. If this happens at Illinois, he goes into the training room, this is documented, and then you would think the relationship that the Patriots have with Brett Bielema, say, hey, what's his medical history? He tweaked his knee in week 4 and been getting treatment on it, that kind of thing.
You give this a quick look before you draft him.
Right.
All right. Well, we are going to get leads going momentarily, and then at 7:15 they said it, and I mentioned that Garrett Crochet has spoken about whether he will pitch or not again this season. We will hear what he said. We will hear what Perk said about the still pending decision from LeBron James and other things during They Said It. News with Shime coming up at 8. We'll get Hill Notes in early at 9:20, and then we will talk Tracy's turnaround with Chad Tracy. the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, at 9:30 on today's show. And we will be back for you in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show. We are going to get leads going momentarily during the break on the Subaru of New England text line about whether Cam Newton will be joining the show, since he unfortunately received a pink slip yesterday from ESPN. I don't know that we have the budget. Now, I know Cam Newton reworked his deal and was extended just a year ago by ESPN. He seemed very happy about that, Wiggy, when we talked to him at the Super Bowl, but things.
Then he went against Stephen A. Smith.
things changed quickly.
Oh,
ESPN ended up letting a lot of what seemed like really good people and people who've been there for a long time go yesterday.
Yeah, awful. And I'm sure a ton of people behind the scenes down there.
Right.
And, it's crazy to me. So ESPN and NFL Network merged.
Mm-hmm.
It was an equity deal. And there was a bunch of redundancy when you bring in an entire NFL network into an organization that has a fully staffed NFL newsroom, reporters, analysts, everything. And I actually thought Portnoy had an interesting tweet about this, where I don't know how accurate it is. I've never worked for Barstool. I don't know their business. But he said that this is why he lets guys like McAfee leave after offering them what he thinks is a fair value, so that he can retain the rest of the people, whereas ESPN has become incredibly top-heavy.
Yeah.
So they have McAfee, they have Stephen A. Smith.
They got to be able to pay McAfee all that money they try.
Right. And so now, like a guy like Carl Ravitch, who is from Needham, one of the most respected guys in the industry, who's out of a job.
No loyalty, 30-plus years? God.
And he finds out online, and I know it's always like, if you get broken up with, it sucks, so it's always how you got broken up with, but if you're an organization that has any credibility or any ability to bring in decent people, you don't do that to a guy like Carl Rabbit.
No, you think you have a boss that would just
or
say,
even Ryan Clark, the way that we talked about it yesterday. What a disaster.
But I told you, I feel like with that was done intentionally, the Kyle Ravitch situation. I would think he must have like a boss there who would say, hey, Kyle, come into the office and we need to talk, and then kind of that way. But, yeah, I guess, when they're talking about giving McAfee $60 million a year, they got to make sure they can get as much money as they can.
Well, we deal with that here with you.
Yeah, okay.
And your salary.
Yeah, I wish. Believe me, I wish.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
We are, by the way.
I'm looking for another job. I'm trying to have 2 jobs.
Really?
At nighttime.
Oh, are you want to get one? Want us to get you one this morning on the show? What are you looking for?
Maybe some security.
Hold on a second. Because this is going to interfere with getting right to leads, but I'm interested in this. Security, like
at nighttime.
A nighttime security gig.
Yeah.
Does it have to be? Do you want it at a sporting venue? Do you want it at concerts?
Centerfolds?
Do you want to be at a bank? Do you want to be like Curtis said? Do you want to be kicking dudes off of Pervert Row who can't control themselves?
No, I don't want to be a bouncer. I want to be like private security.
Private security for like a celebrity.
Yeah, somebody comes in, or like a big tech person.
Yeah, walk around. You have your earbud in all the time.
Hey, we're cool over here. Just check the front lawn. Everything's good to go.
I would contact the Four Seasons and the Ritz by the Common. That's where all the teams stay when they come to town, and say, "Hey, I'm here for hire."
That's it.
Okay, all right. Well, that's one thing that we will try to do this morning is get Wiggy a second job. We're locked in and loaded for tomorrow night in Connecticut. Bonus road show, and I got the pregame all set because of a listener who went. I mentioned him yesterday, and he went out of his way the whole day yesterday to set everything up. So I'm hoping that you Connecticut people who are constantly declaring that I don't like you because we haven't had a full road show in Connecticut yet will show up and show out tomorrow night. We're going to be at the Andrea, which is in Westerly, Rhode Island, literally 20 minutes from Foxwoods. So, and it's a place on the water. It's the food they say is great. The drinks are great. They have Corvus down there, so Ty will be happy. And so that is pregame tomorrow night. I think we'll be there by about 6:30 after Scheim gets 47 holes in as a warm-up to get ready for the match 2 on Friday morning.
That's too many, Greg. I don't want to tire myself out.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's a hardo move, getting a practice round in.
What?
Huh?
I brought it up the other day. You guys said it was fine, so I'm going to get my practice round in.
It's fine. It's fine, but it's a hardo move.
It's a course I've never played before. You've played before.
It's a dumb radio. It's a dumb radio match. Like, you don't need to get a practice round in.
You saw what I did last time. I need some form of redemption.
Sure,
I cannot get 5-0'd again.
It's not going to help.
Nothing
is going to help.
You never know.
I got somebody texting in who's a member down there who's going to join us on Friday morning at the club, and is suggesting that both of us will lose a dozen eggs during the 9 holes that we play on Friday morning.
Way.
There's a lot of trouble on that course on Lake of Isles. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I would also say that, especially like as someone who sucks at golf, the better you think you are, the worse you play. So the second you think you have the mental component of golf figured out in any capacity, it kicks you in the nuts.
Oh, always.
So I just show up
and play.
Don't even go to the practice. Maybe swing twice, and then get out there because you have no expectations, so you're looser.
Scheim's got to walk the greens, kind of see how how it lies.
He's going to see how they roll.
Yeah, I really do.
He's going to be down there.
Greens are so different, man.
Yeah.
Got to check the sand pits out. I know I'll be in there.
Undulations.
How the wind blows.
Did you say the sand pits?
Yeah, what?
Sand traps is what we call them in the game of golf.
It's a pit.
I'm a high handicapper over here. Well, we are. Listen, who has the advantage? For those who might want to wager, who has the advantage when it comes to walking? We're walking the course with caddies. So I might say normally that's Scheim because he has an age advantage. However, I just walked 22,000 steps at the Boston Golf Club nearly 3 or 4 days ago, and I was fine.
Yeah.
So that could be
fine.
It could be
Advantage you though, because you do always talk about how you walk every morning.
Correct.
So
Old man
Shine
walk.
never talks about how much he walks.
Okay, so that's my advantage.
So I would
What-
say
yeah.
advantage you. Youth would be advantage Shine.
Yes, he has the clear advantage on youth.
Right.
He has the clear advantage when it comes to the young guys can step up there and they are driving for distance. I am driving for accuracy.
Right.
So I've lost a couple of yards when it comes to length. Save that. And so
Who do you think is in better physical shape?
Me or Shime?
Yeah. Like if you had a doctor come in and do like a full physical, who do you think? Obviously, Shime's younger, so he's more spry.
But Greg walks every Shime. How much do you walk a workout?
I walk the dog every day, and I work out probably like once or twice a week.
All right.
Well, Greg walks the dog every day.
Probably like once or twice a week, maybe. Kind of.
Do you pick things up and put them down?
Yes, I
Be
pick
very
things up and
difficult.
put them down.
Figure this one out. Be very difficult.
In the Twitch chat, a suggestion that Shime is a mall walker. At one point, you were walking the malls.
I do love a good mall
Was
walk.
that during the pandemic or was
Yeah,
that?
it was during the
Okay,
pandemic.
all
It was
right.
when
Now
malls were
it's-
empty.
Right. Was that to Sarku of Japan and then back to the car? Or?
I did Chick-fil-A and then back to the car, Curtis.
I love that chicken teriyaki, though.
Oh, so good.
All right. Well, we cannot wait to see you, and I hope that you will be there. I want to thank everybody at Lake of Isles, the Foxwoods course they're doing an unbelievable job setting everything up. Weather's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna do the show right from the first tee on the North Course, and they have beverages and they have food and all of that stuff. So it's summer. Nobody works on Fridays anyway.
Amen.
Please join us. A bonus road show in Connecticut, Foxwoods, and the night before, tomorrow night, we will be at the Andrea with you at in Westerly, Rhode Island. So, all right, when we return shortly, we will get today's leads underway.
This
not willing to ride that storm out last night. And so they will play 2 today, and it is a 1:35 first pitch this afternoon. Boston Red Sox looking to equal the franchise record for wins. That would be 15 today in the first one, and then break that record with 16 in the second. And you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. We will talk about that with Chad Tracy, the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, who will join us at 9:30 on today's show.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
We'll be fighting in the streets with our children at our feet. In the morrows that need worship, we'll be gone.
Shine, great one from The Who. That is Won't Get Fooled Again. And leads this morning are brought to you by Subaru. And Subaru summer is finally here. You can get details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I got a text during the break, and then I see a brief discussion going on currently in the Twitch chat about it. So let me address this. Text during the break said, "Greg, love the show. Are you going to Sirius XM?" And then in the Twitch chat, a question about if we are going to be on Sirius XM, will the Twitch chat, YouTube, etc., have to go away? The answer is yes. But we're not going off the radio. This radio program, this radio station will be available on Sirius XM starting September 1st.
All right.
With its own dedicated channel.
Yes, which is very exciting. Very, very exciting. Just another way that you can listen to us. You can listen to us via the radio that Marconi invented. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. You can stream us at weei.com. You can listen to us on the iHeart app. You can listen to us on Spotify. Now, starting September 1st, you will be able to listen to us on Sirius XM. And that will have no effect on Twitch or on YouTube. So
right.
you people, those of you who get up every morning, turn this show on so you can see Curtis and Wiggy and Shime. You are fine. You're all set. Shime, your lead this morning. Hello.
Good morning, Greg. So I might have found Wiggy's new favorite NFL coach, but he also might be the first coach fired this year. Nick Sirianni has changed up the way in which he does things over with the Philadelphia Eagles. One of the things he did this offseason was he was utilizing ChatGPT and AI in order to help him come up with plans and ways in which to talk to his team, speeches, to still get around his major details of tough detailed together, his same kind of themes, but he wanted some different ways to go about it. So he was utilizing ChatGPT, which I know Wiki does for a lot of his Breslow questions. Good job, Wiggs.
Appreciate it.
He was also focusing a lot on team chemistry, from bowling outings to basketball games.
Rich will stand by the pizza party, as Rich Keefe loves a good pizza party. So don't forget the pizza party.
That's a great decision. Yeah. My question for the room is, does this just simply spell the end for Nick Sirianni, or will you see more coaches talk about how they utilize AI in order to prepare their speeches for their teams?
Well, it was revealed accidentally. Are you going to share the memo and the?
Oh, this is part of the story that I didn't have.
Okay, so it was revealed in an email that he sent to the fellas, which was basically saying, "Hey guys, it was great. I'm paraphrasing here, but great reviewing film today, and we got to focus." And then at the bottom of it, he included a message to ChatGPT, which basically said, "Hey, Chat, can you make this more motivational, and can you figure out a way in which I can communicate with the fellas?" Or however he did it. So, I mean, I don't know. If you're a head coach in the NFL, you ought to be able to send a motivational email without requiring AI to pump it up and make it better for you.
And I will say this, I have been critical of Bill Belichick in the past occasionally. In a million years, Bill Belichick would never trust technology to put together a pregame speech.
Right.
And he is far better for it.
Well, the fact that it's one thing if you're like, all right, help me with some ideas to,
don't ask ChatGPT to help you with ideas.
No, enhance like things that we could do. But
you rely on it.
I like ChatGPT.
I know you do.
I was against it.
No, you were never against it. You and Chime embraced the robots immediately.
Well, no. Initially, I was like, why do people use that?
It's you know that every time you use it, you're wasting 50 gallons of water. Do you care about our planet? You don't.
Global warming. Ever heard of it?
You don't care about our planet.
Well, I care if the weather's going to stay warmer. So if I got to waste more water.
Does it concern you at all that there are multiple lawsuits? Another one was just filed by a family who says that I'm assuming that they'll be able to prove it, that their child basically killed themselves because ChatGPT told them to.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, man.
All right, maybe I shouldn't say ChatGPT. AI, artificial intelligence, told them to.
Yeah, I don't know about. I think, but the motivational speech part of it like that, I don't really think you should even need to have ideas or you should be like asking ChatGPT. But there are other things that I think ChatGPT can help you with if you're trying to, look at certain things. And I use it. I was like, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Well, Greg, you got to get with the technology, man. It's 2026. You're going to get left behind.
I'm able to, you know what I do?
What do you do?
When we're having Chad Tracy on the show, I sit for an hour at home the night before and come up with questions that I might want to ask.
No, I come up with my own questions. Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You already told it.
No, I use ChatGPT, and I come up with my own stuff, but I also use ChatGPT to help me, because I put the question in my own words, but I also come up with...
No, ChatGPT is coming up with the question, then you put it in your own words.
No, ChatGPT comes up with the question, but then I can't just read it verbatim.
Oh, my God.
That won't sound like me, so then I use what ChatGPT to put my own words.
Right. You're not, as a human being, you are not doing the actual intellectual labor. Like, you're allowing artificial intelligence
I'm utilizing artificial intelligence. So you don't have the same question over and over. Some cool things that you could say, oh, I wouldn't have thought about that. As I'm thinking about that, I like that. Now I just put it in my own words.
Did Chat give you questions for Chad today? For the Chat with Chad today?
No.
Okay, you haven't done that yet.
No.
But
I have my own questions, and then I always go. I always have ChatGPT say, here are 10, and I say, oh, I like this one better than mine.
I see.
I mean, that's what producers do.
I have a question.
You're on television. Most people say have a producer say, oh, this would be a good idea. And you say, you know what?
Well, that's television.
It's still radio if you have the ability to have it. That's how great players become great players. They utilize what other people do to get ahead.
As Bill Belichick would say, do business as business is being done.
That's it.
I would also add, though, Wiggy, does it concern you that if you're asking Breslow a question from a computer, it's kind of like a computer asking a computer a question?
No, I feel like if it comes from a computer, I'm more likely to get a better answer from him.
Because it's his language.
He speaks that computer language.
Oftentimes the answer that it gives you is the incorrect one.
And but I don't ask it for answers.
And people don't even know that.
Yeah, but I don't ask it for answers. I just say, hey, Red Sox are on a heater. Give me 10 questions for the manager, Chad Tracy, why they've been playing so well, and then it'll spit out 10, and I'll be like, oh, I like 3 of those, and then I add them with my other 2, and I'm like, all right, cool.
So you take the one-sentence question that they give you and somehow turn it into 4 or 5 sentences.
No.
When you,
sometimes I do that.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes I take that one sentence, I'll be like, oh, it should be should be a little bit more there.
Right. We need more verbose.
All right. I learned from Howard Stern, brother, the best when it comes to asking questions.
Amen.
He's the best. We didn't learn from him.
Well, listening to him.
Yes.
So technically, yes, I did learn from him.
But Greg, I am so on your side with this, though. The beginning of this athletic story on Nick Sirianni, as it pertains to Shime's lead, he said, quote, he asked Chat, quote, give me a great relentless effort, true sports story, unquote. How about the irony of asking for a story about effort while giving no effort and not just pursuing that on your own.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
use your own brain.
Well, you learn something while you're doing it. Like
Right.
while you in the pursuit of intellectual challenge, you're actually learning something while you're, as opposed to allowing artificial intelligence to do it all for you.
So
But
clearly, you guys never heard of work smarter, not harder.
well,
Well, also, you've never heard of teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime.
Oh,
Give a
yeah,
man
I've
a
heard
fish,
that
That's
feed
just
him for a
because,
day.
but that's also because he's just using it wrong. If he had just asked for stories and then you like read the stories and learned about it and then wrote his own speech, that'd be fine. It's just maximizing the time you have by minimizing the amount of research you need to do.
when somebody sends you an email, well, actually, you don't pay it. You think meetings are a waste of time, and you don't pay attention to any emails. So, but
No,
when
I pay attention to every email because that way meetings are a waste of time.
when someone sends you an email, can't you tell automatically if they have allowed ChatGPT to write it for them? I can. Like
Nobody
It's
writes
not
me
cap.
long
It's
enough
not
email
cap.
to have it been done
That's
by
cap.
It's not
ChatGPT.
This
cap.
sounds like a good segment.
The email, and I'll say this to Shime, the great thing about ChatGPT and the AI is when you get the useless emails, there's a summary at the top, which you don't have. You can go right to the summary, and it tells
It
you.
even
what-
does it in the text messages now, Wiggs. Have you
Right.
seen that? Like,
No, I haven't seen that part.
If you're in like a group chat and there's been multiple texts sent, like it'll show up before you even click into the group chat with like a quick summary on what's been said so far.
Listen, somebody in the Twitch chat says, Greg, everybody uses it. And I know that. I understand that this is old man take, but that's okay. I am trying to be the one lone voice in the wilderness. And I'm trying to use that voice to speak directly into my microphone so Ken doesn't get a complaint email.
When you get
All
nice
right.
and close like that, it sounds pretty
That
sexy.
sounds pretty good, right? All right. We are going to continue with more leads next. You can text us with your thoughts at any moment. And during the break, 617 text on the Subaru of New England text line, which reads, Wiggy, Greg knows technology. He was an early adapter of the metaverse. And yes, I was.
There you go.
I was. And by the way, still have a piece of property available, and it is priced to sell in the metaverse.
I
want to live in the metaverse. Yes.
What goes first, McDonough's place at the St. Regis or your metaverse?
You should ask ChatGPT if it was smart to get to the metaverse.
Yeah, I should do that. Now, listen, let me ask you this. All of your questions are written by ChatGPT.
Yep.
We learned that.
Yeah.
What's the point then, just to play this out and to have an intellectual debate on the show?
Okay.
What's the point of having you here if ChatGPT can just come up with all the questions and then ask them?
Well,
wouldn't some sort of a bean counter, bean counter working in the top floors of this company go, hey, wait a minute, why do we need the human when we could just press a button and ChatGPT can ask Chad Tracy a question?
You could do that, but ChatGPT wouldn't have came up with the question of, do you, Alex Cora, feel confident that you're not on the hot seat? Because ChatGPT would. ChatGPT comes up.
You don't really have an answer.
I just gave it to you. Yeah, no. They come up with the safe questions. And that ChatGPT don't have the personality that I have. So
no.
Let's be honest, Craig.
What separates Wiggy is how he reads the question in his own personal spice.
That's it.
That's what it
you
is.
do.
I love. My thing though is, I don't understand, Greg, the sensitivity, whether it's the work from home crowd or the ChatGPT crowd, where it's these attacks. Like Skater,
they feel guilty because they know that
Girl Sherry says that I don't use ChatGPT because I can, quote, afford to lose my job.
Oh.
And that you and I are just putting our heads in the sand because you have your own show. No understanding of how you got your own show, like it was handed to you.
Right.
The reality is you, Skater Girl Sherry, and anybody else that is using this technology, as you alluded to, are only setting up your own demise. If you rely on technology to do your job, eventually technology will just do your job.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to understand. I understand the realities of, like, you're going out to dinner and you want to say, hey, Siri or ChatGPT, where can I, what's the best Italian place in Phoenix? But in terms of the actual process of doing the work that you do, then the more you rely on technology, the less important you are.
But ChatGPT is really research, right? So it's not doing
doing your research.
No. It's not doing that person's job. They utilize it to maybe research certain things. They utilize it for the ability to maybe get things done quicker so they can do more at their job.
No. They say rather than sit down and compose an email themselves, think about it, put the effort in. They just have ChatGPT write it for them.
But that's one thing, though. That's an email.
One thing.
But that's an email.
Wait, what's the other? What's your other example?
But there's other parts.
You only use it for one thing.
No, but there's other parts.
What do you use it for?
I just told you. I use it for questions, for questions.
Yes, we know that.
All
what
right.
else? What
and
else?
I use it for maybe trying to get some ideas. Like, so for example, for my lead, I'll say, hey, ChatGPT, tell me.
What should my lead be?
No. So here's my lead is soccer in the World Cup was amazing. Give me the highest rated World Cup in America for viewers for the World Cup. And ChatGPT will say, hey, here is how the order is. 2026 did almost.
That's Google.
But that's what ChatGPT is.
Yeah, but it synthesizes the data. We know Brett's a big synthesizer
because
of data
guess
guy.
what happened? And Google, you know what Google does? They give you a bunch of different links that you have to click onto, and that ChatGPT, it summarizes.
It's the effort involved in clicking on the links that you're saying.
No, it's not the effort. ChatGPT puts it in order.
So Martellus Bennett did this great. He was on with Nick Wright a couple years ago, and he was asked about like the differences between the quarterbacks he played with, and he specifically cited how Brady got up in front before the AFC title game against the Steelers and said something personal about all 53 players on the team.
Okay,
and how it resonated. If you are Nick Sirianni, and you're saying, give me inspirational quotes to give, or give me something important to say to the team, the entire, what drives human emotion, what drives performance, as you can attest, is when somebody connects with you on a level that makes you get to another level, where it challenges you. if you're just Googling or typing something into a platform where it's regurgitating an answer.
But if you regurgitate it, that's one thing. But if you use it to say, hey, give me somebody that dealt with something that was inspirational in their life.
But you should know somebody that dealt with something inspirational in their life.
But I'm talking about maybe they want to, they want to take it to another level.
What's the other level?
I don't know. What's what's the name of that book? The Art of War, for example. And they want to go to another level, and they say, hey, give me something inspirational from that book. And then Nick Sirianni gets it, and then he's reading through, and he's like, oh, this is pretty cool. Here's how I can use what I've learned from here to relate it to my team. So it's an easier way to maybe have to. Greg's used to going in, getting an encyclopedia, or what the hell are those books called when we were growing up?
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Was that what they were? Where you go in and have to look through a million different books, where now ChatGPT is able to help you with that.
Yeah. I love this debate because there are some people who are infuriated by it and say Curtis and I are idiots and we're old and we don't get it, and that we were in the 90s we were probably suggesting that the internet was going to take everybody's job, and who knows, maybe
Y2K.
we were.
Are we Y2K compliant?
I absolutely love the debate, and it can be ongoing because
I love it.
It's very intriguing. So it started because of Shime's lead, in which Nick Sirianni was caught using ChatGPT to pump up motivationally his email to the players. So that is how the debate started. I am here for it all morning. We have got to take a quick break. By quick, I mean 2 minutes. 2 minutes only. And then back with more leads on the Greg Hill Show at what station are we on, ChatGPT? Oh, WEEI. Okay, we'll be right back. Excellent question on the Subaru of New England text line with regard to Nick Sirianni using ChatGPT to coach his football team. And the question is, and I don't know about this, Curtis alluded to it briefly, but did Bill Belichick get "do your job" from ChatGPT? He actually, ChatGPT spit back "do your occupation," and then Bill made it his own. And really, honestly, he improved it.
I bet he's using it down at UNC now.
You think he is?
And
Greg, be able to relate?
And Greg, if you want to say that we have a hard time, you and I are being called dinosaurs. Which
yeah.
They live for a while.
That's true.
We are number one in the 18 to 34 male 25 demographic. So take that, ChatGPT.
Do your job.
And that would be for 3 months in the spring book, not a weekly or anything. That would
What'd
be
you
number
say,
one.
18 to 34?
In the Boston market.
18 to 34.
Men, 18 to 34. We are your number one morning show.
So maybe they like dinosaurs. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, we were in the middle of leads. Curtis, your lead this morning, please.
Good morning. So according to Albert Breer, Patrick Mahomes has been, quote, fully cleared, unquote, for training camp.
7 months.
Wild. And so the Chiefs begin the most difficult part of what the Patriots endured following the end of their first dynastic run, 3 out of 4 championships. And as we approach the 2026 NFL season, the New England Patriots are led by Drake May, someone who has been disrespected. Good day for Drake, by the way, with the firing of Cam Newton yesterday, considering his harshest critic is now out of a job. But I am fascinated by what the Chiefs will be this year. We went over that the Vegas over-under has Patrick Mahomes and Drake May with identical expectations as it pertains to touchdowns and yards for the 2026 season. And this is really the time where Mahomes can either continue the conversation towards remaining in the GOAT stratosphere, and Andy Reid as a guy that can he rebuild on the fly and continue to maintain this offense versus what the Patriots can be as the reigning AFC champions entering this season. So I believe that the Chiefs are going to not be in the AFC title game this year. I think that their offseason has been lackluster. The trading of Trent McDuffie, I thought, was an idiotic decision by that team. Clark Hunt and his family seem like guys that, like me, were born on third and think they hit a triple. So I am down on the Chiefs. I think they have a very difficult division, but very, very interesting news that 7 months after that horrible injury he sustained, Patrick Mahomes is fully cleared and ready to go for the 2026 NFL season and what it means for the landscape of the AFC.
Well, excuse me, that's the world. Like, when you think about injuries, look at Steph Diggs last year. I didn't think he was going to be ready to go, and he was, moving around, ready to go for training camp, and he was ready for week one. Nowadays, when I see guys, with, ACL injuries and things like that,
yeah,
I'm like, all right, they'll be, if it's middle of the season, or I'm like, all right, they'll be ready for training camp.
I mean, he got hurt in December, right? Like mid-December. And so 7 months later, he's fully cleared and ready to go.
Yeah.
Speaking of technology, you brought up Drake May. It was cool to see Drake May arrive at the new facility yesterday and then use the facial recognition to get into the building. Did you see that?
Mm-mm.
That's really cool. And so I wonder if Gerard Mayo has gone over there to see if his facial recognition still works. Still works.
They might give it a try, but it's going to be blinking red, like face not recognized.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're working for the Patriots, immediately.
Oh yeah.
When you're not working there anymore because the facial recognition doesn't work. Yeah. So, all right, Curtis, thank you, Wiggy. Good morning.
All right, good morning, and shout out to my man or woman ChatGPT, because I don't know whether or not it's a man or a woman. I did use this for some research, and I asked the question.
It's not a man or a woman.
You never know. Until 2026, Curtis, everybody's pronouns are different.
Amen.
So I don't want to get anybody all upset.
A woman.
2026, FIFA's World Cup was a success in America. As far as the number of people, more than 60 million people watched the Argentina and Spain game. I ultimately watched it because my kids got me into watching. I didn't watch a ton of games, but I said, you know what, let me chime into that. And they're up from 2022, where it was about 26 million people. But then I started to ask the question, all right, is that it for us when it comes to soccer, especially FIFA and the World Cup? Did it have so much of a success, especially here in America, because it was in America? And in 2030, when it's in Portugal, Morocco, and I believe Spain,
correct,
where they're going to be having it, does that number of the interest that we had with the FIFA World Cup does now go back down to what it's kind of always been, where, you know, people will tune in here and there, especially I'm talking U.S. only, where people will tune in here and there, or does that number continue to grow because it was in America?
I believe that given where it is, if the U.S. plays at 9 o'clock in Spain, that's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, it will do a good number.
Okay.
But to say that this will then increase the viewership of the MLS or the United States, soccer locally in terms of the Rebs and everywhere else will be an afterthought still. But in terms of the national conversation of the soccer team, I think it will grow a bit still.
Okay, because I always felt the same way. It's more of like, I'm not watching MLS, and I know the English Premier League and all these. I'm not watching that. I think the interest was because it's the World Cup. It's similar to the Olympics when we're, you know, for me, when you're talking about basketball or you're talking about hockey, where you'll engage into that because you want to see how good America can do.
Right.
But I think it's, you know, so when I'm looking at, all right, the numbers did great, and I'm like, I wonder if this is really going to do anything, or we go back to normal when it comes to, all right, we'll see you in 4 years, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, Wiggy, thank you very much. Or ChatGPT, what do we have to credit ChatGPT?
Oh, yeah, with the research, ChatGPT, definitely.
So what was the research part of it?
So ChatGPT showed me that in 2026, almost over 60 million viewers. In 2022, Argentina versus France, America was 26 million viewers. And then in 2014 was the other highest rated U.S. viewership was Germany versus Argentina with 26.5 million people viewed it.
It went up 40 million viewers in the U.S.
Yeah, from 2022.
That's an extraordinary increase.
That's why it was one. That's why
we weren't in the World Cup in 2020.
No. I'm just saying the viewership in America.
Right. It was in Qatar.
Right.
So the games were at like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying.
I know.
Yeah.
But that's why.
Yeah.
All
right. Speaking of things that one can watch, Curtis brought up 4K technology the other day. Was it yesterday, Curtis?
Yes, I did.
So I was really interested to see that on August 16th in theaters, one can go and watch a restored version, a 4K restored version of Point Break, which Wiggy and I have talked about on this radio show for 7 years, about being one of the all-time great films.
Oh, yeah.
And so, to me, I complain a lot. I complain about a lot of things. I complain a lot on this show. Sometimes I feel like it's my obligation. But to me, I complain a lot about remakes of movies with a new cast and sometimes a plot that is slightly different. I would much prefer that the film companies go to the old classics, the tried and true, and rather than remake them with, you know, Kevin Hart or you pick, I would much rather that they go back and use technology to make the viewing experience better. And I will go see Point Break in theaters in honor of Swayze and in honor of others.
Yep.
On August 16th.
Gary Busey. See, I kind of am the opposite on that. Like, do you want to remaster it? Great, fine, dandy. But I'm not going to see it again. I would prefer, just because I'm not the type of person who enjoys going to see a movie that I've already seen. I wouldn't mind if they did remake it and in a different direction, obviously with different. Now, I think the remake, it depends on the actors that you get. Like Heat 2, Leonardo DiCaprio is supposed to be in that. So I'm expecting, all right, this should be a good movie, right? If they
but does it need to be remade when the original is done so well? Why do you need to remake it?
Well, I think because like anything else,
you're not going to do better. I mean, I guess maybe it's just because they want Leonardo DiCaprio fans to go see it. Like
But don't you think that the remakes? Because think about the movies that you love, right? Wasn't The Departed a remake of something?
That was a remake of a foreign film, which I had never seen or could have seen because I don't live in Japan or wherever.
All right, I'll give you one in the U.S. I love Scarface. Scarface was a remake.
No one should ever dare to infringe on the talent of Al Pacino by remaking Scarface.
But he's saying
Scarface was a remake.
It was a remake, again, of a foreign
film.
No,
of an American film. Scarface was a remake of
GPT.
Yeah, it was of an American film. And I want to say in like the 1930s or something like that. I forget who, might have been Humphrey Bogart or one of those actors during that time in which they remade Scarface. So I guess it depends on if you're remaking something that is good. If you're remaking a movie that you go, okay, this movie was great, we love it, but then you're remaking it with a good cast, a good director, there's a chance that it could be a really good movie.
Shine, what are you looking at?
Scarface was, in fact, a remake. It is a reimagined version of the classic 1932 mob movie directed by Howard Hawks.
What was it called?
Doesn't say, but it says both of films are based on Armitage Trail's 1929 novel Scarface.
Okay. But it was an adaptation because certainly the mob in the 1930s wasn't selling coke in Miami.
No.
So it was a different film. It wasn't a script note by script note remake.
In 1932, it follows an Italian immigrant, Tony Camonti, rising through Chicago's Prohibition-era bootlegging underworld, and then the 83 remake.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I would much rather see, like, if they were going to do a 4K restoration of Scarface, then I would love to go and see that in the film as opposed to see a remake of it. But that's just me. All right. We are going to get to They Said It coming up in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. Red Sox will play 2 today, 1:35 first pitch on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox radio network for game number 1, and, of course, on the Odyssey app. And we will be joined this morning by the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, Chad Tracy, at 9:30. We are here in the studio tomorrow, and then we are off to the Connecticut region for the match 2, which is happening on Friday morning at Lake of Isles at Foxwoods. And so we will see if there is some sort of a redemption storyline for Scheim in the works when it comes to the match 2 on Friday morning.
Greg, I think I'm really going to need the people's help. I need like a gallery to come just heckle the crap out of you.
Yes, listen, we encourage chirping, trolling. You are, if you have nothing going on Friday morning, love to see you there bright and early at Lake of Isles. They're setting us up. We're going to do the show from the first tee on the North Course, and they're going to have food and bev and all of those things. And the night before, Thursday night, tomorrow night, we are going to the Andrea, which is in Westerly, Rhode Island. And also there was a bar pizza. I made a decision. Somebody recommended that we go to Pod's Hilltop Cafe for bar pizza, but I felt like it was too much. Like, Scheim's got to get a practice round in, and then we got to go get everything set up at Foxwoods. So I think we're just going to go to the Andrea and eat and drink with you there at the Andrea, and we'll do the bar pizza place later.
I love it.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Good setup, Wiggy. You okay with that?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. You're going to hit the tables?
I'll always I give it a go.
Yeah.
I'll set a specific number and give it a go.
Well, listen, when we used to do the show in Springfield at MGM, you were out late and playing a little blackjack.
Yeah.
So maybe
I always give it a go.
Yeah.
I'm always trying to hit a lick, man.
Yeah.
Stay trying to hit a lick.
Okay. Well, we will see you on Thursday night at the Andrea in Westerly, Rhode Island, and then on Friday morning at Lake of Isles for the match 2. Scheim, let's get to it.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
857 text. I just clarified this. A texter says, Greg, can you clarify in plain English without contradicting yourself whether the Twitch and YouTube streams are going away in September when this show and this station is available on SiriusXM? And the answer is no.
Of course not.
No, nothing's going away. It's bonus. So September 1st, this show will be available on SiriusXM for those of you who have it. I do wonder, this Scheim won't like this, but theoretically, we could swear like sailors on the radio show. You'd have to dump out for the per the FCC, but the swears would then be allowed on SiriusXM.
Yeah, can we get a separate stream? Like,
I feel like that might be the way to.
We may need to increase the delay so that I have more dumpage.
Okay, all right, we can work on that.
Okay.
As soon as they could get the actual visual Twitch studio set up, and as soon as somebody can stop Hogdale from dropping F-bombs all over the Twitch feed.
Curtis and I were talking yesterday, Greg. That's still one of the greatest clips of all time.
Unbelievable.
It was
Hogdale over us was tremendous.
Awesome.
And Tom said it went on for 5 minutes.
It was great. And Mitch had no idea.
Nobody had any clue.
He was working on something else. Poor Mitch is an absolute mess. Mitch was asking me, and I think the answer is no, but Mitch and Eamon were we had a meeting after the show, and they were asking if the Eamon is up for grabs on the bonus roadshow, and I think the answer is no.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, right?
Is Eamon going to be there?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
well, then he can just win it.
He wins it without trying, to be honest with you.
He does it. I mean, the rubbing of his chest.
He has it locked down by 7 p.m.
Right.
Eamon.
I saw him.
The man is a machine.
Yeah, if a machine means something that doesn't work and is awkward, yes, that is what he is. He comes in, he's just like rubbing his like male boobs.
He's feeling good.
Yeah.
He's sauced up.
He is sauced up. God bless him.
All right. They Said It, brought to you by Catches Law. They are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt at work, reach out to Catches. Go to catcheslaw.com. Scheim, what's up first?
Well, let's begin with Garrett Crochet. He spoke yesterday to the media. He talked about his injury. We can hear from the back and forth with reporters from Crochet.
You feel like it's kind of a toss-up. You feel be able to pitch in this series.
I mean, it's tough to say. I'm not going to make a claim like that.
Is it surprising that that's like in the realm of possibility? That might be
a little bit, yeah. It sucks to I understand why you asked the question. It sucks though, because like I remember when I went on the IL originally, I was like, maybe I'll just miss one start, and then the way that the injury just kind of matured, especially with the setback following the first ramp, it matured to a place where, you know, like I said, it's just completely different from the original diagnosis, which sucks. But the shoulder's complex like that.
Agree with him. It sucks, but I will say this: you got to credit Breslow because it's amazing to say, but I feel like this rotation can be as good as they have been minus Garrett Crochet.
Right.
So you would think that you lose your ace in most scenarios and you're in trouble when it comes to pitching, but this particular team, I mean, Sonny Gray is ace-like, right? I mean,
I think like
12 and 1. I then you add in Peyton Tolley, who has been fantastic. I don't know. We were talking the other day about I don't know what are you going to get when it comes to Connolly early? Can you count on him being back?
No, I that's why you need to get a starter at the deadline. That's it. Like you need to
see. I want him to get a bat at the deadline
you can
first.
do both.
You could do both, but yes.
I mean, you need a bat. You need a starter. You can never have enough starting pitching, and that is maybe Connolly early comes back and is great. Maybe your Ranger Suarez comes back and can pitch well down the stretch. You just can't rely on it. And
but aren't you expecting Ranger Suarez to come back? Like, aren't you expecting?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a little bit jarring that he was not going to go last night because they had said he was. But I would expect that he is back, certainly. Yes.
Right, and
you don't know.
Well, what's that?
You don't know.
No. You don't know why they weren't going to start him.
Well, and you don't know if he's going to come back and feel better. You just you need as much pitching as humanly possible, and you need a bat. If you're going to tell me what you need most, I would say a bat. You're right. But
yes.
I think you need another starting pitcher.
And listen, I'm fine with that. Like, if you want to pick up another pitcher, but, you know, when you think about this, if you go, hey, the Red Sox have one of the best starting rotations in Major League Baseball.
The best. Yeah, go ahead.
And you go, that's without Garrett Crochet. That's pretty impressive.
Yes, it is.
Right? You know, and it's pretty, and I get it. Like, I'm with you, Curtis. If the most important thing, if you're the Red Sox, is you get a bat, but if you can get another arm to be a starting pitcher there, then, hey, I'm all for that. But if you don't, I don't think that's necessarily the end of the world.
Got it.
What do these hardos want me to? I said Peyton Tolley's been good. They don't think he's been good.
Well, he's been a little bumpy recently.
Yeah. I mean, what is he, 5-6? I mean,
well, record is
the record is kind of. I look at like the quality stats more than anything nowadays. Is like, all right, can you give me 6 where you give up no more than 3 runs, and if you're able to do that, don't you then go, okay, all right, he did his job, meaning the starting pitcher, and then you go, well, why weren't you able to score runs?
No. Also, the man has been focused on his wedding. He was focused on getting married at Aria. And so I'm sure he was thinking about that over work, like Shime was when he was getting married. And he took the 4-week honeymoon. All right.
It was just 2.
Just 2.
And one of the days was a holiday, so.
We are going to be back with the rest of They Said It next. Chime, we were in the middle of They Said It. What is next this morning?
Well, Greg, Jeff Passan joined the Pat McAfee program yesterday and was asked about the trade deadline and what the Red Sox may or may not do at said trade deadline.
Okay.
We can hear from Jeff Passan.
Connor, when you can add talent, you add talent. Mojo can absorb it if that mojo is real. And while I don't think James Wood is a particularly realistic option, the Nationals know they have a superstar there. They are not going to get rid of him. There are some others out there, at least names being tossed around, that would make a lot of sense for the Red Sox. And shortstop is a position, I think, of import to them and of focus to them. And we added a new name, guys, to that top 100 trade candidate list. And number 6 is Zach Neto from the Los Angeles Angels. Now, I don't know if it's going to be specifically Neto. There's an opportunity to go out and potentially get Jeremy Pena from the Houston Astros, and even CJ Abrams, who's had a great year, but probably not a shortstop long-term, could be had as well. And I think the Red Sox are going to try and be aggressive, and I don't blame them. When you win 14 games in a row like this, when you rescue your season from the depths in the doldrums where they were for the first, 80-something games, you just have to go and do it.
So we talked about this briefly last week, but there's Jeff Passan saying it again. Does the focus on shortstop mean that they are willing to deal Marcelo Meyer?
Yeah, I don't think they're attached to Meyer in any way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, because you got Story coming back, and you have Story for another year.
Right.
And they also have a prospect that is, and forgive me, I'm not Ken Laird. I'm not Mr. Baseball when it comes to prospects, but they have an awesome prospect shortstop-wise. So it must be that they are willing to part ways with Marcelo Meyer if they're that interested in adding at that position.
I think they'd be willing to move on from Maya, and I know that he's hurt, but maybe during the offseason, I don't think they'd have an issue with moving on from Trevor Story if they found a guy that could, not only be the shortstop for the short term, but also somebody they can look towards as being the shortstop of the future.
Rocco in the Twitch chat says Arias.
Yeah, Franklin Arias.
Arias.
Waiting for Wigo to get an Aria drop out of that.
Courtesy chuckle. What? I don't know. Do you like Trevor Story? I mean, is anybody going to want him? Anybody interested in him?
Probably not this year. Maybe
interested in Trevor Story.
Yeah, probably not this year. Maybe you can get rid of him after the season, but I don't.
He's coming off a sports hernia and already paid a ton of money.
I don't think there's anybody.
He had one good season here, really.
Right, but I don't think so. He wouldn't. But he's not somebody that you look at as being somebody that you look at. He's going to be part of your future, right? I don't look at Trevor Story that. I don't think there's anybody here, that you would say, okay, he's untouchable. We're not going to trade him. That would help your team be better this year. I think there are guys like, I wouldn't trade Sonny Gray. I wouldn't, trade. I guess the question becomes Roman Anthony. I wouldn't trade him, but I don't know how people feel about that. I wouldn't trade William Abreu. But when you start to look at this team, what can make you better? I know Chapman's a big question. Would you trade Chapman to get that bat that you want?
I would.
Okay.
I just think, the closer is going to pitch between now and if you make it to the ALCS, 20 innings? Whereas 30 innings?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you're going to bat, that's going to have, 150, 250 at-bats between now and then? That's a much bigger impact. And I think that Breslow believes that. Whether they do it or not, I don't know. And it would probably have to be a deal where you trade Chapman for a bunch of prospects, then you flip those prospects for a bat.
Right.
That would be the way it would work. But
yeah, I would much prefer that they trade Jarren Duran. Fine, that's a guy that you can sell as a change of scenery guy, maybe, and that you hang on to Chapman and you hang on to pretty much everybody else on the team, and maybe by moving Jarren Duran, you end up moving an issue that you have clubhouse-wise as well. I don't know.
I also think you'd be selling at the bottom of Jarren Duran. He's hitting 191. He's been a total and complete mental case.
But do you think he's going to get back? You should have sold him a year ago is when you should have sold him. When
You're not going to get much for him right now.
Yeah.
And he's approaching now where he's actually going to get paid. So he's going to be in his third arbitration year. He'll be making $15 million if he wants. So the teams that would want the deal where you're buying low, selling high are not going to be interested, I don't think.
But I think the other question becomes, I know that he's not been able to give you, statistically, his numbers haven't been great. I know he's kind of been in spurts. But the question becomes, if you trade Duran, then what do you look like in left field?
You need Roman Anthony healthy.
But see, that's the thing. I don't know if you can bank on that, right?
Of course not.
Right? So now, I guess if you're trading Duran and maybe you're trading Chapman, let's say, but you're trading for a guy that can play left field, I think that position might be a little bit more of a pressing need than maybe shortstop.
Like if the Twins made Byron Buxton available, you go get a legit outfielder. He's been hitting way better than guys like Duran and stuff like that. And then you kind of ship off Duran with prospects to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's how you improve the outfield.
Right, because I feel like you might be able to piece the shortstop together if you need to with some of the guys that you brought up versus you really don't. It's kind of like Duran in left field, and every now and then they throw Yoshida out there, but I don't think that you kind of I'm not betting anything on Roman Anthony, unfortunately, this season.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that the reason that the suggestion is what it is with regard to shortstop is if you're adding an everyday bat, you need a spot for them to play.
Well, yeah, that's why.
And that's really that's the only one, I guess, that they maybe those looking at it that way say that's the spot, I guess.
Yeah, and also I think Shime nailed it. If you want to get rid of Duran, you'll have to sweeten it with some prospects, and then you make it that way. I think that's
like Duran's just an attachment to a trade, right? You target a guy you really want, you include prospects, and then maybe you have to include a prospect that's slightly better than you want to also offload Duran.
Yeah.
Well, the trade deadline is rapidly approaching, August 3rd, and you can talk about that all day long on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. We will talk about it with Chad Tracy, interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, coming up at 9:30 on today's show.
If you were in the market.
with Shime coming up at 8. Could we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? Okay, Curtis, what do we got? More of the dreary weather today, but then looking good rest of the week?
Yeah, 72 degrees right now, looking beautiful this afternoon, 82.
Beautiful? I thought it was going to be cloudy all day.
Well, am I here to do the weather, or are you here to give it?
Maybe I was mistaken.
Well, don't ask a question you already have the answer to. That's how I was raised. Don't want to get a courtesy laugh
I
over
feel like
here.
you were just kind of mailing it in there.
It's going to be sunny at first pitch, 83 degrees. I was the first one who told you yesterday the game was going to be rained out. You were heading over there with Linz. I got you away from that. Tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch. It's going to be 78 degrees. It's going to be a beautiful night at Fenway. Sunset at 8:14. Do you want to hear the Ken Laird ideas?
What? Well, we're right in the middle of They Said It. We can get to that later.
Okay, sorry. Get right back to it.
Yeah. The weather is brought to you by Window World of Boston, and you can check them out at windowworldofboston.com. They are a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. What is next, Shime?
Well, Greg, LeBron's decision is taking forever, yet another day.
Do we have to talk about this? I'm so done with it.
I mean,
Rich Paul is out there telling everybody that he kind of made his decision, and then he changed his mind, and the world is waiting. Okay, so anyway, who are we hearing from?
Well, we're going to hear from Perk because he called Rich Paul, talked to Rich Paul, and here is what Perk had to say.
I had to call Rich Paul, little snotty nose ass, and I asked him, "Hey man, what is the holdup?" I said, "What is the holdup? Is it money? Does a team need to make a move?" And you know what Rich Paul told me? He said, "Perk, listen, man, this has nothing to do with money. Whatever LeBron James, the teams that are at the top of his list, they're all going to pay the same dollar amount. He's not asking a team to move anybody that's contradicting what they standing for. It's not about the money. It's about the fit. He's had his mind made up. Like, I believe that it's been a time where he had his mind made up, and then all of a sudden he's changed his mind and he's back to, the drawing board again."
All right. His best fit is Miami. I think if you're going to look at fit, wouldn't you say, based on how Miami looks, you got Giannis, you got Bam Adebayo, you go, okay, that would probably be the best fit for LeBron. He could kind of run the point down there. He could be the facilitator to those guys. He could play in a pick and roll game with Bam and Giannis. Like, that would be his best fit, where you don't have to be asked to carry the load, score a ton of points. You could just be that guy that could be a leader in other ways. Right, that would be the best fit. Philly, I don't think that's a great fit in the sense, where you'd be.
I think if he returns anywhere, it's Cleveland.
But how do you like the fit in Cleveland, though?
I just think in terms of what he's interested in, which is his legacy, going back to where it began, being viewed as magnanimous, going back the King of Akron, returning home. I just think that is a good final swan song.
That's the top on the list as far as if that's the
Isn't that what he's doing?
You never know with LeBron, but I would lean towards more. That's what he wants more than anything. I would say Cleveland, number one on that list. But a close second would be the Miami going there and potentially winning another championship. But
what's his relationship like with Giannis? Is there any bad blood?
No, I don't think there's any issues with him and Giannis. I don't think there's any issues that he has with Bam Adebayo. If he's looking at Philadelphia, he's got no issues with Jaylen Brown, and we know that they kind of bumped heads a little bit. I just, based on what Rich Paul is saying, if it's about fit, and it's not, but I agree. I think it's more about
this whole thing is about attention.
Mm-hmm.
He's a raging narcissist. Like, the offers have been in. If what Perk is saying via Rich Paul is accurate, that they're all paying the same number.
Mm-hmm.
They all have a chance to win. He's a piece that makes you better, but it's just he wants the focus on him.
So where does he? I guess maybe the biggest question.
Oh my God, I can't. I'm sitting here. I can't do my job because I need to know where LeBron James is going to go play.
Where does he get the most attention?
Miami or Golden
I don't know.
State.
Maybe Cleveland. Maybe his return to Cleveland gives he gets like the good guy going back home, that he gets that adulation. I don't know.
He gets the most praise going back to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. But
His
if it's
games-
attention, where's that?
Probably Miami or Philly. Philly would probably be the team now if
Right.
he goes there nationally for all the number one primetime windows.
Right. So if it is about the attention aspect of it, then that would be like, all right, Philly would be a good one. Miami would be a good one, because where do you go? Where do you land on a team if you're LeBron James, and then instantly that team is the favorite to come out the East? And that would give you the most attention, correct?
Yes.
So I would say I would probably lean towards Philly, and I would probably lean towards Miami as those being the top two.
Definitely over Cleveland.
Yes. So, but Greg, to your point, the clout and legacy would be the Cleveland aspect of it. You know, that would give him the attention in that sense.
What's next, Shime?
That'll do it today for They Said It, Greg.
Well, I sent you like 3 other things, so we have time left here.
I don't have anything else
Oh.
ready, Greg.
Oh, I sent you Pat Riley, which I thought was interesting. I even gave you a little note on it.
Apologies. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
You
I
are
don't
really
know.
hard on Shime this week.
Yeah, I know.
Trying to write news, I'm trying to-
Listen, I expect perfection. I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Sean,
to
you're
you.
going to have to double down on
I
ChatGPT.
Yeah, I
apologize
apparently
on that.
wait.
We'll just do like 3 cuts. That'll just be it.
I mean, that's normally what we do.
No, it's not. I mean, we should be doing more. We should be getting more in there.
Okay.
Should get as much as possible in there, Sean.
Well, apologies.
That's
My bad. I'll get back to the drawing board. I'll work harder.
all right. Maybe. Oh, somebody in the Twitch chat says maybe I didn't hit send on the text. That might be the issue. Did I hit send on that?
No,
on that?
you probably hit send, Greg.
I probably hit send.
Yeah.
What did Pat Riley
It's on
say?
He was talking about how he is heading to Europe, he and his wife, to get their blood exchanged, which I thought was somewhat of interest because apparently, Shime's
I
giving
got
me a
it,
thumbs
Greg.
up. Oh, you got it?
Yeah. Would you like to hear from Pat Riley?
Well, we're late, but go ahead. Sure.
Where Chris and I are going, we're going over to Europe to get our blood scrubbed and get all these toxins out of our blood. And we're in the longevity and health and as much as we can be to try to extend in a way that you're vital and you're doing something that is meaningful. You know, I don't think about that. I just think about the next day and what we're going to do. And one day it will happen.
All right.
So getting your blood scrubbed
To help
is
you
that
live
What do you
longer.
think they charge for that? Can you only do it? Can you only do it in Europe? I'm guessing maybe you can only do it in Europe.
Well, I mean, famously, Lance Armstrong would do that in France every year.
You know what I don't get, right?
Yeah.
America is supposed to be great doctors. We always talk about around here. But why is it that everybody goes to other countries to get blood scrubbed, plasma? I saw like George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk going to like Panama for like platelets.
Yeah, didn't McCaffrey go to, was it Germany or one of those countries?
Peyton Manning went to Germany. Famously,
Right.
his wife needed the HGH.
So I don't like, do we not do those type of things in America?
Well, you can also go to Tijuana to get certain services done. But
Yeah,
I mean,
but I'm talking about these are people with money. Like, I get it if you're going like to Colombia and getting your grill done for, $1,500 because it costs you $75,000 here. I
Yeah.
get that. But when you're talking about Pat Riley, you're talking about McCaffrey, George Kittle, these guys got money. So they're not going over there because they're getting a cheaper deal.
Yeah.
So why don't we have this stuff in America? Why can't I get my blood scrubbed here?
I don't know. They do things in other countries that we won't do here, and I don't know if I would trust it or not. That's why that was interesting to me. But maybe it's a good thing as you age to get your blood scrubbed.
We said to get the toxins out.
I guess
to live longer. I mean, he's 81 years old, so shoot. I'm like, all right, Pat, where do I go?
And he's still working. I mean,
Right.
the man is still at
He
it
looks
every
good.
single day. He does look pretty good.
Right, so I'm willing to bet this
does.
isn't the first time he's had his blood scrubbed. So it seems like it's working for him.
Good for him.
All right. Let's see. Shime Texter says that cut was about as boring as it gets, so they understand why you didn't want to use that.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks for your feedback. Customer's always right.
You want me to go through? Is it read every angry text Tuesday or
Always.
Wednesday? What's today?
Wednesday, hump day.
Wednesday.
Let's see. Greg wants more content for They Said It. and can't even keep a decent timeline when it comes to getting the leads all in one break. That's true. And you want to make segments longer? Sure, absolutely. All right, so maybe we'll just do only 3 audio cuts during They Said It going forward. Maybe cut it down to 2. Maybe 1.5. Maybe we'll stop one right in the middle.
I can trim one up so that it's only like 10 seconds if you want. Just
All
one
right.
statement.
We are going to get to the news with Shime in exactly 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show next.
About a little bit about soccer, but I watched Messi and he was well guarded, right? Well guarded. And all of a sudden he's standing on the right. You understand what I'm talking about? I don't know if anybody, I just noticed it.
The news.
And he had plenty of time. He kicked it. It was within, I would say, 1/4 of an inch of being perfect.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Grade 3 toe turf.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Well, Courtney back on Monday, although I believe she is stopping by tomorrow, Curtis, to get the lay of the land around here in the new building and the new parking garage and the new studio. Is she coming on the show tomorrow or just stopping by? All right.
I have no idea.
Okay. In the meantime, Shime has been kind enough to fill in on the news this week. Shime, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Tropical storm Bertha is making landfall today down in Florida. It is expected to continue moving along the northern Gulf from western Florida to southern Louisiana, bringing up to 4 feet of storm surge and winds as high as 60 miles per hour.
Those people don't care, some of them. Like, they stay right there. They ride the storm out.
Lock it down.
Remember when we were down there for spring training and we were at Margaritaville?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember this? And they were telling us the story of the people who famously they were at, I think it was a Hooters, which is right there on Fort Myers Beach. And they were just doing what they always do, which is ride the storm out. And they stayed too long at the Hooters. And unfortunately, and several of them ended up losing their lives because they don't leave when people say, hey, there's a storm coming. They say, nope, we're Florida, not like the rest of us. We're going to stay.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was scary.
But then again, we don't leave. Like, if somebody says, hey, there's a blizzard coming. We had a blizzard last winter. People didn't, like, immediately flee the state.
Much different.
Yeah, I would.
Is it different?
A Category 4 or 5 hurricane, you're literally in jeopardy of losing your life, especially if you're on the coast. Do you see those? I mean, the storm surge of those it was like 15 feet.
And they say, like, you know, when we were down there, they were saying, like, how it completely just wiped out so many things. The water being so high, those surges and everything.
The surge went miles and miles inland.
Look at how few. The only homes are new, the ones along that coast, and we were driving out of Naples to be, from Fort Myers.
When you're in a blizzard, they tell you, get in the house as quick as you can and stay in. So the last hurricane I remember here was, oh my God, was the late 80s, early 90s or something like that.
Hurricane Bob, we had Bob and we had Gloria.
And they were like, tape the windows, make the X.
Yes, they were. Maybe a Grateful Dead rejoin for the people of Florida?
Sure.
Sean,
that sounds like a great idea.
All right, what else?
Well, Greg, a fisherman who treaded water for hours several miles off the coast of Cape Cod was rescued after he was spotted by another fishing crew.
How many hours?
The man had been treading water for 2.5 hours without a life jacket.
Wow.
Yeah, the 3-man crew aboard the fishing boat Seal Jr. had been in the home stretch of a 9-day trip Saturday when they changed course to lend a hand. The Seal crew tossed him a life ring and other flotation devices and alerted the Coast Guard on the way with a rescue swimmer to pull him to safety. We can hear from Joao De Silva of Seal Jr. on WBZ.
As I'm going up the ladder, it feels like, hey, it's either a seal or somebody's head. I see something bobbing in front of the boat, like about 200 feet. And I turn forward. There's the lime green shirt and this dude waving his hand, and he's bobbing in the water. And I'm like, that's him. He's right there. He's alive. And we were like, dude, we just started crying.
I mean, I would be a goner. I don't believe I could tread water for 2.5 hours.
2.5 minutes?
That's a long time.
How long do you think you could do it for?
I don't know.
I don't know if it's life or death with life or death with adrenaline. Like, you could probably do it a little longer than you think you could.
I don't think I could do it for a half hour.
Can't you float, though, at times? Brad, I believe you can float in the ocean where you might take a break. You got to take all your clothes off.
Well, yeah. Well, I learned this when I did my lifeguard training at Camp Thoreau in Concord when I was a counselor.
Sick, Brad.
In my late teens, early 20s. You pull your pants off, and then you flip them. You flip them over your head so as to capture the air in them. Tie your pant legs off and create a flotation device.
Okay.
That's genius.
Yes.
Whoever taught you that, very good teacher.
In my case, my moobs can be used as a flotation device.
Right.
Should they be needed? But I don't believe I could tread water for 2.5 hours.
That's a long time.
Not even close.
No, that's amazing.
Because you're gonna catch that. You're gonna catch that cramp in the hammy.
Yeah,
you've all been there before.
No, that dude survived that. That's unbelievable.
And that water's probably ice cold.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's summer. It's midsummer, so.
Yeah, but still, the water's pretty cold.
Yeah, it's not as cold. It's not as cold.
You're not going to get like
Maine.
hypothermia.
Ice cold.
No. But I mean, if you're in it for 2 hours, and it's gonna be. It's not like you're in the Caribbean or where the water.
Well, you don't go in the water, so you.
Well, I go in.
You don't.
I go knees deep.
Right, you're afraid of the ocean water. So
and it's like 62, 63 degrees. It's not 85 degrees.
I wouldn't call that ice cold.
Oh shoot! Stay in it for 2 hours. I guarantee you.
All right, what else, Shime?
Well, Greg, now it's time for another edition of How Creepy Is It?
The Greg Hill Morning Show presents.
You think I am a creepy guy?
How creepy is it?
It was probably the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Can I put a camera in the lady toilet?
And it's kind of creepy, which is nice.
Back up, you creep.
Officers announced the arrest Tuesday of a man accused of taking upskirt photos of women at an Aldi store in Massachusetts.
A what?
An Aldi's, the grocery store.
Oh, that's a grocery chain.
Yes, it is.
Not familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is a good spot?
It's not a bad spot, that's for sure.
All right.
I hear the produce is pretty good.
Okay. What, because you've never bought produce?
Oh, no. I've bought plenty of produce in my life. I prefer, some stores have better produce than others, Greg.
Well, you were way ahead when it comes to the parasite. You've been staying away from lettuce for the last 5 years.
I like lettuce, I'll have you know. I love a good Greek salad.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Yes.
According to police, a woman said the man approached her from behind while she was shopping in the store in Medford on July 15th and took a photo under her skirt. Police said the store surveillance footage shows the man doing the same thing to a second woman. Getty Images of Westboro was arrested Tuesday in the Fells Plaza parking lot, the Medford Police Department announced. They credited assistance from members of the public. Asia was charged with photographing, videotaping, and electronically surveilling a person. He is scheduled to be arraigned Wednesday in Somerville District Court.
I am currently watching this show on Twitch, as I often do, while it's going on. And you should too. And it's brought to you on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers. And if you are diamond shopping, then you got to go see the team at Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Best selection, best prices. And they're ready to help you find what you want at Springer's. Why is that man smiling like that in his mugshot?
I don't know.
I mean, what else would you do? What is the what's the preferred look in a mugshot?
Brown paper bag would be what I would do.
I wouldn't smile. I guess that would be.
Maybe again, it's a challenge to law enforcement. He's like, go ahead, see if you can convict me on this.
Right.
It was another upskirter. I'm not the. I
mean, they have video surveillance. I would assume they got the right. I would hope they got the right guy.
What if he's planning an insanity plea?
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't think you get.
That's why they just need to make the whole sex worker thing legal. Now you don't have these freak job nuts out there going upskirt innocent people. Go pay to do that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's something. It's a psychological disease.
I mean,
freakazoid.
It's so.
I mean,
God,
isn't it wildly obvious to the person that you're trying to upskirt? Like, don't they immediately wonder why you're crawling on your hands and knees at the Aldi's?
My question is, how do you not just kick this guy in the face in the moment, like you dirtbag?
He's probably like scared, like startled. Greg's right. Like you see some guy on his knees. He's not down there looking for a can of vegetables.
Well, no, he's like, have you seen my cantaloupe? All right, what's next?
Well, Greg, I have a rational fear for you because I think it was last week we talked about the people jumping out of planes.
Yes.
And so, this woman was airlifted off her first ever cruise after she suffered serious intimate injuries during a zip-lining shore excursion.
Wait, I don't mean to laugh, but intimate injuries?
Yes, Greg. Intimate injuries.
Oh, my God, the poor thing.
I know. Kirsten Lindsay was catastrophically injured on a rope swing on day 3 of her Carnival cruise in Honduras.
Do we have video?
I believe Mitch has video for you on Twitch.
Is it too soon? Is it too soon to share that, or actually, it's probably a public service announcement? Right?
Yeah, you got to be careful.
So she was going zip lining.
Yep, she's jumping off this platform with like a rope.
Okay.
But instead of swinging out, the retrieval line tightened between her legs. After a few moments of struggle, Lindsay released the rope and fell into the water. She initially believed she was just like scratched in the incident, but hours after she returned to the dock, her injuries worsened. The swelling became severe, the pain became unbearable, and she eventually needed a wheelchair just to get back to their cabin.
God! If you're watching, so she ends up with
let's start with Carol Landry right now landing on the pup list.
Right, where it shouldn't.
I don't think it's a shocking development. This is what teams will do with older players. Sometimes I think it's just a reminder that
she has spent
he's going to have to be managed as he was last year. He's not a full-time player at this stage of his career. He's a part-time player, which highlights what I think has been the biggest need for the team since we got out of the draft, free agency, all of that. And I think it's still on the edge, and that's still a place, an area where they could definitely add another player. That, to me, would be one. Another would be maybe some depth at tight end.
And she had to go back.
That's the biggest thing there is that your
doctor's visits.
I think you have to avoid the activities in a foreign country. No offense.
For sure.
Because they don't have the same standards that we have here.
Do you remember Steve Psycho Lyons came in and he had that awful injury? Was it Mexico or Europe where he came in, or South America?
On our show?
On our show, he came in. He did a segment
was early
with us,
on.
very early on. and he had like 6 months of hell.
Jeez,
because of some bike accident or some.
Oh, I don't remember that, Curtis.
Oh yeah, he came in studio and he was talking to us about how his family got him out eventually, but he was there with someone and he had this awful accident and it was hell on earth. I don't know the exact details. I'm sure somebody will remind us of it. But yeah, I would never go. The second you get hurt, the first thing you do if you're in a foreign country, airlift your ass back to America.
Yeah, no, and then there are people who are willing to go. It's not called hang gliding. What's the thing where they drag you behind the boat?
Paragliding?
Parasailing.
Parasailing. Like they do that in a foreign country, and the dudes that are operating the boat don't necessarily look like they, no offense, but like they understand the concept of safety. Like I never understand people who are willing to do that in a foreign.
No,
I wouldn't do it.
I don't
even
understand
in the
them
United States.
No,
Greg.
I wouldn't do it here either. But to do it in a foreign land is scary. Let's say. All right, we are going to take a quick break. When I say quick, I mean literally 2 minutes, no longer. And then the rest of the news with Shime next.
Is reviewing.
Well, somehow we just had another Twitch incident, another YouTube incident.
Another one?
I think it was Nick editing again. It was Albert Breer talking over the broadcast on Twitch. Was he swearing? It's only good if it's Hogdale and he's swearing.
I don't think Breer swears on TV, unfortunately.
Okay.
I think he works clean.
Mitch is losing his mind.
I'm worried about Mitch.
Are you worried about Mitch?
Yes. I love the man.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, who knows? I guess there's a lot when you move an entire Twitch studio and move YouTube HQ over here. Maybe there's a lot that goes in.
You know, you're really frustrated when somebody asks you a question and you don't even respond with words. You just mumble. Like everything going on, it's like.
But with Mitch, he mumbled.
He was like, "Is everything good? Can you just ask somebody?"
He is going to be primed for the Eamon Award.
Needs to de-stress a little bit
tomorrow night.
Oh, is Mitch coming?
Yeah, Mitch is coming.
Oh, good.
Well, because we're going to do the match 2 live on Twitch. So Friday morning, 10 a.m. We should tee off last break, right? Like Shime and I should tee off last break of the show. And then we are going to do the match 2 will be brought to you live on Twitch on whatever feed we used. We used a separate feed last time.
We'll
right?
do the tee off, and Wiggy and I will be Jim Nance and Nick Faldo.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, we're going to need play-by-play, Curtis.
Yeah.
So if you
Hello,
don't mind.
friends.
But we will see you tomorrow night. We're doing a bonus pregame, and we're doing that at the Andrea, which is in Westerly, Rhode Island. And I want to thank Patrick and everybody down there for hosting all of us, all of you. So please come out. I would imagine we'll be on the weather's going to be beautiful. Curtis is promising great weather tomorrow night. And so 6:30 or so, we will get to the Andrea and have some food and some drinks with you. And then Friday morning, we are at Lake of Isles. And that will be the build-up to the match 2. And will it be redemption for Scheim? We will find out. He seems not to be that confident, I guess.
Greg, I'm just trying to be better than I was last time. That's the goal.
How does one what have you thought about mentally what your approach is going to be when it comes to being better?
Yep, it's going to be I don't need to stand up there and swing out of my shoes every time. Just tempo, 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 stay within myself and do the best I can.
I see. You're going to go driver off the first tee or maybe 3-wood or even iron so as to
No, if it's a par 4, I'll go driver off the tee. I have no problem.
Right.
But
so no concern there.
No.
When you shot 89 in Michigan, how many mulligans?
None. I don't use mulligans anymore.
It's such horse crap.
I mean, you could think what you want. I literally.
When was the last time?
I played
Greg,
9 holes the other day and shot a 44.
Greg, when was the last time you played 18 holes and had no mulligans?
1989 or
something.
Who
plays that doesn't play professionally without a mulligan?
Yeah. Well, are we going to have a great question? Because if we're going to have our first drives for the match 2, 9:45, no opportunity to go to the range. Are we giving a breakfast ball or not?
I don't need a breakfast ball. You can have one if you want. I don't need it.
Okay, you don't need one. Fine. I don't need one either then.
All right, cool.
All right.
Okay.
No breakfast balls.
No breakfast ball.
No.
Okay.
Unless it's like a waffle ball of some kind. Then I'll eat it.
All right. Let's get to the rest of the news if we could, please.
Well, Greg, 6 volunteer firefighters in Pennsylvania helped carry a 100-pound senior dog out of the forest after it got too exhausted to continue its hike up a mountain.
Okay, a dog was with owner.
Correct.
Okay, and dog got exhausted.
Dog got exhausted.
How far was the hike that the owner took the dog on? Because I think I'm blaming the owner here.
I don't have a distance. I just have 4.5 hours carrying this dog back to base.
Jesus. Oh, okay.
So it was quite the distance, I would say. Volunteer firefighter secretary Tiffany Young was part of the rescue, and we can hear from her.
The guy was up on the trail hiking with his dog, and his dog became unresponsive and was unable to walk the rest of the way out the trail. And the dog was up in there, and he needed help getting the dog out. She was a 100-pound dog. At times, only 2 of us able to carry at a time. We were able to switch off. Most of the way we were able to carry 4 corners. We put her on it's really steep up in there. These mountains are kind of unforgiving. We don't just care about humans, we care about our furry friends too. And Sable was no exception. She was a sweet girl and she really, really needed us desperately. So we were happy to be there for her.
Yeah, I mean, great on them. Unbelievable that they were able to save Sable. But it's summer. I'm guessing it was hot. I don't know how hot it was.
Well, she said it was a steep mountain.
But don't drag your dog out there. Like, did the guy have water for the dog? Like, the dog is not made for a 4-hour hike. I don't think. I don't know.
People are so dumb.
Yeah.
Lauren takes Henry on like an hour walk, and she's bringing up a giant bottle of water for him. Like,
you gotta bring snacks and everything,
100%.
right?
Yeah. All right, what else?
Well, Greg, Yellowstone visitors causing a bit of an outrage after they were trampling on one of Yellowstone's famous landmarks.
For the likes?
Oh, yeah. So 2 tourists were walking across the Grand Prismatic Springs fragile bacterial mats in Yellowstone National Park.
Not on they weren't on the fragile bacterial mats, were they?
Yeah, they were, Greg.
Oh, that's a real problem.
They were. A bit of a reckless act, if you will. And a woman caught it on video. I believe Mitch should have some of it on Twitch and YouTube for you as well. They were strolling along, taking selfies and spending enough time on the mats for bystanders to start worrying. A single footprint on these mats can crush millions of cells and leave permanent scars on the landscape. Walking on the mats is considered thermal trespassing and is punishable by fines, park bans, and even jail time.
Yeah. Wow. And also the temperature is ridiculously hot the closer you get to the actual spring or whatever.
Correct. I believe the springs run at like 180 degrees Fahrenheit or something along those lines.
Yeah. So they're not mats. They're not man-made mats. They call them they're nature mats is what they are. And you damage them permanently when you step on them?
Yes.
What?
And so they were just trampling around them.
These two jackasses are walking all over them so they can get pictures for Instagram.
And there's signs everywhere that says don't walk on the mats.
Oh, okay. As long as there's signs up.
There's a new name for these people. I think they call them Tourons. Like
tourist morons.
People who
like that.
People who are tourists who act like morons.
Is that Bert Breer? Oh, no, sorry.
And is that the water behind it where you're saying it's...
That's the spring water, which is 230 degrees Fahrenheit that they're trying to get as close.
What's the penalty they face?
Well, you just said fines and possible jail time.
Yeah, you can face fines, park bans, and possible jail times. But I don't believe that these two individuals were like arrested. They were just recorded by another passerby or a bystander.
Greg, I'm an idea guy.
Yes.
Okay. So if you do this, just like you know how you commit a crime, you cannot profit off of the crime. You can't write a book documenting what you did.
Yes.
If you do this, you cannot post it and profit off of breaking the law.
Right. They should ban you from social media for your entire life if you're doing this kind of dumbass thing at Yellowstone.
Right. You're ruining it for everybody else.
Have you been to Yellowstone?
I have not.
Great take. I went there when I was young, but have you been?
Is it California?
No.
Or Montana?
No.
I think it borders all those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's in that vicinity. It's like Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, all that stuff.
All right.
All right. That's it on the news?
Yeah, that'll do it today, Greg.
All right, Chime. Thank you very much. Reminder that we will be joined in 1 hour by Chad Tracy, the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, and we will talk Tracy's turnaround, which is underway currently with the Boston Red Sox at Fenway Park at 9:30 on today's show. For the fine people of Florida, as mentioned earlier on the show, waiting for Tropical Storm Bertha to make landfall. There you go. That is the Grateful Dead. What are you chuckling about?
Greg is on one, man.
I said no live. I hate live versions, and that's clearly a live version.
It does not say live version on here.
It's not the studio. I don't care. It's fine.
So you type into Spotify Grateful Dead Bertha. There's not a single studio version I can find except that one. I think that's the studio one.
There's a fantastic studio version of that song. I know because it's the only Grateful Dead song I like. Well, I like Shakedown Street also, but that's it when it comes to the Dead. Now, Shime, couple things here. Number one, I got an angry text. Why are you raising your finger to me?
No, I was just
I got an angry text about my take on ChatGPT earlier, so I want to get to that. But also, you were able to obtain the Twitch audio in which we were interrupted by Albert Breer during the broadcast moments ago.
That is correct. Yeah, Josh did a great job tracking this down. So this is...
When did this occur? This is on Twitch and on YouTube. We have an issue with those who are doing production and the audio leaking onto our Twitch and our YouTube broadcast. So this is moments ago?
Yeah, this was when we were discussing the woman who had the excursion accident during the news out in Honduras. So here you go. And she eventually needed a wheelchair just to get back to their cabin.
Oh God! If you're watching, so she ends up with the
let's start with
zip
Harold
line
Landry
wire
right now landing on the pup list.
right where it shouldn't.
I don't think it's a shocking development. This is what teams will do with older players sometimes. I think it's just a reminder that
she has spent
he's going to have to be managed as he was last year. He's not a full-time player at this stage of his career. He's a part.
I don't think it's a shocking development, right on cue.
I wanted to hear what Albert Breer had to say about that. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the woman who injured her intimate bits, as Shime called them earlier.
I've never heard it referred to as that, by the way.
What did you say? Intimate area?
Intimate area.
Yeah. You don't use that when you're trying to be have sexy talk with Lauren, do you?
No, come on. I talk way dirtier than that.
Can I explore that intimate area?
Lauren, your intimate area is right up my alley. Okay, you don't use that?
No, I don't.
Right.
Can I have I'm a solutions-oriented human.
Yeah, yes.
So why don't we have Mitch have the audio that he hears be what goes over Twitch?
I don't. Mitch is probably
Shime hears what goes over the radio because we are in charge with the FCC. We got to make sure we're compliant. Shouldn't the video be what we hear over video?
Yeah, I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's probably got a whole bunch of things going on. The Mitchuation down there at Twitter and YouTube HQ, so maybe he's not able to do that. I don't know.
Juggling a lot of different plates.
He said it's above his pay grade too. So,
but there has to be. So Chicken Nick. Is arguably, no offense, Shime, the best drop guy at the radio station.
That's fine.
By far.
Ken Laird.
Well, Ken
not a producer anymore.
Ken's not a producer anymore.
He is the original drop god. Ken Laird is the greatest, best there ever has been. Not even a close second.
Nick might be better. No
what
offense.
Are you talking? That is insulting.
I'm just telling you.
Nick's better than all he plays is a Castig 7 drop.
No. He is.
That is a funny one though.
He's spot on with drops.
What are you?
Yeah, he is good.
Spot on.
Are you out of your mind?
And they fit contextually into the conversation.
Ooh, big word right there. Contextually.
Good job.
Okay.
I got it from ChatGPT, like Nick Sirianni.
I can't even. That is so offensive.
Drop God.
Like Ken Laird. Well, that's what they call him, drop god.
So Nick is editing that audio in a different production studio.
Correct. And he swears that he has had it out of the program you're supposed to have it out of so that it doesn't go over the Twitch feed the entire morning because he's been editing audio all morning and nothing else has gone over Twitch. And then randomly, Burt Breer just ends up on our Twitch feed.
Oh, well, then it can only be two people that are responsible. It can only be the Mitchuation or Chicken Nick.
All right. Do you want to hear Mitch just joined the Twitch chat to give an explanation?
Oh, yes.
Attention. We are working on the audio issues, ... There is a cross-audio issue between editing studio and the video studio. We are on it. No excuses, although that just looked like one. But we are trying to resurrect the situation.
No, he should have ChatGPT'd that.
Resurrect.
He doesn't mean resurrect. He means rectify.
Rectify.
If you're resurrecting it, you're bringing it back to life. So you're doing it again.
Yeah. Well, he had to do that quick. He had to put that message together quick on Twitch.
We're looking rectify. There you go.
That's a good one.
We're back.
Also, I don't know if we had any other production studios outside of the Red Sox studio. This also may not happen, but
Well, there's like 12 production studios in the new building.
Is there?
Yeah.
That we can access?
Oh,
well,
no.
what do you mean? Who's preventing you from accessing a studio?
Well,
You
they're
can
all
use
being
anyone you
occupied.
want.
Yeah, they're all being occupied, and we don't have and some of them don't have the tools we need to do our jobs. So
Never blame the tools. I feel like I heard that before.
That is a shot directed up above from you.
Well, no. There's the the little board that's over next to where your desk is, where I was told there was going to be a nice little editing suite, so that I could sit there, make the open, chat with you in the morning if we needed to before the show. It would be perfect.
Exchange pleasantries.
Yeah, exactly. Ask how.
Like, my lord, it's beautiful out there today.
Check in on your overnight oats, how they're doing. But that's still not yet finished. So.
Well, it's a work in progress.
Yeah,
takes time, man.
Work in progress. I'll tell you what, you better get all this locked down before this show debuts on Sirius XM on September 1st.
It's true. Got to be prepared.
I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that.
I think it's going to be great.
My mom and dad in Florida can listen to the radio station.
Yeah,
Bing, bang, boom.
We should. I'm delighted about it. We'll still be on the radio. We'll still be streaming at WEEI.com. We will still be on the Odyssey app, but another option, September 1st, you'll be able to hear us, dedicated channel on Sirius XM. So I could not be happier about that. And you reminded me that I owe somebody some Odyssey app appreciation this morning, and it is for Pete Rocket in Ogunquit, who is listening to the show every day, every morning up there. And you can do the same thing on the Odyssey app. Download it, listen to it. All right, when we come back, Curtis and I accused of being dinosaurs this morning after Shime's lead with regard to ChatGPT and Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and what he did. We will get to that coming up next.
This Thursday night, head over to...
You're so sweet, you're so fine. I want your all and everything just to be mine, 'cause you're my baby, 'cause you're my love. Oh, girl, I'm just a dreamster for your love.
Chad Tracy, the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, coming up on this show at 9:30. Before that, Hill Notes. So you can leave one on any topic now on the Odyssey app, and we will listen to them and pick the best ones, or the ones. What often happens is Scheim picks the ones that he wants to play, not the best ones. And those are the only ones that, like, you've been leaving Angry Principal Dave off of Hill Notes for quite some time.
Dave hasn't left a Hill Note in like a week.
Yeah, that's not what he tells me. He's very upset with you.
Yeah,
I don't do that. If he was in the track that I have in front of me when we play them during Hill Notes, I would play Angry Principal Dave.
Mitch is answering customer complaints in the Twitch chat as we speak, which I appreciate. I'm watching an exchange between Mitch and Fat Bowler. 300, Curtis, in the Twitch chat.
Good thing.
And Fat Bowler says, we'll give you some grace, but please do some off-show testing to get rid of the bugs. And Mitch replies, thank you, Fat Bowler. We have been doing this. So, we're working hard on ironing out all of the issues that we have here in the new studio. So I got a text quite some time ago when we were talking about Nick Sirianni after Scheim's lead, and it reads simply, 781 text, Greg, you imbecile. I use Copilot to rewrite every email that I write.
Wow.
So if you missed Scheim's lead this morning, he was talking about Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, who unfortunately left a Chat GPT prompt on an email that he sent to his football team. And so the email said, the subject of it was new tape, great work today. And the email read, team, great practice today, fellas. I want you all to review the tape I attached before tomorrow's meeting. Make sure you're in your seats at 7:55 a.m. Come ready to work. Bring your A game like always. Let's attack tomorrow with the same intensity.
Oh, God.
Best, Coach Sirianni.
All right.
But then he left the ChatGPT prompt on the bottom, which reads, ChatGPT, fix the grammar and make the text more motivational, please. And so Scheim's question, I don't want to speak for you, but your question was, are you concerned about a head coach in the NFL who's using ChatGPT to motivate his players? Am I summing that up fairly?
Nailed it, Greg.
Yeah. Now, I will say that there are, and we had a lively debate about this earlier, which I guess it's appropriate that you played T-Rex because Curtis and I are being referred to as dinosaurs because we get concerned about the over-reliance on AI that is happening currently. But
what is his job other than to inspire his players?
Nothing. He sucks at everything.
So then, like, if you're just
he did
saying,
win a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he really had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, it definitely had nothing to do with the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach, who both no longer are on that team.
So my question would be simple. Like, why are you paying him? James could say, ChatGPT, say something inspirational. Like, I don't. I understand.
But Wiggy, being a fan of ChatGPT, which he is.
Yes, I am.
We learned that earlier.
Yep.
You would say that maybe that email needs a little kick in the motivational
A little juice.
pants.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody could come with juice.
It's a 4-sentence email.
Yeah,
Like,
but not everybody's got the ability to come off the dome with juice. They need a little bit of help.
You're just sending an email saying, watch this video. We'll meet tomorrow at 8:55, 7:55.
No,
See you
but
then.
he said clean it up for the spelling errors, which is, I think that's always
It's
smart.
automatically done. Everything's spelling check.
Yeah, there's a spell check on everything.
Well, it's great. He said grammar. Clean it up for Graham.
Oh, clean up for Graham. Okay, so that's more than spell check. Where do I put the comma? Where do I put the periods? All that good stuff.
And make the text more motivational.
Yeah.
Please.
Come with it. Come ready.
Needs a little extra juice.
Pumped up.
Take it to 11. And if your job relies on you sending emails and you use ChatGPT to send those emails, then you're going to be replaced. I think about this, right? We all talk about the self-driving car.
Yep.
Every Uber you get into, they just type in the address and it drives you. It's not like they'd have this shortcut. They take the Google Maps or the Waze, whatever they have, and they get you from point A to point B. And now in 5 years, you're not going to get in any car that actually has a driver in it.
Oh,
It's going to be self-driving.
No, we've seen that firsthand. That the self-driving vehicles don't always work.
They're safer than the ones that are human run.
But they don't have the reaction every time.
They're safer than the ones that are human run.
How are they safer?
They are.
How?
According to the tests they've done.
Where are these tests? I mean, who's seen this? I would much rather.
In 5 years, do you think that the vast majority of cabs and Ubers are going to be run by people or by computers?
I think that there will still be a lot of people driving Ubers.
What will be the majority?
People.
Okay, I disagree. Greg, do you think in 5 years?
Because we had this conversation. Think about all the electrical vehicles that were supposed to take over this country, right? Well, where's that going? There's still the vast majority of people that want to have gas vehicles because guess what? It takes me 10 minutes to fill up my vehicle, and it takes you 30 minutes.
But this takes an hour and a half or whatever to charge the thing.
But this is identical. There's no difference in time.
What do you mean?
Whether you have a human driving or a computer driving.
A human allows the ability, and we were talking to, I forget who we were talking to. We were talking to one of the drivers, and it was big in San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
And the driver said the thing about those vehicles, they don't know how to pass. They don't have the reaction every time. They stay in one lane, and it takes you 45 minutes to get 5 minutes because they don't pass people.
Also, Game Dog is correct. Wiggy just gave you the state your source.
I like that.
State your source.
But I think it's just like you just brought up a great point. In that car that you get in, what does that driver now use? He uses the
computer.
He uses the map or whatever it is, the GPS to get us from point A to point B. Greg is still pulling out the map from the glove compartment to trying to figure out
No, I just don't like when it comes to writing something. Or in the case of an email, I want it to be reflective of me. I feel like I can. It's ChatGPT. I think somebody in the Twitch chat said, "Greg, what's your issue with ChatGPT? It makes me, able to do my job quicker." Yes, but it may make you dumber,
and it may make you obsolete.
It ain't gonna make you dumber.
Yes,
It's better than Google. Like everybody uses Google search, right? ChatGPT, what it does, and Shime, you understand this, is that when you search something, like I searched up the World Cup, and what it will do is it'll give me the previous 4 or 5 years, all there, right, and it'll summarize it for me to where I'm able to know, hey, how has the World Cup done viewer-wise in the United States? Where when you do that in Google, you got to go to 4 or 5 different links, and
it'll take the information from all of those links and synthesize it into one more easily digestible piece of.
I am fully understanding of that. What I think, what we're talking about, the impetus of this conversation was Sirianni
and the email. Right.
So if you are Jeffrey Lurie and you own the Eagles,
right,
and your head coach has his main job is inspiring the team. He's not some like Belichickian defensive mastermind. He doesn't have some major expertise that is elite. And if he's just relying on a computer software system that Jeffrey Lurie's grandkids can use, then why are you paying him $5 to $10 million a year to do that job?
Well, here's a 617 text. Fake anger by Curtis. Nobody cares what a head football coach does for emails. Bill Belichick sent like 2 emails his entire life. Like Jeffrey Lurie's
fake outrage. I'm outraged at the people that defend.
But I think there are I think there are a lot of people, and you meet a lot of people. There are a lot of people because if we're going to stick to the email world, because that's where it seems like where you're having the issue. There are a lot of people that might not know how to put those words together, might not be able to put.
Well, but isn't his main? I agree with Curtis. His main job as a head football coach in the NFL is motivating his players.
Well, that's not his main job.
He ought to be able to come up with it. Well, it's not?
No, because I think when you get to the end, like for me, when I got to the NFL level, I didn't need somebody to motivate me, right? Like that wasn't the thing that I needed. I was already at the level, like I should be able to motivate myself.
Yeah.
Right? So your job as a head coach, there's a lot of other things.
So then why is he seeking motivational things in his email?
Because maybe some people are not good
there
at
you go.
motivating
That's his
us.
job. Exactly. So
No.
you didn't need it, but your teammates did.
No, some people, and then in his case, maybe he's not as good as, let's say, Sean McVay had given motivational speeches, and some people might need it.
I mean, he unfortunately got into some trouble when comparing playing in the NFL to those who went into the towers on 9/11, if I remember correctly.
No, I believe that was Sean McDermott.
Oh, it was okay.
A different Sean. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you have to be careful. That he definitely didn't chat GPT that. Right. He did that on his own.
But there are some people, and that's a
and
good
Aaron Rodgers doesn't think it happened.
But that's a good example, Greg. There are some people that maybe need a little bit of help on how to motivate people. Not every coach
Right,
is.
but if that's your weakness, then why is it your job?
What do you mean?
If his weakness is motivating, then why is his job to motivate? Wouldn't you hire someone who's not?
No,
weak
because
at the
maybe
job
they liked him in other areas.
What other areas does Sirianni perform?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to have been there in their mind what they think. Maybe he's good at delegating.
He's great at delegating.
I don't know.
He's an elite delegator.
You know who wasn't like a massive motivator and motivational speaking and skills and, giving rah-rah speeches? Bill Belichick.
Right. He was a brilliant, the greatest defensive mind in the history of the NFL.
So, Curtis said that. Save it.
Compliment.
Well, he was.
Yeah. So
it was under 500 without Tom, but yeah.
My point is not everybody is, there are some things, and I don't know, like, I agree with Shime. I don't think Nick Sirianni is the greatest coach. I'm just defending the Chat GPT and why somebody might use it to help with motivation.
Bill Belichick was hired because Robert Kraft saw the brilliance of his defensive mind,
right,
and that he was overshadowed by Parcells and believed him to be a head coach once he was out of there.
Right.
Nick Sirianni was hired for his ability to relate to the young players and to motivate.
Not necessarily motivate.
But if you can't, well, the purpose of relating is so that you can pull the best out of somebody
as
a head coach.
You can relate, but that doesn't always mean that you're great at motivating people.
Question from a listener for you. Uh-huh. Do you use the free Chat GPT like you use the free Spotify?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
GTP.
Yeah, I haven't been able to I'm not upgraded in the world of being able to pay it monthly. Okay. So I'll take the little ads that come with it.
All right.
Free is for me.
Like free hot breakfast?
All right. Chad Tracy's going to join us in a half an hour, which I can't wait for.
We asked Chad Tracy.
How often does he use Chat GPT?
Yeah,
that's a great.
We should play a game. Which question was?
And that was all me. That was
I know.
Chat GPT.
See, that's what I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you, Coach. You're pretty good.
I usually write about 3 to 5 questions on my own, and then have Chat GPT give me 10.
When you're asking him a baseball question, maybe it's a question for Chad GPT.
Maybe it is. The thing is, are you going to put that question about Chat GPT for Chad Tracy into Chat GPT to see if it can be asked better? Which is kind of like like a chicken. Would a chicken eat a piece of chicken? Would Chat GPT help when it comes to a question about Chat GPT?
I don't know. I've never tried that.
Or might it turn on you? I don't know.
We should have the audience guess which wiki question was Wiggy's versus Chat GPT.
Yeah. All right. Chad Tracy coming up. We are back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer on the Greg Hill Show.
In a world in need of a hero.
Patriots rookies reported yesterday. Veterans will be there by Friday, and I believe a very special Curtis and Ken show from Gillette Stadium on Saturday on day one of training camp, Curtis.
As Ken put it, the lid lifter.
Okay, well, high expectations for this football team based on where you ended up last season, and Shine brought it up earlier during the feed. But still no deal for Christian Gonzalez. So he will be, I'm sure, limited this weekend and until that deal gets done.
I wonder when it gets done, like within the first week or two of training camp, or is this something that gets done
in that 2-week break where there used to be the fourth preseason game? It'll be in between the final preseason game and the start of the season.
Okay.
And it'll be a record-setting haul that they could just do today,
right?
But don't want to be flexible or in any way capitulate to the players. So it'll take forever, as it always does.
Well, Rap Sheet says it's going to just be once the Devin Witherspoon contract is done. Like, once that gets done, Gonzalez will just immediately follow suit.
Well, and how long do you think Seattle is willing to wait on that?
I think Curtis is probably right. Like, by the end of preseason, it should be done. They've had negotiations. They haven't gone superb, but they've gone forward, I guess. And so you're just kind of waiting for Seattle and Devin Witherspoon to come to the right number, and then Gonzalez will get just slightly more than that.
I don't want anybody to lose their job, and I'm not saying that either one should, but if with the layoffs at ESPN, why are you paying $45 million each for Schefter and Rap Sheet? Like, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, they make $4 million.
I mean, Schefter might make more than that. Like, they're both doing the same job.
Yeah, right.
Like, it just seems very odd to me that you would have both. I don't know. It just seems like if you're going to lay off Carl Ravitch and Cam Newton and Ryan Clark.
Right. Couldn't you just put any kind of insider question you have into ChatGPT?
Right. Can you ask ChatGPT why ESPN employs both of them?
That.
But yeah, to me, it's going to take forever because no deal gets done unless there's an urgent, finish line.
What I don't understand is, like, even with the Devin Witherspoon one, I guess the question becomes, do the Seattle Seahawks feel like he's worth more than what Trent McDuffie got? Right? And if you're the Patriots, I don't believe that people think he's worth more than Christian Gonzalez. So if you're the Pats, then just set the market high.
Right. Set the market where he wants it to be set.
Right.
And let them deal with their guy afterwards.
Right.
Like, why do you care? But the X factor in the whole thing is that they have the same agent.
Right, but even then, though, right, even if with the same agent, the agent probably goes, all right, Devin, you're not going to get more than Christian. We're going to fight to get you more than what McDuffie got. So, hey, Christian, let's get you the 115, and then, Devin, you're going to fall somewhere between 100 and 105. So, because even if, let's say,
well, he's got to represent both guys and get the best that he can for both guys.
Right, but
it's like I had heard that when it came to Stellato and My Mother's Cutlets and Tommy DeVito being there this week, the cutlet place down the road was offering more money.
Oh, okay. So they were offering more money, and he ended up there. Was that just off of GP?
Well, they threw in free cutlets for life.
Well, that's
for Tommy DeVito.
That would sway me. So, but honestly, right? Because even if you look at, like, say McDuffie gets, Witherspoon gets 103. If you're a Christian Gonzalez, isn't your number still going to be the same? Right? I don't think Christian Gonzalez is going, all right, give me 105. Like, I think there's a number that he wants, and even if it is 105. Aren't you go, all right, we're going to give you 105. It's not like Witherspoon's going to go, all right, we want more than Gonzalez.
I also think that this is going to impact Vrabel's connection to the players. Like, you are a huge defensive-minded guy who is a staunch player rep with the Patriots organization. Many people believe you were in the Castle trade because you had the gall to talk about how you got no money from Patriot Place. If Christian Gonzalez is struggling to get what he believes to be fair market value, the onus is on Vrabel to use that equity he has to make sure the deal gets done, because Gonzalez wasn't 100%, and he played absolutely spectacular in a Super Bowl you got embarrassed in.
And I'm shocked, by the way, that there are still some who don't think he's worth it, like that 617 texter who said he's not that good, he's not worth top dollar. It's a bad deal for them.
You know that
he gets beat way too much.
What?
You know that's going to happen. Even when Drake May's up to get his new deal, when that number comes up, they're going to be like, "Oh, he's not worth that kind of money." The one thing that
they have no backup plan though.
No, not at all.
So they're going to have to pay him.
I think I want Robert Kraft to have a bigger profit margin. That's what I want.
Here's the other thing, Curtis, to the Vrabel situation. What do they always say about Mike Vrabel, his players? When people ask about Vrabel,
they love him.
They love him, and he is a former player. They always talk about, he's a former player. He understands. So
he gets in there. He does like the blocking.
Yeah, he's in there. He's not afraid to get in the middle of
he got the whatever. You got a
bloody nose
eye,
or bloody lip
nose.
or whatever the hell it is. But they look at him like, all right, even though you're our coach, you understand what we're dealing with, whether it's practice, just the ups and downs of being a professional football player. So you should understand what it's like to be trying to squeeze every penny from an organization as a player, knowing that, all right, my career might not be for long. So this could be my one deal, and, who the hell knows what happens after this? I get hurt or something, and that's it. And I think a lot of players look at Vrabel to be fighting for them when he does go in there and being like, oh, yeah, we need to pay this guy. Give him what his agent wants. And I understand it's still he's got to play both sides of it. But I think as a former player, you understand what it means to get that generational money that could potentially change your life and not have an organization try to lowball you.
Text from Vermont, where we had an extraordinary roadshow this past roadshow season.
Brattleboro.
The owners are accused of collusion all the time. Why isn't this collusion when it comes to the agent?
What?
I guess because you're representing two guys who are the best at the position.
Right.
And they're both looking at deals at the same time. But
it's not two different people colluding. It's just one guy who happens to represent both of them.
And they're both
it's like Scott Boras representing multiple MLB players. He's just going to get the best contract he can for both of his players.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick had an agent that was the same as players he was negotiating with.
Yeah. Well, it's like Drake May.
So I wonder if one of the deals, let's say the Gonzalez deal comes in, is then he's going to go and say, all right, Seattle, you got to pay, you got to be a couple $1 million over this. Does he then go back and say, all right, wait a minute, now you got to be a couple million on the other deal with Gonzalez, and it keeps going and it never stops?
No, I think
that guy needs to do ChatGPT collusion.
And I also think, as an agent, where your play stands, right? Because doesn't Drake May's agent also represent Josh Allen?
I think that's what Nego said.
Believe so, yeah.
Right. So this is something that's going to happen next year with the Patriots when it comes to Josh Allen. So, but if you're the agent,
when it comes to Drake May.
It comes to Drake May. If you're the agent of Christian Gonzalez, you go, he's the better player than Witherspoon. So he's obviously going to get more. Even if I get a deal done before Witherspoon, I can't go to Seattle and go, all right, give me more than Gonzalez. I can say, all right, he's between McDuffie and Gonzalez.
So meet me in the middle there and get that,
And that's why I say with Drake May, if his agent is the same as Josh Allen, doesn't Drake May tell his agent, all right, when we start with my deal, especially if I have another great year, when we start with my deal, I want it to be more than what Josh Allen has gotten?
It will be interesting, and Ken and Curtis will bring the start of training camp to you live on Saturday on this radio station. 9 o'clock start for you guys?
11 to 1.
Oh, 11 to 1. Okay.
And Ken says Ben Volen might stop by.
Really? Okay.
So I haven't talked to Ben since
I am excited about
he made up
that.
a source and lied about talking to
Isn't
somebody.
that your nemesis? Or
yes, it is.
I mean, he's scary. He's going to steal Mego's seat.
Okay. Well, we are going to talk to Chad Tracy in about 15 minutes, and we will get to Hill Notes next in exactly 2 minutes on The Greg Hill Show.
This
Jones and Keefe and the Drop God coming up at 10. And not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them when they are on at 10 on Twitch or on YouTube. And we are brought to you on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and that is where you should go if you are in the market for a diamond. Best selection, best prices at Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Short show for those guys with a 1:35 first pitch today, game one of the doubleheader for the Boston Red Sox. We are going to talk to Chad Tracy coming up. This is Adam from Framingham. Hey, Adam.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just a question, because I hear this all the time. It's just the Patriots should give him whatever he wants. And I just, like from a team perspective, because I think Vrabel, when he spoke on it, said it has to work for both parties, right? From the team's perspective, he's only played 3 years, right? He's an excellent player, but he's missed games 2 of those first 3 seasons.
Yep.
He has 2 years left under contract, and then technically the Patriots could franchise him. So if you want to talk about leverage, it's not like the Patriots don't have any.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering what's in it for the team. Like McDuffie played 4 years before he got his money. What's in it for the team to say, okay, we'll do your contract now early. We'll give you a big extension. But now you want to be the highest paid player just right off the bat? Like, why can't they be like, we'd like to see you have at least one healthy season and then make you the highest paid in your position? I mean, is that unreasonable?
So he could just play 10 games, Adam. He could play 10 games and get credit for the season. He could sit out. He could show up, sit in. And I guess I would ask how it damages the organization to pay a guy who is at the top 3 or 4 at his position in the sport at the top of his league, at the top of his sport. Why would that damage the Patriots? How are they going to be losing in that deal?
How are they going to be losing if they pay him?
Yes. Why would it damage the Patriots? In what way does it hurt them?
It would hurt them if he turns out to be not the type of player we want him to be. They do have to pay probably a lot to Drake, right, next year.
Mm-hmm. Well, they can afford it. They have plenty of money.
I know. I knew you were going to say that, and I agree. I got it, Chris. But it doesn't mean you want to make bad deals, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, we asked a lot. We want Kraft to spend, but it's okay to at least have a fairness aspect to it and be like, okay, this guy's 2 years ahead of being a free agent, and they're just supposed to write him a check. You guys are like, whatever he says, whatever number he says, the Patriots should just pay it.
So can I ask Adam a question? Yeah. Do you take the same? Yes. Do you take the same approach next year with Drake May?
Nope.
Wait.
He's a quarterback. First off, he's a quarterback, Wiggy, and he just was second. He was just runner-up in MVP and played every game. That's like your whole franchise. There's been plenty of great defenses in this league, in Pittsburgh and Baltimore, that didn't have great cornerbacks.
So let me ask. Let me give you a little insight. So Christian Gonzalez, first year, he was playing well. Then he gets hurt, and he's done for the year. He plays in 16 and 14 games the last 2 seasons. So he's pretty much been there the whole time. All-Pro. I think he was second-team All-Pro 2 years ago. He was a Pro Bowler last year. He's viewed as arguably one of the best lockdown corners in the NFL as of right now. So I don't think there's going to be is this guy going to be good? Just the same way with Drake May. If Drake May has another good year, isn't your expectation that he's probably going to be pretty good for the majority of his career?
All fair, Wiggy. I think that's all fair points. I would just think, for me, just the quarterback is so outrageously more important to a franchise than a cornerback. I don't think you can compare the two positions. Just for me, I think all your points are fair. I'm just saying a quarterback is a whole different ballgame. And I would also say that you could build your defense with a pass rush. And there's just you don't just have to do it one way. I hope they keep him. I'm just saying you guys never give the other side. I don't feel like that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it
all the time.
Yeah.
And I feel like the other thing is I don't think the organization should bend over backwards with Gabe Backus, or however you pronounce his name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that the organization is right when the player wasn't transparent that he had this procedure done and he's looking for an injury guarantee. I say no. And it's not like this.
And we debated that at the time, and I think you've kind of shifted a little bit.
Yeah, because I didn't realize the entirety of what had happened in the offseason. Like, if he did a procedure that the team didn't allow or didn't even know about, then you can't come back and say that you want a guarantee about your injuries when you're the one who hasn't been transparent about your injuries.
You lost the Super Bowl because you didn't have a corner who could make a play. And you have the greatest quarterback of all time throw for 500 yards. So, and I get it. I don't disagree that the quarterback is
Super Bowl 52.
That the quarterback is the most important position.
Hold on, I'm going to ChatGPT that, see if you're right.
Right? So I don't disagree.
Maybe ChatGPT can tell us why Malcolm Butler didn't play.
Oh, let's do it. Perplexity.
With the caller. But when you have talented players that are homegrown, that are the best players at their position, then you should pay them. You should pay those guys. Whether it's a wide receiver, whether it would have been a defensive lineman, I get it. The quarterback is the most valuable position on the field. But that doesn't mean you go, well, you know what? Even though he might be the best corner in the league, you got him for another couple of years, because then it's a bad look.
Look at the last Super Bowl. Was it the quarterback that decided that game for the Seahawks? Or was it the Seahawks defense that decided that Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to talk about how the quarterbacks run the business, Sam Darnold was not why the Seahawks dominated that Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I don't know that they're concerned about it being a bad look for the organization.
Not paying him?
Yeah.
It'll be a bad look for the organization.
But that's the way they're looked at. They don't.
Well, they can't rip Bill Belichick if they continue doing that.
They were able to blame it on him, I guess, in the past. But I still think that they are looked at as an organization that is not willing to pay high-priced free agents. I mean, that's how they're looked at.
No, but if they
you don't deny that.
No, I don't deny that. But if they don't pay Christian Gonzalez, it's a bad look, not only for the organization but those players in the locker room. Because then what happens next year? Let's say they don't pay him, and then they franchise him next year, and then they give Drake May a new contract. You don't think guys in that locker room go, wait a second? So you don't hold me at the same value as the quarterback, meaning, I'm not going to make as much as him, but when my contract's up, you're just going to keep prolonging it and franchising me? That's a bad look for your organization, for your players inside that locker room.
Especially Mike Vrabel, who's been such a player's coach, a guy who has supported them and been a player rep and all those things. That is kind of antithetical to the whole persona he has crafted.
And the other thing is, I understand Adam and Framingham had a great call and made great points. I mean that sincerely. The other side is that tomorrow, Christian Gonzalez could be cut. And the organization only has to owe him whatever was guaranteed when he was drafted. It is a two-way street. What leverage? The player's under contract for 2 years, but the contracts in the NFL aren't worth the paper they're written on. The only thing that matters is the guaranteed money. So if you're Christian Gonzalez and you're 24, how old is he? I don't even know.
20. I'll tell you, he's 23 years old.
23 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your family, the next generation, and the next generation relying on this next contract.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you get hurt this year and you don't get a new deal, that's $200 million, $100 million that you'll never see.
It might not even be an issue if you didn't have the Drake May deal looming.
But that's such a cop-out.
Yeah,
you
that
can
is a
afford
cop-out.
both.
Yeah, that is a cop-out. Because how do other
look
teams?
at the Rams. The Rams are paying Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams, Myles Garrett, all these guys, and now they're going to also have to pay Puka Nacua. And you want to know what they're not going to do? They're not going to cut Puka Nacua or trade him. They're going to pay him.
We're going to have to get the Hill Notes at the end of the show because we need to clean the plate for the Tracy turnaround. So, Chad Tracy, Red Sox front office report next on the Greg Hill Show. It's Tracy time. The Red Sox front office report is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by findmassmoney.gov, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. And joining us right now is a man who I believe could be elected mayor in a landslide if the election were to be today, and that is Chad Tracy. Chad, good morning.
Good morning.
Interested in the gig, or are you happy with what you have right now?
Happy with this. I'm not going to be the mayor. No thanks.
Oh, well, that's
all right. Well, listen, it was before your time, but I was alive for Morgan Magic. I'm wondering how you feel about going with Tracy's turnaround.
I'm going to leave that up to you guys and the writers and whoever else makes those crazy names, but it doesn't matter to me. And for me, it's like keeping the focus on the players. Man, they've done an incredible job. I give them so much credit. They're the ones out there playing the games. They're the ones that were going through, what we were going through, getting booed and whatever, and they just kept at it. So it's on them. They've done an amazing job.
We debate it back and forth all the time when it comes to this turnaround. Are you able to point to one thing or a couple of things that you think have led to this?
I think it's one thing, but it's broad. It's not just we hit some more homers. It's just offensively the change in dynamic of our offense across the board. At-bat quality has improved greatly. We're swinging less. We're taking more walks. We're putting the ball in play more. We're knocking runs in for third. We're getting bunts down. We're hitting more home runs and hitting for more power. It's just completely flipped. And I think you guys remember a lot of our conversations early on was like the pitching, the starting pitching was excellent. We were right there. I think we've talked a lot about, man, it feels like we're in the game to win every night, and we just couldn't get over the hump. And we are doing some of the things offensively now that we weren't, that are helping us get over the hump, and in addition to coming back from trailing, we weren't doing that. So just a very different dynamic on our offense right now.
Chad, when you get on a winning streak like this, how do you make sure that the focus in that clubhouse is to be one game at a time rather than all the attention around this winning streak?
Oh, I think I try to just do that through my comments. I mean, obviously everybody's getting asked about it, not just me, the players. And it's cool what's happening, and they feel the enthusiasm in the stadium. They want it. They want to keep winning and keep it going. For me, like, my comments pretty much the whole time have centered around people have asked about it, and I'm just like, it's awesome, and we're going to get ready to play tomorrow. Like, that's really it, because at some point, unless we pull off the greatest feat ever and win 60 more games in a row, we're going to lose a game, and the focus is going to be, got to get ready to play a game tomorrow. So I've been pretty pointed in my comments about that, and win, lose, or draw, even when we weren't playing well, like, we have a game to play tomorrow, and it's trying to figure out how to win that game.
2009, your dad won Manager of the Year after taking over the Rockies midseason, so there's precedent for that in the family. Do you ask him for advice, or do you tell him to stay out of it like my kids do?
I asked him for advice a lot early, like really early when I first came here. Just advice on stepping into a role like this, and the challenges that come with it, but like, not in the last couple of months since we got past that initial period. Like, no, not really. Like, he's just watching the games, and he's a huge fan. Fired up, after we win a game, I'll get a message from him, but not. We're beyond the point now. If I needed to ask him anything or want his advice, did you watch the game? What do you think of this? He'd be there, but it really has been just him being a fan in the background, like, just enjoying what he's watching.
So he's not texting you mid-game and saying, let's throw a bunt down.
No.
Okay.
No. I don't have like 5 texts waiting after the game. Why'd you do that? Or why'd you do that? Like, none of that.
No, that's Breslow, and he's saying, why are you bunting? No. Chad, I'm curious because it's so unique. I mean, I've been wrong. We've all been wrong. I thought we were having conversations less than 6 weeks ago about, is this the worst Red Sox team in the history of the franchise? And now we're talking about today having the longest winning streak in the history of the franchise, which is how quickly this has turned around. has there been a less amount of focus on analytics? Has there been a change in any of the ways in which you prepare this team to play that you can point to? Or is it just players getting hot and getting hot at the right time?
No, and to be honest with you, like there wasn't like, you know, I have information just like every other team in the league does, but there wasn't a lot of that even when we weren't going well. And if you want me to be perfectly frank with you, like there was a lot of conversations with Brez and people in the front office about the skill sets of our team, and utilizing bunts and things like that was pushed from them too. It's like, hey, we can, like, these guys have the ability to do that. We can create runs that way. So it's oftentimes not what people think as far as all that's concerned. But I think it's just a combination of, there was some different guys came in, they brought energy, we're getting on base more, guys have this skill set. Oh, we also have some guys that can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and let's put those things together and try. And I think at this point, I've said a couple of times, it just feels like the dynamic of the offense now is such that, like, you feel like depending on where we're at in the lineup, we could try to beat you in different ways. We have some speed, we can bunt and play small ball, go contact play, and then you get to the middle part of that order with Willier and Wilson and Rafa and Romy when he's in there too. Like those are areas of the lineup where we might be able to hit some, you know, string some extra base hits together. So there's just a different dynamic.
You've been the manager of this team for almost 3 months now, so you know the needs better than anybody else. With the deadline coming up, what are the areas that you think the team should address?
It's a tough one. It's tough because you said the dynamic. That's a good word. The dynamic there is difficult because we have some players on the injured list that have a history of being very good players. So the dynamic is balancing, trying to figure out, do we feel like we have a chance to get any of these guys back and we know they can help us? Are we not going to get them back? So it's really hard to say right now. And then throw on top of that the fact that the team is playing the way it is, and you know, you're in an area where it's like, man, like being very careful about what is it that we can do or do that doesn't disrupt the dynamics of the team too. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. But you know, I think everybody's common thought throughout the year was like, you know, that we could use a bat, right? But you still have people lurking there that you're hopeful, man, if we could turn a corner on the injured list, there'd be some guys that could help. So we're just going to keep playing baseball over this next 10 days and play it as good as we can, and then see where we're at with all of those things.
Chad, that's kind of interesting that you talk about that. We've heard, whether it was Chapman or Contreras, talk about the chemistry of this team. How do you as the manager make sure that you're still able to incorporate, whether it's a player via trade or guys coming back from injury, to incorporate them into the lineup and still be able to make sure you're balancing that chemistry from the guys that are performing well right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of this stuff gets, you know, overblown. Like we have nothing but love for our guys that are sitting on that are on the injured list. Like I want to see all of our guys get healthy, but like, you know, everybody's a part of this. And as you go along in a season, Wiggy, like, you know, guys get hot, guys get cold, other guys get hurt. Like we've seen enough of that. Like this guy gets healthy, boom, this guy gets hurt. So you just a 162 game season where you play every single day. Like there's bound to be more things. I'm knocking on wood right now. I hope not, but there's bound to be more things that happen. And that's why you have depth, right? And that's why you have players in AAA, or in this case, players in the injured list that maybe are going to be coming to get healthy. So we say this every year. Every manager probably does at the beginning of the season, spring trainings, you know, say, hey, we're going to leave camp with 26 guys, and it's probably going to take more like 50 or 60 to get us through a season. And this year has obviously been no different, maybe more. And that's not done. There's still going to be things that happen that are going to require us to need a lot of players.
Chad, we talk about it a lot, and you would know better than I, so I just would be curious if you could help us clarify. Is there any concern in the organization regarding Roman Anthony or Marcelo Meyer away from the field in terms of what they, you know, partying, going out? Has there been any conversations? Because that stuff we hear, and rumors are not great if we can't confirm them. So just curious from your perspective as the manager of the team, what your concern level is there, if there is one.
Zero. Not even remotely on my radar. Not something we've even talked about in here. I've tried to say here publicly the last couple of days, people, I know that gets a lot of attention. Roman in particular is like, I've said it publicly, I want Roman healthy and I want Roman back. Roman's a great baseball player. He's a hell of a hitter and he can help us, but we cannot have Roman, a hell of a hitter with two hands, not with one. So we have to get him healthy. But I have no concerns with, where his intentions lie. I've been in touch with Roman every 2 or 3 days. He's down in Florida. He's hanging out in the Homewood Suites. He's trying to get himself healthy. That's literally it. And being in Florida allows him to focus on that and do that and not feel like he's here at Fenway where he's the center of attention. Everybody's going to him asking him all these questions. He's very focused on what he's trying to do right now. But I have no concern, Curtis, over Roman and Marcelo or where they're going.
I love that Homewood Suites. They have a great 5 o'clock buffet. I used to stay there all the time when we'd go up.
Yeah, there's a kitchenette in there. I think you can make your own meals. Yes. The whole thing. I've been there many times.
Yeah.
Chad, we obviously know about veterans.
Wiggy wouldn't stay there. Wiggy insists on 4-star only.
Yeah. I'm a hotel snob.
He'd be at the Ritz. He'd be at the Ritz.
Yeah, I cannot lie. I'm a hotel snob. That's because I grew up in a dump in East Boston. So let me.
Does John Henry get the points when you're staying there?
I have no idea. I don't know. I usually, if we're at I have a Marriott, so if we're at a Marriott, I usually go turn my number and say, can I put this on the room? So I don't know the other places. I'm not sure.
Chad, we talked about some of the veterans on the team and what they've meant to this team, but how do you lean on some of those guys to especially get to the younger players who are experiencing something like this that they probably have never experienced before? When you talk about a run a run like you guys are on?
I think at this point, even veteran players, I don't think there's many people, veteran, rookie, regardless, that have gone through something like that. Although we do have a couple guys from the Brewers that had a streak last year. So it doesn't matter right now, veteran, rookie, whatever. They're all playing with intent and getting after it. But I mean, broadly, to be honest with you, I think it's good what's happening now is especially our new guys that had just gotten to the organization, our newer players that come to Boston, you come to Fenway and you have these expectations and we didn't necessarily live up to those expectations early as far as the way we were playing, and mostly just Fenway wasn't Fenway and there was some boos, right, and all the chants and all the different things. And for them now to feel, and we talked to them prior to all this starting, hey, if we can turn this thing, you'll see what Fenway's and these fans are about and how they get behind you when you're playing the brand of baseball we want to play. They feel that now. And so now I think for their growth, it's important. Okay, I know what this place feels like when it's not going well, and now I know what it feels like when it's going well. So it seasons them. You know what I mean? It definitely seasons them, and it makes them understand, I want to feel like this, and also understand that, hey, if things go poorly for a period of time, you just keep pushing because they'll be right there to get behind you when things go good. And I think it's been important for them to see both sides of that.
Is it like a no-hitter where nobody's going to discuss the franchise record when it comes to consecutive wins and maybe breaking that game 2 tonight?
It's nobody internally. We're not making the thing. I've tried again. I think the message I think is bleeding into the players hey, just take care of the game in front of you. That's it. It's hard not to talk about it because there's enough reporters and journalists and people around that are asking about it, and it's obviously the center of attention. So everybody knows what's going on, and they want it for sure. But at the same time, you can't today, you can't take care of game 2 until you take care of game 1. So the focus needs to be on what do we got to do to win game 1, and then we'll worry about game 2 later. And that makes it easier. Just handle the game in front of you.
Were you invited to the Tolley's wedding at Aria?
I was not, but it was on the All-Star break. I think they kept that small, and a lot of us were off doing our thing at the All-Star break, but I'm very happy for him.
Okay.
You had mentioned earlier when we had the privilege to talk to you about Cora being very supportive. Have you heard from him at all during this winning streak with any words of encouragement?
Not during the winning streak, but I would imagine that nobody or people that have been around baseball maybe do not want to send a message or disrupt anything during a winning streak. But he's there, he's watching. I guarantee you that.
Just last one for me about Roman. Is there any chance that do you believe that there is still a chance that he comes back and is a productive member of this team this season?
I do believe that. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I do believe that, mainly because what's happened to his hand and what's limiting still is not limiting him from doing all the other things. He's been running. He's been able to throw. He's been able to get out and get defense. So, like, if we get this thing to where it needs to be, it literally is just a matter of, like, we need a hitting progression. We got to get him out on a rehab assignment. It's not like, he's been sitting there completely inactive for 2.5 months. That's not the case. So there's an opportunity to ramp up and get him back, but it's just we have to wait on the hand. So I do think so. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I do think that could happen.
And congrats, you are going into the Woo Sox Hall of Fame tomorrow.
Thank you very much. That place, as you guys probably know, as much time as I spent there, that place means a lot to me. A lot of games managed there, a lot of time spent in that city, managing that team, and a lot of time spent with some really incredible people that run that organization, run that team. So I'm excited for that.
Chad, thanks for taking the time. It's been an incredible run so far.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Greg, can I ask him one thing before he leaves?
Sure.
We're trying to settle a debate here. We were talking about Nick Sirianni and using ChatGPT. Do you utilize, which I think is a very valuable tool, do you utilize ChatGPT in your coaching life at all?
No.
Yeah, my man.
Thank you.
No.
All right.
I've maybe used ChatGPT like twice in my life. To me, it's too complicated. You got to ask it this, and you got to ask it 5 more questions and narrow it down. I don't have time for that. So my wife uses ChatGPT. I do not use it.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry,
Good man.
Wiggy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we tried.
Good luck today.
Wiggy relies on it. Yeah, good luck today, Chad Tracy, and we will talk to you again soon. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, that is Chad Tracy, the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox. We'll be right back. Well, rain shortened, theoretically, Jones and Keefe coming up momentarily, and I believe 12:35 pregame and then a 1:35 first pitch, game 1 of 2. Curtis, let's check the weather before we go. Can you open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? And Curtis, beautiful day out there. Let's play 2.
I would love to play 2. It's time for your Curtis cast.
All right.
Wait. Is this you or is this Ken?
That's a Ken.
Oh, he said you ought to call it the Curtis.
Well, that's one. I'm going to workshop one a day.
Okay.
All right.
It's the Curtis cast.
All right.
75 degrees, cloudy. Going to be beautiful at Fenway Park. First pitch, 110, 130?
135.
135. It'll be 75 degrees. It's 75 right now. It'll be 83 at first pitch. Beautiful, abundant sunshine tonight for the Game 2 could be in pursuit of a record-setting 16th consecutive win for your local Red Sox club. It'll be 78 degrees at Fenway Park.
All right, perfect. I'll be there tonight for game 2.
Oh, you going tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hopefully
right.
I won't be the jinx.
Okay,
Are you staying at the Homewood by the park?
No. No.
Chad Tracy went out of his way to share that Roman's staying at the Homewood Suites. That's awesome.
Love it.
I think they could level up, though, on
Do
that.
they have a pool there?
They
I
do.
would hope so.
If they have a pool, it probably has some kind of a chain link fence around it. No fence.
Whatever pool.
They share it with the other Hilton right next door. It's not exactly luxurious.
He's down in Florida. He's hanging out in the Homewood Suites. He's
Yeah.
Boy.
By the way, Chad Tracy so far, excellent guest,
A+.
I think.
He's awesome.
He really is. People are going to text in and go, "Get your lips off his bum." Like he's an excellent guest, I think.
Yeah. Gave us some great insight.
I mean,
I love him.
the guy says what's on his mind. He's not being disingenuous. I really like the man.
No ego.
I really
I hope he gets the job full time.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, Roman. That's why you're going to Fort Myers.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. So we will be back tomorrow morning at 6. One more day here in beautiful, safe Brighton, Massachusetts, and then we are off to Foxwoods for the match 2 on Friday. Jones and Keefe next. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving. Fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could.
ready for more Gonzo drama, Keith?
Yes, I am, Jones. We are sneaking up on training camp, right? Or just a few more sleeps till training camp.
And it starts on Saturday.
Yeah, right.
We'll be there
really starts Monday.
Yeah,
that's when we'll be in the house.
That's when the big dogs.
That's right. Eat with the binocs out there, taking a look at it all. Think it's going to be hot? Maybe another hot one?
Do I think it's going to be hot?
Should I bring my cool towel? Where I soak in ice water?
I would bring that.
Drape it over my head?
Bring a spare pair of binocs in case first one steams up.
It might.
Yeah,
it might just steam up a little bit.
Yeah.
Ask Cece for them now.
No, remember I went and got my own. I don't need to bring
spare pair.
I got a real pair. Oh yeah, maybe I should bring
give Cece's a Jones.
Bring the key. The
I'll
spare pair.
use those. Yeah, I'll use the spare pair. Is what we can do.
Will we see Christian Gonzalez?
Well, I don't think so. So
I don't think he'll be doing anything.
Rap Sheet says, and I would say this is not totally new. Breer talked about this months ago, that the Seahawks are farther along with Witherspoon.
Right.
And there's more urgency to get it done with Witherspoon because there is a sale that just happened with Seattle. And on top of that, they've actually exchanged numbers, which the Patriots have not. So Rap Sheet there says, well, Witherspoon is holding it up, which, like, that makes it sound like it's going to be a done deal the second Witherspoon signs. That's even what he says. He's like, well, Witherspoon will get taken care of, and then right after that, it'll be Christian Gonzalez. Look,
maybe, but we don't know what the Witherspoon number is.
Correct. He's a plugged-in guy, and why does Witherspoon hold anything up? The agent represents both of them. I'm sure if the Patriots were close, or if the Patriots were ready to sign a deal, they could do that first, and then Witherspoon could sign. So I really didn't quite understand how Rap Sheet was so confident and matter of fact, other than the Patriots and ownership and the Crafts are just telling him, well, yeah, we'll get this done. And don't you worry, there's nothing going on here. No bad blood, nothing to see here. We'll get that done. That's my guess as to why Rap Sheet came out with
my
that.
theory, though, is that I think Gonzalez is better than Witherspoon. I think most agree. All the scouts and GMs and whatever, they ranked them really close, but they did have Gonzalez higher.
Mm-hmm.
We all assume whoever signs second is going to make more money, just the way it goes. And because they're represented by the same guy, I think it'd be a lot easier for him to have Witherspoon go first and then Gonzalez make more. Because if Gonzalez goes first and then Witherspoon in Seattle ask for more, you're going to say, well, you're not getting more than that guy.
Are you confident the way that he framed it, that Witherspoon will get taken care of, and then shortly thereafter, and by the way, he even dropped the number, $32 million or so for Witherspoon a year, which is not the real number that we care about. We care about the guaranteed money. But okay, $32 million or so. Are you confident that's how it's going to go? Witherspoon gets paid, and then a couple of days later, the Pats are like, okay, that's the number? Oh, we'll happily pay that.
I am not as confident. I do feel like the part that he was and probably should be the most confident in is that I bet, Witherspoon signs at some point with Seattle. That's one thing. And then I guess that's an obstacle, that's a hurdle, but is that going to change the ask or what the Patriots are willing to pay? Like, this thing could drag on a little bit. So, no, I'm not quite as confident that it's just going to be quite that easy.
617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch with Jones and Keefe today. Short program, Keefe.
Why? What happened?
Red Sox were rained out last night.
I know.
So by the end of today, they could have the longest streak in franchise history. They probably will.
Yeah. Check
off 15 early. Check off 16 later in the day.
By the time you slip into bed tonight, they could have won 16 straight games.
They could.
Wow.
So that's a doubleheader today here on WEEI. First game's at 1:35. Pregame at 12:35, which means we're only here until then. Taking your phone calls again at 617-779-7937. We will still do Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday at 11:30, plus the hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45 every single Wednesday. You can interact, Twitter and Instagram, at Jones and Keefe. Viral tweets going on, or viral tears yesterday
the tears
going on.
are popping.
On
Tears are
Instagram
popping
and
off.
on Twitter as we teared off the Red Sox roster. You can also watch at twitch.tv/BostonWEEI. You can chat there as well. Always a healthy chat going on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. Here's a question about Christian Gonzalez and the contract. We've gone over it a bunch of different times. Okay, will it get done? Won't it get done? Is Witherspoon holding it up? When will he be out there? Is he going to hold out? Is he going to hold in, et cetera? How much do they need Christian Gonzalez, Keefe? And is the defense good enough without Gonzalez to get where you need to go?
I think they absolutely need him. I think the team is good. I think the team's better than even some are sort of like expecting and previewing for this year, right? We seem to be higher on the team overall. Maybe it's just the home cooking than it would be like how the national media views it. But Christian Gonzalez, to me, is the second best corner in football. You have the best secondary in football, but because he's a part of it. So if you don't, I think it really knocks it down. So there'll be certain games and certain matchups that you'd be able to get by without him, right? Like we've seen it all the time where a team loses one of their best players on offense or on defense, and they can still win a few games, right? Doesn't mean like you lose every game and you give up 350 yards passing every time he's not out there, but it is a tougher schedule. There's a lot of really good receivers on the list, including week 1 against Jackson Smith and Jigba. A lot of good quarterbacks on the schedule this year. So, yeah, for them to get where they want to go, they absolutely need him on the team.
So that's how I feel. There are some out there that think, oh, we'll get the 2 first-round picks or 2 first-round picks plus that Barnwell highlighted the other day. Would probably go for a Sauce Gardner-type package. You look around at the defense, I actually think they're okay in the secondary. You feel, Keith, they have the best secondary in football.
I do, yeah.
Gonzo's obviously a big part of that.
Yeah, it's a significant part.
But you still have Carlton Davis and Marcus Jones and your safeties, Woodson and Byard. Is there enough to get by without Christian Gonzalez?
But those two guys specifically are so much better because of Gonzalez, right?
Yeah.
If Davis is your number 1, I think there's going to be more penalties. They're going to be throwing at him a little bit more. He's going to be on better receivers.
Marcus
Jones is great in the slot.
Isn't really an outside corner,
like all that.
So, well, you guys can discuss there at 617-779-7937. I'll give you an alternate viewing, too.
Okay.
On the team and, well, whether or not Drake May and the offense is good enough to overcome the absence of Christian Gonzalez if he were to hold in or hold out or, heaven forbid, get traded. Aaron Schatz over at ESPN, Keith, one of our favorites.
Yeah.
He has a ranking of the top talent under 25 in the NFL. It's another way to look at whether or not the Patriots could overcome an absence from Christian Gonzalez. And can Drake May carry this team if he were to miss time? We'll get to that 2 minutes. Jones and King.
Let me tell you something.
hoping for. And the Patriots are hoping for another big play wide receiver to mix in there after moving on this offseason from Stephon Diggs. And not only do they go out and trade for A.J. Brown, but they also sign Romeo Doubs, the former Green Bay Packers wide receiver, at the outset of free agency. So that is two big playmaking wide receivers that are new in New England that the Patriots believe will provide some extra firepower for Drake May, who, as long as he's playing quarterback, that team always is going to have a chance to make a real playoff run.
Adam Schefter, as long as the Patriots have Drake May, they can make a real playoff run.
How about that?
I mean, that to me, if he really means what he's saying, that to me means you don't need Christian Gonzalez to go on a run. That to me means Drake May is good enough to carry this team to the postseason without Christian Gonzalez. That's what Schefter said.
Yes.
And again, if he really means it, I'm curious how Patriots fans feel about that. Is Drake May good enough to carry this team without a player like Christian Gonzalez on defense? They were 1-2 and lost to the worst team in football without Gonzalez last year with Drake May out there.
Yeah.
So you can jump in on this, 617-779-7937. Rookies are due to report today. We're going to get to
all the
Akis
rookies
coming up. Well, they're all due to report.
Yeah.
As of yesterday, Gabe
Akis
had not reported as of yet.
Okay.
But rookies are reporting today, or they're supposed to anyway. The injured players reported earlier this week. That's why Harold Landry, among others, have already been placed on PUP. Training camp starts on Saturday. Gonzalez still isn't signed. So where is that heading? And despite what Rap Sheet had to say off the top of the show last night, that, it's all going to get done. Don't you worry. Witherspoon's holding it up. Once Witherspoon gets it sorted out, Gonzalez will get out there. Well, when's all that happening? And I'm sorry, I don't quite have the same level of confidence you do, meaning Rap Sheet, not you, Keith, that it's all going to get ironed out. Meanwhile, here's another way to look at the Patriots and if they're good enough to have Drake May carry them without Christian Gonzalez. Aaron Schatz.
Go ahead.
Who we've had on the program before.
We have?
Yes.
Oh.
I think so.
Maybe.
Guest of the year 2 years ago, I think.
Could have
That's what
been.
he was. Yeah, he was right there in the mix.
Seems like a nice guy.
Jones, I think, is the only one that remembers it.
He ranked, I
Was
don't
it-
know.
Was it this show?
I don't know how
Was
you
it this
forget.
I actually
version?
don't know.
I think it was.
All right, anyway,
I don't know
thanks
how you
for coming
forget
on, Aaron.
How you forget a name like that. He ranked NFL teams by their under 25 talent. ESPN does this every year.
This is a fun exercise because there was a stretch of time where the Patriots were in like dead last. They had no.
Yep.
Remember, there was like, well, they got James White or like whatever. Like they didn't have, even when they were good, they were like good. They were older, right? And so that has obviously changed based on the last like 3 drafts.
Patriots are number 1 on this list.
Okay.
They were number 7 a year ago. They are number 1 on the list. They have what he refers to as 3 blue chip players: Drake May, Christian Gonzalez, and Will Campbell. They did have 1 player graduate. The eraser, Craig Woodson, no longer on the list. He's already too old after his rookie year.
The eraser's too old? Dr. Woodson? He was in college that long? I didn't realize that.
I guess.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, like, Drake May is going into year 3, and he's on the list, and whatever. So, Will Campbell, I understand why you'd put him as, like, a blue chipper, but that's more on, like, upside and hope. The other 2 guys are really good.
Oh, the other 2 are some
like,
of the best
yes,
at their position.
yes.
So Schatz writes, the Patriots' Hall of Young Talent is not just about May, but it certainly starts with him. My system, the Schatz system, identifies
It's an
May.
acronym, like S-H-A.
My
The Z
system
stands for zoo.
identifies May as the most valuable young commodity in the NFL. This
Makes
aligns
sense.
with
Yeah.
the Barnwell thing earlier this week. It takes 6 draft picks to pry him away. Left tackle Campbell is just 22. Center Jared Wilson is 23. First-round pick Caleb Lomu is 21. Behind those O-linemen, May can hand off to 23-year-old running back Travion Henderson and throw passes to 24-year-old Kayshon Boutte. I'm surprised he's that young.
Yeah.
23-year-old Kyle Williams. They're never on the same page, but you can.
Yeah, he's available.
And 22-year-old Eli Raridan.
Yeah, another one of the rookies that's there. So, I mean, that is a good young group.
On offense.
Yes.
He then highlights this. He says there's less young talent on the defensive side of the ball, but the Patriots' best defender, Gonzalez, just turned 24 in June.
Yeah.
He then goes on to note 2 other names.
Is Akis one of them?
Akis is one.
Okay.
22 years old.
Yeah.
You'd have to report.
You got to be there. Yeah, you got to be there. And it's so far not there.
Be
Yeah.
on the field to be counted. The other is Joshua Farmer, who was like a day 3 pick last year.
Joshua Farmer.
So
they go deep on this list.
These are the under 25 talents they highlight on defense. So put another way, Keith, they're veteran heavy on defense, which, I think you could always expect some drop-off there when you're relying on veterans.
Yeah.
They have much more youth and high-end youth on the offensive side of the football. Is that a way to look at it and say, well, the offense without Gonzalez, or the offense if the defense isn't up to snuff, Gonzalez out there or not, the offense is good enough to carry it even if they have some shortcomings on that side of the ball?
Well, yeah, because another way of asking, I guess, is which is more likely to be in the top 5 at the end of the year? And if you want to go like points per game allowed, points per game scored, which
definitely the offense.
Yeah. I think the defense has a chance, though. And I know that the level of competition is higher, so that could knock that down. But that sort of crystallized last year during the playoff run was that everybody talked about the Chargers defense and Houston's and Denver's and Seattle's. Obviously, we saw it firsthand how good it was with Seattle. But, like, everybody hyped up those defenses. But the Patriots, until the Super Bowl, were kind of up to the challenge there. And I don't think their defense got worse. I mean, you can talk about pass rush, obviously, and see if that's going to be a net positive or not. But I think the Byard addition makes the overall secondary better. So I think they have a chance. Like, they should both be top 10, right? And that's
like
I think easily top 10. That's like healthy.
I think the offense is a no-brainer top 10. I'd say the defense you're talking
I think so too.
You're talking points allowed. I would say probably should be top 10. Yeah.
And usually those two also work hand in hand with each other. You know, that's one thing that
the Dale scale.
The Dale scale. Yeah, you look at the Dale scale at the end of the year, and if your Dale scale's under 5, you usually win or participate in the Super Bowl. But no, also, like, we would talk about this during the Brady years, how having that good offense that also didn't put the defense in bad spots is so important, right? Like, you're not giving short fields. You're not doing all this. You're not keeping them on the field all the time. So they can work hand in hand. And so if the offense is as good as we think it's going to be, that only helps the defense, only gives them a better chance.
Some texts rolling in, 617-779-7937. Guys, I like Carlton Davis as a cornerback too.
Same.
But if this holdout drags on and Gonzalez misses games, Davis scares the crap out of me as a CB1. Somebody on the other side of the aisle, Keith, says, who cares about Gonzalez?
I do.
Let him go.
Oh, what?
Somebody will fill his shoes. We've seen it for about the last 20-something years.
What now?
So
somebody will step up.
Next man up, classic mantra. Now, again, next man up when you have Tom Brady is a different thing than next man up with anybody. And I like Drake May. Don't get me wrong.
Well, I was going to say, if you have what you think you have in Drake May, he can mask
Brady.
some of it.
Not sure.
Brady,
Yeah.
but if you have what you think you have in May, he can mask some of that.
But
that's
also,
that's what Schefter said. Schefter's like, as long as you have May, which to me means everything else is irrelevant. As long as you have May, you're going to be a playoff team.
But so those are two different things, though. Like, if you're trying to win the Super Bowl versus just make the playoffs, like, I think that's where a guy like that does come into play. And so Drake May is good enough to be what should be a perennial playoff team.
So you think, independent of Gonzalez, they're a playoff team?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think with them, they might be the best team in the AFC.
No,
So I think without them, they're still a playoff team.
Gonzo hurts your ceiling for sure.
Yeah.
You can't, I don't think, win a Super Bowl. You couldn't even win one with him last year.
isn't-
Never mind without him.
Right,
But
so that's just it. So in like the early 2000s, there was that one Super Bowl run that Ty Law was hurt and missed, right? And now you look back on it, you might have forgot about that. But like
2004.
he wasn't there.
Earth, Wind, Moreland.
But the team was still so good that they were able to win, but they were the best team. They were the defending champs. This isn't that.
Imagine just how bad that Super Bowl would have been without Gonzalez.
Yo, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it would have been
disaster.
They
Yeah.
might have stopped it at halftime.
Although
Like, guys were
some,
done.
like near Patriots GM Greg Bedard, would tell you he didn't have a good Super Bowl.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Yeah, he's a bad tackler. He shies away from contact. No, but so you know what I'm saying? Like, that 04 team was the best team in football. They were so good they could lose a player like that and still win it. Whereas this team right now, you and I are arguing for them to be the best team in the AFC. That by no means is like what everybody thinks. They think they might be like the 7th best team in the AFC. So a team like that cannot afford to lose a player of the caliber of Gonzalez and then expect to just be like back in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean,
is there a date that you have where you're like not nervous, but like we have a problem on our hands?
I want him out there day one of training camp.
Okay.
That's what I want.
That's soon.
No, I know. But like, this is what happened last year.
Yeah.
He missed camp and he wasn't the same guy until late in the season at best or the postseason. Now, ultimately,
Didn't burn him though.
No, ultimately he played up to a high level.
Yeah.
But he missed 3 games. He wasn't himself for most of the season because he didn't have an off season.
Yeah.
So yeah, the second he starts missing actual training camp, that's concerning to me. If you want to play the game, Keith, that they're pretty light, they're in shorts and shells like the first couple of days of training camp.
Yeah.
Call it the first day of padded practice. I want him out there for that. I imagine in shorts and shells, even if he's holding in, he's going to be doing most of the stuff. Once they get to padded practices and it's 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s, he'll probably start missing. And I guess that'll be the real time I start getting concerned. 617-779-7937. We mentioned the Patriots rookie class and their youth on the roster. Do they have a pass rush problem?
No.
Certainly seems like there could be one. Let's get to that with your phone calls next.
Why wait, Massachusetts? Shop now and
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We're live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. That was Burt Breer last night. NBC Sports Boston. Getting near a redshirt year for Gabe.
Yikes.
Space.
Yep, pause.
Akis.
Which is tough, too, because, if you had told me that Caleb Lomu was going to be a redshirt year, and let's say he was a second-round pick, right, to make it really like apples to apples. He was a second-round pick lineman, and he is a redshirt year, you'd be like, all right, that's a high pick for a redshirt, but you could have your starting offensive line in place. Barring injury, you might have 5 guys that are playing better than him. Gabe Akis, you drafted him in a spot where you could theoretically walk in and start right away.
100%.
Especially with Harold Landry, we already knew how many games is he going to play, what percentage of the snaps is he going to be able to play. Chaseon's gone. You do bring in Draymond Jones, which you're now going to be relying on pretty heavily. But you're like, this is a golden opportunity for a rookie to have a big impact, and he's nowhere to be found. That is tough stuff.
A redshirt year.
Yeah, I don't want that.
You know what?
That's for college.
If you think he's going to redshirt this year, when they traded up for him in the second round, he's still not signed and he's still not here as of, last thing I saw. Maybe it changed in the last 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. He's still not here. He's still not signed. You traded up for him in the second round, and you're calling it a redshirt year? You know what that sounds like to me?
Bust.
A bust. That's exactly what it sounds like.
It does.
It sounds like a bust of a pick.
Yes, it does. And, before people say it's too early to say it's a bust, there are a lot of signs. Sometimes you see him on the field. I give Andy Hart credit. He was the one that called N'Keal Harry right away. He watched 2 practices I don't like that guy. I don't like the look of that guy. And it was if you're it's way too early. I don't know. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're right that early. Now, this one is a little bit different, but we saw it or heard it right away when Mike Vrabel was talking about camp and everything else, and they're asking him about Gonzalez. He gave you sort of an answer a certain way. They're asking him about obviously A.J. Brown, some of the other things. And then when they asked him about Akis,
was pissed,
not thrilled, and it's a combination of things. It feels like he hasn't signed the contract. We don't know how aware they were of the injury that he's dealing with, and then there's this back and forth with he's not even there. None of it seems to be good.
No,
and that's not even the football player. It's all injuries, communication, contract, all that stuff.
And this is where I think that Schatz list, Aaron Schatz, Keefe.
Okay. It's a good list. I'm saying it's a good list.
Don't
let the name fool you.
There's no young talent on defense. One might hold out, or already holding in. 2 may not be on the field, a.k.a. redshirt, a.k.a. bust, and the other is Joshua Farmer. I've barely even heard of him. So you're relying on how many veterans on defense and how many older players, and those are usually the guys who sustain injuries or fall off a cliff or whatever, right? So I think that list also illustrates how much they need him and Gonzalez. And I'm with you. You draft a guy, you move up for a guy in the second round.
Man,
you're expecting him at least as a pass rusher to be a rotational player.
Oh, yeah.
He might be your best pass rusher. I thought that was in the range of outcomes. That can't happen if he doesn't sign and he doesn't get on the field. Text line, fake news on Akis. He'll play.
How do you know that?
He's not signed.
He's not.
The rookies report today.
How do you know that? How can you be that confident that he's going to play?
The rookies are there today.
Yeah.
He has not signed. He is not there. As Breer said, he's not in the classroom. He's not learning anything. He's not out there working out with the team. He's working out away from the team. And guess what happens when you work out away from the team? Injuries. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Happened to Terry McLaurin last year. Happened a couple of years ago to Brandon Ayuk. Hell.
How's Brandon Ayuk doing now?
Not great.
Okay.
I think there's more going on than just him working out away from the team.
Yeah, sadly, that's.
But when you work out, Swayman's a great example of this. If you want to cross sports,
the Sway.
Oh, he's fine. He's in shape. He's working out over at BU or whatever. No, he's not.
Yeah.
It's different. So what's fake news about it? He's not here. He's not signed. What's fake news?
All real news. Seems to be all real news. No, and this is what's really going to piss off Vrabel the most, because I think to this point, there are plenty of players, and there's going to be more by the day, that are dealing with injuries. And there's going to be a few players, Gonzalez at the top, that are dealing with contract disputes. But if they're still there and they're still learning the program, they're not going to fall way behind, right? You're going to miss out on some of the team drills. But honestly, we watch a lot of the team drills when we're there, and it's you're not really doing a whole lot.
No, they're not.
But it's a lot of the mental stuff. And so it's you're going from college to the pros, and specifically for these first-year guys. Also, I would say the second-year guys, too. That's when a lot of NFL coaches think players make the biggest jump. But he's nowhere to be found. So then whenever he does show up, and the texter or the whoever on Twitch is saying that he's going to be there. All right, when is that, and how far behind is he? So if he shows up, 2 weeks from now, you've missed 2 weeks of stuff.
Yep.
So now what? You have to slow down. Like, you're not going to be up to speed with everybody else. So no, it's just it's a bad start. Doesn't mean you can't overcome it and at some point be on the field, but you're not helping yourself.
You've missed 2 weeks of training camp in that scenario. You've already missed all of OTAs and minicamp. He's here for rookie camp. Other than that, he hasn't been here for a thing. And as Breer said, that's
Hopefully
rare.
he learned a lot at rookie camp.
Breer said that's rare. Even guys who aren't signed
That's what I'm saying.
are
Travion
still
Henderson,
showing up and participating.
Henderson took a while for him to sign last year. There was that whole thing with the second-round picks trying to get guaranteed contracts. But he was there and then was good to go.
We told you this earlier in the week. He's one of 6 unsigned rookies in the entire league. 4 quarterbacks. The other had a catastrophic injury. Not a relatively routine football injury like Akis, who may have some injuries going on, but like a catastrophic dropped in the draft because of his injury situation. McCoy, the corner out of Tennessee. Those are the only other unsigned players. Quarterbacks are kind of their own thing. McCoy's his own thing. Then you have this guy.
I think if he played any other position, you could say, oh, well, whoops. You could be like, all right, like you could take your time and hope that you can at least turn it around at some point. This position, though, is frustrating because this one, they literally a draft need of theirs. All last season, it was a need. The offseason, it was the biggest need. And it remains the biggest need as we approach training camp.
Well,
whoops.
And it became it became a bigger need yesterday. Harold Landry, PUP.
Yeah. Right.
Okay? And I wouldn't say that was unexpected, and he can be activated off that at any point in time, but Harold Landry starts on PUP. Now you have Akis not even here.
It's funny.
So what is the pass rush? It's Draymond Jones and Bedard's guy?
Elijah Ponder.
Isaiah Ponder?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. His guy, Isaiah Ponder.
Yeah. So, like,
Braden Swinson? You like him?
No.
Do you like Quintavious Hutchins?
Well, no, not really, especially given some of what he's been accused of. No.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You like Jesse Lukita?
Yes.
Okay. You might see a lot of him.
That's a good get.
So, this is obviously just like a, unofficial depth chart, but if you just like go to like ESPN, they have like the team. And so, like, for the edge rush, they have, like, Harold Landry as the starter. He's out.
PUP.
Gabe Akis, they do have second.
Not signed.
No. Then Ponder, then Hutchins. Then on the other side is Draymond Jones, Swinson, and Lukita.
Great.
That is a weak spot.
So when we ask how much they need to get Gonzo out there on the field,
quite a bit.
There is no pass rush. And the defense is aging.
Covering a little bit longer.
Gonzalez is kind of the piece.
Yeah.
So there should be more urgency to that. Text line says, Jones, you're crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
You're crazy, man.
No, you're crazy. You got a dart in your neck. You got
a dart in your neck, man.
Yes.
Gonzo wasn't even in a contract dispute last year. See, I disagree with
this.
this.
He kind of was. It was like a really strange thing.
He was not contract eligible. Yeah. I think he was in a contract dispute, if that makes sense.
Might have been.
He faked an injury in training camp, and now he's going down on day 2 of this training camp. So, look, let me amend what I said earlier.
Yeah.
If he's not out there Saturday and Sunday or the first couple of days of camp when it's shirts and shells, fine. I'm not going to be concerned about that. He'll probably be doing a lot of that stuff. The first day the pads come on, is that the first day we're there on Monday? Is that Tuesday?
I hope so.
We're there all week next week.
Intensity up.
So whatever the first day is the pads come on and he's not out there, that's when I'm concerned. And I think you should be even more concerned given what's going on with the pass rush. Landry to PUP.
Yeah.
And they can't figure out how to sign their second-round pick.
I don't share your same concern with Gonzalez because I think when you're a veteran player like this and you are that good, I give you a little bit more leeway as far as like
a veteran last year, and he was good last year, and it took him forever to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I know, but he did miss games too. So as much as it was like, how serious is the injury? I don't know. It did cost him 3 games, so there had to be something there with an injury.
Yeah,
I think if he's healthy,
I think he really felt something in his hamstring, and then really slow played the return.
No, I know, and by the end of the year, he was great, and it did take him a little bit of time. But I do think each day that Gabe Akis misses, it pushes him. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
pushes him way back. Pushes him further away from being ready to go.
We even know that he can play in the league.
Correct. I think Gonzalez, you could drop in there and give him like a few practices and whatever. I wouldn't, if he didn't play in any preseason games, I'd be fine with that.
Now, we played some Burt Breer audio.
Yeah, we did.
That if you were listening to the Greg Hill show, I know you already heard.
Oh boy.
At least if you were watching on Twitch. So we had another Twitch snafu this morning with the Burt Breer audio.
What's happening?
Yeah, I rolled in about 20 minutes of audio nobody heard, and then the 30 seconds of Breer that I was grabbing, everybody heard it.
So what is that?
I think we're just working
Nothing.
the kinks
I didn't
out.
do anything different.
I think I need
on a different link.
I think we should just stop playing audio. I'll just stop sending audio.
We're done
I
with
think.
audio.
I did hear though, and this is why I brought it up.
Okay.
Not to shame anyone, but I
No.
brought this up to give credit to the Drop God.
Oh,
Greg,
you're giving credit to the Drop God.
Greg
I don't
called
know, it
Drop
sounds like I
God.
screwed up.
No, Greg called Drop God. The best producer when it comes to drops at the station.
Is it a compliment?
He might
Is it a compliment?
He might have even said of all time.
Wow.
Because Curtis took issue with this, Nick. Curtis is like, well, Ken's better. And Greg's like, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Greg would work with Ken.
And
So he would know.
And I think Wiggy gave like a real clean Drop God.
Interesting.
Yeah, he referred to you as the Drop God. So yeah, it was good stuff.
So
Good
he's
shout outs for Nick this morning.
Oh, that is really good for Nick. So
That's not good.
It is a classic. Is it a compliment? Because right now you're competing against Shimes, Stiz, and Braverman. So Drop God's the best out of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something.
You got to start somewhere.
You do.
I've always said.
You do.
Yeah. Congratulations, Drop God, the unofficial.
Can I get a little participation
Yeah,
trophy?
we'll get you something.
I get a ribbon.
We'll get you a little something.
End of the year awards.
A
Oh.
ribbon that just says Drop God. Oh,
New
producer
Jones
of the
Keefe
year.
Award. Producer. Specifically with drops.
With drops.
Not other stuff. Best drop producer
Yeah, of the year.
of the year of 2026.
I mean, you have to say Nick has minus odds on that at this point in time. If Greg's going to be talking,
Heavy favorite.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
imagine
heavy
that
favorite.
probably moves the line.
Maybe
617.
there's a weekend producer, though, that I'm not thinking of right now off the top of my head that's really, really electric at it.
Yeah,
So we'll see.
yeah. Like,
Name one. Name one of your
well,
coworkers. Name one of your
I
fellow
wanted you to
coworkers.
name one first to see if we were going to name the same one. Ready on three.
Nah, it's
Ready?
not fair to everybody. it really
Ready?
wouldn't be fair to
Ready?
everybody.
Let's say it on three.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Pete Caviglia.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
There's some write-in votes are available. Of
That's
course.
fine.
We'll
fine.
Look at your phone calls. 617-779-7937. Plus, what's the holdup with LeBron James, and why hasn't he signed yet? Although, if you follow the Heat's YouTube channel, maybe he already has. Let's get to that coming up next.
The sun is shining. That's her correct.
LeBron James, Keith.
Yeah, your guy.
Has not signed yet this offseason. Could sign.
That's a shame.
With anyone. The Heat.
Yeah.
Cavs. Sixers, among others. The Miami Heat did have a bit of a snafu yesterday.
Yeah, what happened?
On YouTube.
Who hasn't had a snafu on YouTube?
As I say, we normally specialize in those on Twitch.
In fact, Nick was playing Hogdale audio over Greg's YouTube the other day.
Yeah, YouTube too. It's the same thing.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, look, we're not going to throw stones about a YouTube snafu.
It happens.
But the Heat and their official YouTube channel had a link to LeBron's introductory press conference scheduled for July 27th. And I think the date is actually the real smoking gun. It's like, you're testing things out. You're making sure links work. What if we're going to introduce LeBron James? Let's just test this out. The date to me is the smoking gun where I'm like, oh, he's going back to Miami. That makes sense. I mean, that's where I've thought he's going all along. So maybe I'm just trying to speak it into existence to be right about it. But, yeah, it seems like if you're reading the tea leaves, that's where he's going.
It's pretty funny. The Miami Heat are looking for a new director of YouTube as of 21 days ago.
Nice.
Okay.
How about that?
So they let that person go. So LeBron probably hasn't signed for a couple of reasons. One, I don't know if anybody really wanted him, right? They're trying to figure it out. It's not like he's a priority anymore like
I don't
used to be
think
and he's
anybody
used to being.
wants him at the dollars that he wants.
Yes,
right?
right.
So I think everybody would take him. But I don't think anybody wants him at the salary he's been attempting to command.
Correct.
Would be my guess.
Also, I would be surprised if LeBron is like, I'm not going to announce anything during the World Cup. Honestly, like I want this to be about me. I don't want to get overshadowed by an event that like millions and millions and millions of people are watching.
That ended 3 days ago.
The Odyssey still ripping in theaters right now. He probably doesn't want that Odyssey. Like people are talking Odyssey still.
Got it.
Oh, he wants to get out in front of Spider-Man.
Yeah, let that die down. Spider-Man's not out till the 31st. You announce it on the 27th. You give yourself a little window where people are like, "Oh my God, LeBron signed."
I've already
That's
seen.
incredible.
I've already seen that new. What was it? Avengers trailer. I've already seen that.
Doomsday.
Yeah.
Do you think? Remember when they played the "I'm Coming Home" song when he went to Cleveland? Do you think they'll play that again when he goes to Miami?
I'm coming to my second home.
He's returning to Miami, like he returned to Cleveland.
Yeah, they could play "Welcome to Miami."
Yeah,
they could play that.
Oh, they could.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why?
Well, I don't think Will Smith is at the highest Q rating anymore.
Well, it's still a banger.
He slapped that comedian at the Oscars.
I can separate the artist from the art, Keith. I don't know about you.
Nope.
But I can separate the artist from the art.
Not me. I'll hold that against him. I want to hold that against him forever.
What do you think of this YouTube snafu? Is it a tell that that's where he's going?
Probably. Yeah, probably is a tell. Because that seemed like the favorite anyway. I know I was leaning towards Philly. I thought he might go to Philly with, and just try another one of these super teams, which haven't always worked.
Nope.
LeBron was on one that did in Miami.
No, the LeBron.
Although they also promised 8 titles, so they set the bar a little high.
Well,
they won twice.
Jalen promised 6 to Taylor Rooks that one time.
He won one.
He won one.
He was talking to Taylor Rooks.
Yeah,
I get
away from me too.
These guys, the Miami guys,
6, 7 or 8. Good call.
They held like a parade prior to.
That was Jalen with.
They thought they were going to win 7 times.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying the
He was
LeBron
wrong.
super teams tend to not work out. True.
Yeah.
The LeBron super teams tend to work out. They worked in Miami. He won one in Cleveland. He won another one in LA.
I think they all underachieve.
Fine.
If we're being,
He didn't win a real one in LA.
No,
Okay,
he didn't. In
whatever.
fact, his time in LA was a failure with a capital F.
I'm just saying he won. If you want to say he didn't win enough, that's fine.
He didn't win anything real.
He did win.
I think you can hold on to. With
He
your
won.
hands.
He won in Cleveland. So if he
Do you
signed,
think he'll win again?
if he signed with Philly, I think you at least have to look at it and say again, super teams don't work. LeBron's super teams do. Maybe he's not winning squat in Miami.
No,
him, Giannis, and Bam, they're not winning. That sounds like the 6th seed.
That's big though. They're big.
Yeah,
That's a big team.
They
Who's going
are.
to match up with that? You got Peyton Pritchard. Who's he covering?
Yeah, good point.
But who's guarding him?
Yeah, who are their guards?
Who's guarding him? Probably Giannis or LeBron. They'd
Yeah.
be fine. Shut him right down.
44-year-old LeBron.
You think that's better than the 6th seed in the East? Giannis, LeBron, and Bam?
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah, probably. I still think Giannis. So maybe you and I disagree on Giannis. I know he's a turd, but
Giannis was on the Bucks last year. I know he was hurt.
He played like 30 games.
They won 32.
He only played 30 or 32 with himself.
What was the record when he played?
Probably
I'll look that
32-0.
up.
That was a mess. He had one foot out the door. We've seen it with other athletes and in other sports. He was done with them. It was like Randy Moss with the Raiders. Doesn't mean he's done.
17 and 19 with Giannis this year.
That wasn't great.
No.
Giannis, to me, though, is still do you think he'll be first team All-NBA? I think he could be.
Yeah, Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, would I bet on it? Probably not.
Bam
But
Adebayo,
but that's in his range of outcomes.
Let me tell you a little story about Bam Adebayo. The man scored 83 points in an NBA game.
Real points. What's real? What's more real? The LeBron bubble title?
Yeah.
Or the Bam 83?
The Tom Brady slap. The Tom Brady slap on Logan Paul was more real than all those things. I think that team, though, LeBron and Giannis playing together, even at their ages, is intriguing as an NBA fan. Don't you want to see what that looks like?
Yeah.
I mean, at one point, those are the two most physically imposing super freak athletes in the league, and they could do anything, right? They could 30 points a game, 10 rebounds, 5-6 assists, blocking shots, all defensive teams. Both have won titles, obviously. So they're in the case of LeBron, he's obviously past his prime. He's gonna be 41, I think. Whereas Giannis probably has another couple years. I was making the case by the end of the trade talks with the Celtics that he's still a top 5 player. So when you have that in the East, sure, I think they could be a top 4 seed.
This is a good text here. Guys, the Red Sox winning streak, LeBron is an owner. He doesn't want to overshadow that. He's waiting for the Red Sox to lose to make his announcement.
Well, he's going to have to wait a long time. I got news for you, bud. Season ends in September.
I think so as well. Keith hasn't mapped out to like a David Ortiz 34. He's got that ready to go.
Oh, can't wait. I have 15 and 16 back to back. Both today. There's 2 viral tweets.
Have those ready to go. Jeez. You think LeBron, wherever he goes, could swing the balance of power in the East?
So I don't know if it's like necessarily the balance of power, but I do think it adds to the Eastern Conference clearly, right? Like, so you look at last year, the 2 conferences, and obviously the Knicks won it, but we kind of looked at Thunder and the Spurs, at least I did, as the favorites, and then even some of those other teams as tougher outs, like the Nuggets and some of those teams, and just like the sheer power. So whether you're looking at like all-star game rosters or whatever, Kawhi Leonard and LeBron jumping to the East and a healthy Giannis, just a ton more talent.
Yeah.
I mean, in the case of Kawhi and Giannis, those are 2 top 10 players.
Still got to wait on Kawhi, though.
Still got to what?
Still got to wait on Kawhi. Nobody knows what's going on with that investigation.
That is a good point.
Well, he was planting trees or whatever he was doing. Like, leave the guy alone. We need more trees. Oh, Georgie asked me a pretty good question the other day on the way to camp.
What was that?
Are there more trees or humans?
Trees.
Yeah, probably. But then you go to a city, and it's like that's a lot of people.
Like, what's the doors are
wheels.
Yeah, but if you go,
we discussed that too. But we've put that to bed.
Yeah, but if you go to like a rainforest, it's all trees.
Go to like New York
but they're
City.
tearing that down.
There's people everywhere.
That's a good point. There's forests everywhere.
Right now, there's
go to Vermont. It's way more trees than people.
Right now, there's 2 people in this room, 0 trees.
That's true. Actually, the room next
that
to
room
us
right
as well.
there, 2 people, 0 trees.
That's a good point.
I kind of just broke your brain a little
you
bit.
mousetrapped me there a little bit.
Estimated 3 trillion trees on Earth.
Yeah.
How many people?
6 billion?
8 billion, whatever it is.
All right, I'll let Georgie know it's trees. I was leaning trees in the car. I was like, thanks to the Lorax, there's still plenty of trees.
Trees ever wanted to.
Yeah.
They're going to take us out.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the happening.
They could take us over.
I've seen the M. Night Shyamalan's hit the happening.
Is that what happened in that one?
Pretty much trees.
Well, I thought you were going tree beards. They were pretty rough in the Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Lord of the Rings, they were really tough.
Yeah, they'd mess you up.
They could help you out, too, in a pinch.
Well, if they want to.
Yeah, they could. They kind of to their own drummer, right?
In this scenario, is more people v trees.
All right, so trees is the clear answer. Thank you.
Trillions? Yeah, I would say.
Trillions?
Yeah, you know.
I had a tree fall out of my yard the other day.
Fern Gully was freaking us out for no reason. That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never heard what happened with you when you approached your neighbor.
So many trees. Yeah, what did happen?
Do you want to save it? I'll tell you what happened in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, why don't you tell us what happened in 2 minutes?
I will.
With the tree in your yard. We can mix in some
spoiler. It's still there.
Red Sox thoughts at the trade deadline as well. Again, 2 minutes. Go nowhere.
Yeah.
Jones and Keith. All right, Jeff Passan, enough about the trade deadline.
Take it easy, Jeff.
Keith's got a story he's got to
So
pay
I
off
don't
the tees
remember
for. Yeah.
how much I've told off the air versus on the air. So let me just give you a quick backstory. I have a big backyard, brag, that has ermines occasionally, groundhogs. We talked about this. I had a fox back there once. Oh, a giant beehive.
Sure.
A lot of woodland critters live back there.
Yep.
And the neighbors to the back, I've never really met because they're not on the same street as us. We share a fence, but they also have a lot of space between like their house and the fence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like I don't know them.
It's an abut. Yeah, an abutment is what it is. Yeah, it's an abutment.
But even like to get there, if you were to walk and not go through the fence, it would like take forever.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like so,
you take a giant loop. I get it.
so I don't know this person.
Yeah.
My actual neighbor to the right.
You don't
of us,
ever kind of Wilson pop up over the fence and look into their backyard. Just
No,
give,
it turns
give
out
sage life advice. You don't do that.
It's like that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But it's like an older couple. They probably never even come out of their house
Oh,
anyway.
so he's the Wilson.
He would be the Wilson in
You're-
the scenario.
you're Tim
yes.
Allen. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So then my actual neighbor that I do know, he went over there, or they were getting like a tree down in their own yard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he noticed that this guy has like 3 or 4 pretty dead trees that are going to drop at any time.
Sure.
So they sent the tree people over there just to ask the guy, like, hey, we're already in the neighborhood. Like, if you have any like mind to take these down, like, let us know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That guy did not take kindly to that. He called the cops.
Called the cops?
Yeah, called the cops on him, wanted him out of there.
Oh, I had not heard this detail.
So
Got it.
apparently
Okay.
they have a couple different neighbors of ours have been like trying to talk to this guy about taking his trees down because it's dangerous. There's kids, dogs, the whole thing in the backyard all the time.
Yeah, you don't want trees just falling on your house.
So-
Never mind actually
right.
killing someone or something. Yeah,
Correct.
right.
And so he didn't do anything about it. One day I'm home and all of a sudden you hear like this horrendous like crash, right? We were just outside maybe a half hour ago. Like no joke, we all could have been dead.
Yeah.
Like not even kidding. Like it crashed down, didn't hit our house. We have a shed out there, brag, and it just missed the shed.
Boy.
but it like pushed the wire fence down and giant tree still down there. And sure enough, it's this guy's tree. It's not my tree. But for people that are aware of these tree laws, it seems like it's my problem.
Okay.
Seems like it's pretty much my problem.
Bird law? What's tree law?
Well, like,
because it's in your yard.
It's your yard, but it's not your tree. But if it didn't like smash your house, and if there's no like pre-existing like report on it, because they went over and talked to him, but they didn't actually like file anything.
Who would you file a report with?
Maybe the town. You'd have to have like the Lorax come out.
Yeah, the tree people.
I think it's the Lorax.
The Lorax comes out and inspects.
I think so.
Yeah.
So then I'm like,
I feel like he's very biased towards the tree.
So then I walked over there,
Yeah.
or drove over there, actually. Like I said, it's hard to walk.
Yeah, you
So
didn't walk.
I drove over there. I'm like, I don't know what to expect.
Sure.
So I knock on the guy's door. He opens it up. I'm like, hey, like I don't know if you like heard or saw this tree go down. He was surprisingly nice because like, is he gonna call the cops on me? Is he gonna shoot me? Like, how's this gonna go?
Mm-mm.
He was
That's
surprisingly
like the neighbor in Home Alone.
Yeah, a little bit. So we walk around.
Old Man Marley.
We're looking at his trees. He's got one practically leaning against his house. He has like 2-3 others that look like dead as a doornail.
Not to age discriminate or anything. He's an older gentleman.
75,
Okay.
probably. I
Yeah.
would say. He says to me, "Yeah, well, that one there got struck by lightning." I go, "Oh, okay." He goes, "Those other 3 there, also struck by lightning." I'm like, that's a lot of lightning. That's a ton of lightning, my man. So I'm like, "Do you have like an insurance?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll call the insurance." So then we do this whole runaround where he's trying to email me, never is. I'm like calling him, I'm emailing him back and forth. It's a whole song and dance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the insurance is going to do anything about it.
Got it.
And now I just have a giant tree in my backyard.
So what are you going
And
to do?
it's just, what am I going to do? I don't know. I don't know.
Cut it up and burn it.
Cut it up and burn it.
Yeah. Just make like a canoe.
Yeah, I could do that.
Make a totem pole out of it.
Yeah, dugout.
It's not good. And so he still has other trees back there that I'm like, well, just wait. Every time we're out there, I'm like, there's these giant death logs that are going to come crashing down on us. It's terrible. This is why, like, the great outdoors, like, the happening is right. They're trying to kill us.
Got it.
So I don't know what to do. I've had this tree for like a month, just like laying down in the backyard.
Mm.
It's a mess. Any suggestions? I can't see the text line.
Yeah, less depressed Sox fan says make a baseball bat, Keith.
Okay. All right, that's not helpful.
This is T. Gruzzy.
Yeah, what T. Gruzzy say?
Says carve a canoe.
Carve a canoe. Okay. If we're not going to be helpful, you can just
I already suggested that.
talk about something else. If it's not going to be productive, then
Well,
we
you
can
said
move
to
on.
read them. This is what they said.
Oh,
Somebody said make a Miller Lite type of soccer ball.
that's also not helpful. I'm not like a woodsmith.
A good one from E from Brockton. Good one.
Yeah,
Well,
thank
you can learn. This is a sign for you to learn how to woodsmith, wood carve.
I feel like if I had a
You never have to
chainsaw,
worry about toothpicks for the rest of your life.
no, that's true.
Good point.
Yeah, that's what
The
somebody.
universe wants you to take up a hobby.
Make
Yeah,
like
somebody's like,
make like a bench.
like a giant tree is taking up a lot of my yard, and somebody I had somebody else say, "Oh, you got a lot of firewood." I'm like, a lot of firewood. I'm like, what am I gonna do with
make a
that?
fire pit. That's a good call. You
Make
can
some
dry
paper.
You can dry that out. Make some paper.
I'm gonna make paper.
Dice says
Start my own
cut,
paper company.
Dice says cut it with your sword.
Maybe I could try.
Yeah, give that.
Maybe
a
some
shot.
of the branches. The tree itself is thick. 2 C's.
Can you build a tree house on a fallen tree?
I mean, it'd be more like a tree bridge. Be one of those maybe you could do. It kind of sucks though. I mean, you guys are all laughing about it, making stupid jokes, but it's a pain in the ass, and it almost killed my family. So glad we can find the humor in it.
Yeah, keep sending. Look, we're solutions oriented. Keep sending.
I would like one. I thought maybe somebody would have something they could do, or maybe like, hey, maybe there's like a loophole, or somebody want to come clean it up without having me pay for it. That's the other thing. Like now, it's like take it. Either somebody's gonna have to clean it up, and that's
Well, you
gonna be
can-
what's
I mean,
that? $500 bucks,
well, I was
or
gonna
I'm
say
gonna have to
that-
like saw my leg off.
That is the solution. The
Well, somebody
solution
says
is
they'll get rid of it.
the
for
solution is pay
$650.
for it. I mean, that is the solution. If there's
Why
nothing
should
else you
I
can
pay
do,
for it? Though
well,
it's not my tree.
I'm just saying, if you actually want a solution, the solution is pay for it. That
I actually
is the
emailed
solution.
my neighbor, and I was like,
Hey, you gotta go have these?
yeah.
Did you email for the Dork account though?
I did. No, I did not.
You should try that.
I did not.
Wait, what's
I
this?
asked him to go have these.
You pay for it, I'll Venmo you half.
Do you know what he
do that?
You know what
do
he
you say?
said?
What do you say?
Nothing. He's not responded to that. Yeah.
Sounds good. But anyway, yeah, that is the
There's
solution.
got to be no update to that story.
The solution is pay for it.
Sucks.
But okay, keep sending those in.
What a waste.
6
Wait
months.
till the next one goes down. I'm going to pay for that too. My
Even more
fence,
firewood.
You know,
my fence is all jacked up too.
You know who Keith
Not a
sounds
gift.
like? You know who Keith sounds like? John Henry. Doesn't want to pay for anything. That's exactly what he sounds like. Doesn't
this
want to
shouldn't
pay,
be my problem.
Doesn't want to pay for anything. Oh, these players are so expensive. Sounds just like John
Well,
Henry.
If you want to get struck by lightning, go to this guy's backyard apparently and stand there. It's happening every night.
Jeff Passan thinks they'll be aggressive, Keith,
They
as
should
you heard
be.
coming back at the top of the hour. Do you think John Henry is going to let Craig Breslow be aggressive? And does that matter? Does Breslow need to figure it out within those parameters?
So the first part, I would say it is somewhat unlikely, but the second part is yes, meaning like Breslow's got to figure it out. Just like we said, he probably had X amount to spend in the offseason. And at the time, we were like, I'd rather have Pete Alonso than Ranger Suarez. But Suarez has been good. Wilson Contreras has been great. Sonny Gray's been really good. So, like, he wasn't allowed to get Kyle Tucker. And not that that would have even worked. But I'm just saying, like, he wasn't allowed to do that. And he still had a good offseason.
Good point.
So, I think at this deadline, like, I feel like, maybe Francisco Lindor, and I don't even want him, but somebody like Matt Chapman with that contract, maybe that's not going to happen. And maybe that's for the best, honestly. Find somebody else. Like Zach Neto doesn't cost a ton of money. Some of these other guys don't cost a ton of money. Now maybe you have to throw in an extra pick, prospect, but that's on Breslow. Figure it out.
You also have some salary you can send out. Unfortunately, Duran does not really make a ton of money.
No.
And I'm not sure anybody wants him. Story makes money. Not sure anybody wants him. Bayo makes money. Not sure anybody wants him. Yoshida, I'm now leaning towards keeping. But if you need to get money off the books, there are some options there. To save a few bucks, maybe you could trade Christian Campbell, and just get some money out. Even if you're eating some of that salary, maybe there's a way to pay that down. So he does have to work within John Henry's parameters. But do I expect Henry to be, gregarious opening up the wallet? I don't. I think, and this is a hope, I guess, I hope, he'll open up the wallet to a degree and add some payroll. I think they're going to add some payroll at the trade deadline, but I wouldn't say it's a lot. So Breslow's got to get creative if they're going to be aggressive, in the words of Jeff Passan. Brendan is in Milton. Hello, Brendan.
Hey, Brendan.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm calling about the tree.
All right. What do you got?
So I'm an attorney. You got to bring a claim against your neighbor there. He's got to report to his insurance company, but you got to put him on notice that you're going to sue him.
Oh, you got to.
Jeez. All right.
You got to threaten to sue him.
Okay.
Now, this guy is a bit of a wild card, as you said, Keith, so I don't know how you feel about that.
I can do it from a distance. I can put it in his mailbox.
If he'd take
I
time
can do
to
that.
it. Yeah.
All right. So on what grounds? Just that his tree's in my yard? Because the more I was reading up on it, it was sort of like you're kind of SOL.
No, he's responsible for his tree.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, if you want my number offline, I can help you out.
Oh, okay. Well, let's pop Brendan. Brendan and Milton will pop you on hold.
Very good.
Billy, why don't you take down the man's info?
Yeah.
Keith is going to sue his neighbor, apparently.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, let's just take down the info. Let's just take down the info and talk to this gentleman.
Maybe it's more likely he'll go halvesies with me if I say, like, if you don't, I will take you to small claims court.
Yeah. Meet my friend Brendan.
Or big claims court.
Oh, you could be on like Judge Judy or something.
That'd be cool.
That would be sweet.
Or that HBO show Neighbors. If we get,
you could end up there too.
We end up in like a real feud.
I still haven't watched that.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but it's good.
The last episode you described talked me out of it a little bit, to be honest.
You don't have to watch the last one. It's mostly full frontal male nudity. So,
yeah, when you put it that way,
you've been warned.
I do kind of want to see it now. A lot of people on the text line are also saying, Keith, that you should alert the town about his other trees.
Yes.
Get in ahead of that.
Yeah.
Alert
Good
the
call.
town about those.
Yeah,
trees.
I agree. I agree with that. That is something that we have to do. 100%.
Okay. That's the next step here. 617-779-7937. Jeff Passan thinks the Red Sox will be aggressive. Will John Henry let Craig Breslow be aggressive? And how much will he add to the payroll? We can get into that with your phone calls again. 617-779-7937. Plus, in just 2 minutes, kind of sounds like Garrett Crochet is telling you he's done for the year. Again, 2 minutes on Jones and Keith.
sucks to I understand why you asked the question. It sucks though, because I remember when I went on the IL originally, I was like, maybe I'll just miss one start, and then the way that the injury just kind of matured, especially with the setback following the first ramp, it matured to a place where, like I said, it's just completely different from the original diagnosis, which sucks. But the shoulder's complex like that.
Garrett Crochet yesterday, Keith, not ruling out he could have thrown his last pitch this year.
Oh, my God. Man, pitchers are just so fragile. I mean, they throw so hard now and, the spin rates and all that other stuff, and it's just so common for every pitcher to deal with something. And how often is it a season-long injury? And so we were riding the high last year with Garrett Crochet, and, the way the White Sox kind of, babied him the year before. But you're whatever, the team was out of it. They wanted to make sure they maximized their return because they were going to deal him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Red Sox used him, and he was one of, 3 pitchers last year to throw 200 innings. And he had a great year. And this year started off, and it was a little bit rocky. And then he had a good start, believe it or not. And then he's been on the shelf. He's been on the shelf since. So it's just why, for me, I always want the really good hitter / everyday player over the pitcher. And I know they're like, wow, pitching wins in the world. You're like, yeah, okay.
But in fairness, neither of us want to trade Connolly early for Hunter Goodman.
Yeah,
and
true. But that's also a little bit
I'm
different.
with you on the logic, but I don't want to trade the young pitching for a bat like that. Maybe if we were talking a more elite bat, I'd feel that way.
Well, then also part of it, maybe part of the equation too, is on the one hand, you're like, well, the Red Sox have a lot of pitchers. On the other hand, they need a lot of pitchers.
Correct.
Right? It's Connolly early already is on the IL. Look at every guy they have has been on the IL.
Ron Suarez did not get activated off the IL yesterday. He was supposed to pitch in that game. He was not going to. Could have been weather-related. They said he's sore. So, all right, Ron Hare was supposed to be back. Early's still not back. Crochet may never be coming back as it goes this year.
It's
Tolley and Bennett are getting close to their innings limits on
tough.
top of that. So it's like Sonny Gray and what?
Yeah.
Patrick Sandoval just got back from missing a year and a half.
That's just what it is with pitchers. You have to be prepared for it. So if you get a single pitch from Garrett Crochet this year, I would view that as a bonus. I would say right now you almost have to be just hopeful that he's good to go next season. And that's obviously crushing news, but it's good that Breslow knows that now. Don't give me the old Chris Sale's coming back, guys. What better acquisition than that? So
Roman Anthony is not swinging a bat.
Yeah, and Garrett Crochet sounds miserable. So
Garrett Crochet is telling you he might not throw a pitch again, and Roman Anthony is not swinging a bat down at the Homewood Suites. Is that where it is? Down in Fort Myers is what Chad Tracy told the Greg Hill show today. So you should not be planning like either of those guys are coming back. You should not be acting like you're getting anything from either of them.
Exactly.
And I would go a step further. Pitching's a sneaky need on this team, Keith. Everyone thinks, Passan and Olney wrote about this today at ESPN. They're like, right-handed bat's the biggest need for the Red Sox. I'm like, I'm starting to think it's a lefty bat.
I was going to say, I think that's the old way of viewing the Red Sox.
I'm starting to think they need because who's their good lefty stick outside of Abreu?
Well, I'll give you, probably just Abreu.
Who's next? Yoshida?
Yep.
Duran? And Seagull's the switch hitter? I actually kind of think they need the lefty stick more than the righty these days, and
they might.
I think starting pitcher's a sneaky need, too.
Starting pitching, I would say, is on the list now, which never was on the list before. Because right now, if I said they make the playoffs, which is not crazy, they're currently in the playoffs, and they're in the wild card round, 3-game series. You go Gray, Suarez, 1-2. Who's your third starter?
I mean,
it might be Jake Bennett.
It might be.
It might be.
It might be Tolley. It might be. Choose your young lefty du jour.
So that's my hope. And that's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I think who's pitching the best and who's the healthiest of those three at the end. But that's kind of what it is. I don't think you can't rely on Garrett Crochet or even meaning Crochet starts and then you bump down, because if you were Suarez is your third starter, that's what we thought it was going to be, or Gray at the beginning of the year, and you're like, oh my God, you're loaded. But you're like, all right, well, Brian Bayo can only pitch out of the bullpen, and Garrett Crochet can't pitch. So, that's changed things. They definitely should at least consider what they can get there at the deadline.
A few other items here on Garrett Crochet. Garrett Crochet on August 23rd, so about a month from now, will reach 120 consecutive days on the IL with an arm injury. That will erase his ability to opt out following the 2030 season. And instead, the Red Sox get an additional year on a team option for $15 million in 2032.
Yeah, it's a steal
for Garrett Crochet. So the injury from a business standpoint, John Henry's like, great, we get this guy for an extra year. It's our option for $15 million.
Yeah.
In 2030, like from a business standpoint, I mean, the Red Sox are hearing dollar signs in their head. For actually on the field, it
sucks.
Obviously way less than ideal. Crochet, to his credit, said it would probably be impossible at this point, returning before August 23rd. He also says it sucks that, he's not going to have the ability to opt out, but he's like, worst case scenario, what? I'm here in Boston. It's where I want to be anyways.
I mean, really I don't know how many agents and pitchers would sign up for it, but all teams should try to get something like that because so many pitchers miss such significant time with different arm injuries. I would wonder, and I wouldn't be one of these like one-inning guys in the playoffs.
Maybe.
And how dangerous could that possibly be?
So Tim Healy wrote this in the Globe, and he owned this story, so I should have given him credit earlier. But Tim Healy in the Globe said the playoffs are the major marker on Crochet's mental calendar because of the runway required. He says once he's cleared to throw, which is not imminent, he's going to need a spring training-esque 6 weeks or so, maybe longer. If he started now, he's not throwing.
No, he's not.
He'd be looking at early September, which is why the mind wanders to October, and should the Red Sox get there, he said, quote, I'm just kind of playing it by ear, which sucks to say on the record, but right now that's kind of all we have to go off. So could he pitch in the postseason and be a one-inning guy? I mean, maybe.
Don't count on it.
I wouldn't wager on it.
Don't count on it.
And Breslow should not be acting like that's going to be a thing.
That's what's also remarkable about this season as a whole, because obviously we discussed, how they started, where they were, and they've needed this crazy winning streak to get back in the playoffs. But just in general, let's say they got off to a normal start and that Alex Cora was still the manager, and I told you that they've done most of this season without Crochet and Anthony, and they'd be a playoff team? You'd say, no way. Like, that was the reason why we were talking them up to maybe win 88 or 89 games was Anthony was going to be an all-star and Crochet was going to be a Cy Young contender again.
Basically, last year, the only reason they were a team that was over 500 were the Crochet starts. So we're like, it's a 500 team, but Crochet was so good last year.
That's incredible.
And an ace can have that kind of impact on a team where he basically is the reason you were above 500.
Now that's Sonny Gray. Now Sonny Gray wins every single start.
It's true. Meanwhile, I mentioned quickly that the Greg Hill Show, as part of their front office report, talked to Chad Tracy today.
Yep.
Asked about any concerns about Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer off the field and what they were up to. Tracy said his concern level was 0.
0? What's the scale to?
I'd imagine 100, but good question.
Oh, yeah, wow.
He
That's
says,
real low.
Not even remotely on my radar, not something we've talked about in here, which, again, I don't believe him on that. He said Roman Anthony is in Fort Myers to focus solely on baseball. Those are Chad Tracy's own words. Meanwhile, Chapman's the latest to bring up what the young guys are up to. Contreras has done it. Kiner Falefa has done it. Cora did it to Ken Rosenthal. So we've heard it an awful lot this year. He did spend his whole answer basically talking about Roman Anthony and then shoehorning in Marcelo Meyer at the end. He was asked about both. He talked about Roman for the bulk of the interview and then at the end mentioned Meyer, which is why I'm like, I wonder if he's worried what Meyer's up to and not as much Anthony. But
or
that's
do
how
you view that as either he's just less of a factor overall, or that they might trade him?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe they're just less. He just cares less about Marcelo and his role on the team because they're not really expecting much. Maybe it's that.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. If you missed any of that, you can get it on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone, free, easy. Take it wherever with you wherever you go. You won't miss a second of Jones and Keith with the Odyssey app. You also won't miss a second of Would You Rather Wednesday. It comes your way next.
Having health insurance.
with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you get with this, cause this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you get with this, cause this is kind of fat. Come on.
Would You Rather Wednesday, brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant in Medford. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. Giant portions there again, goavellino.com. Little bit of news quickly here, Keith.
Ooh, what do you got?
Out of the NFL, we told you earlier, Gabe Akis.
Go ahead.
Was one of 6 unsigned rookies in the entire NFL.
Yeah, crazy.
4 quarterbacks, him and another injured player, like catastrophic injury, dropped in the draft because of it, Jamad McCoy. McCoy just signed his contract with the Raiders.
Okay.
So there is now...
He's the only non-quarterback.
The only... Good way of putting it.
Yeah.
The only unsigned non-quarterback in this year's draft after McCoy, as Fowler writes, at a first-round talent who fell due to a significant knee injury.
Jeez.
Only unsigned QB in the league.
Yeah, so there are players that are more hurt than him that have signed. So like it can't just be that.
Good way of putting it.
I know.
And
Not looking good.
As of last check, he remains unsigned.
Okay.
Anything changes there, we'll change our tune on that. A reminder that we will give away yet another pair of tickets to see WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden on August 14th.
All right.
It includes CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, Rhea Ripley. So stay tuned for that. We'll do that shortly after noon here on Jones and Keith, so go nowhere. In the meantime, Billy, we have some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday. What's first up today, Bill?
Would you rather the Red Sox add a left fielder or a shortstop?
I would rather they subtract a left fielder off the team for sure.
Which to me gives that the answer.
Yeah.
So if you add a left fielder, that would assume that Jarren Duran's no longer on the team, or at least you're not even playing him. So I think I'd rather the left fielder. So you are going to get Trevor Story back at some point. I'm by no means a huge Trevor Story fan. Chang's been awesome. And so I don't know if that's going to last all season, but he at least is an above-average defensive shortstop, so you can play him for a while. Maybe Story is back in the mix. And some of those other platoon guys that have been helping the team out all kind of play short, where at the beginning of the season, you had a million outfielders, but Roman Anthony's gone. Jarren Duran's been really bad. Yoshida's more of a DH, so it's like, no, you could use a guy there. Now, my pipe dream is Byron Buxton. I know he's a center fielder, but if you got somebody like that, and, oh, by the way, the Twins are falling out of it.
Oh, big time.
So that's good. I know he has a no-trade clause and all that stuff, but if you were able to get him, that'd be huge. So I'll say left fielder over shortstop.
I agree. I'm surprised in all of these different lists, they're linked to, like, purely shortstops and catchers. Like, I get that you can upgrade. I mean, Narvaez had a horrible year, and Wong actually is having an okay year.
Yeah.
Throughout a guy running the bases the other day, he's actually hitting it okay. Like, I do think of catcher as if you upgrade there, it could be a game changer. But most teams probably aren't super thrilled with what they have at that spot. So just by default, I don't really look at that as a huge need. Shortstop, I would love them to upgrade, especially because that would block Trevor Story from getting back on the field if they went and got Lindor or Seager or Neto or someone like that. But I think you have to get Duran out of here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the answer is outfielder, and I think there should be a surplus of those guys available. Maybe some of the big-name shortstops don't move.
Yeah.
A lot of outfielders are going to move.
Definitely.
I think that's what I would prefer on this team. What else, Billy?
Would you rather LeBron go to the 76ers or the Heat?
Okay, so I think he's going to the Heat. Where would I rather have him go?
Sixers.
I'd rather have him go to the Sixers.
Just to see what that
What does it
looks
look like?
Yeah,
Exactly.
100%. And so it's a weird spot because I do want Jaylen Brown to have a good season, but I also don't want Philly to be good. So I'm sort of caught in between there, right? It's easy to root against Philly. I don't like Joel Embiid, but I want Jaylen Brown to have a good year.
Well, yeah, I want to see what it looks like, as you said, in Philadelphia. I want to see the drama. I want to follow what's going on with that team. It makes Philly even easier to root against.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not afraid of Miami if it's Giannis and LeBron and Bam. The Sixers, on paper, that is a scary roster. And so, yeah, I would be rooting against that team even more so than we already are. Like, I think for our purposes and the drama and a continuous storyline all year long, how does Jalen get along with LeBron? Never mind everybody else there. I'd rather have him go to Philly, but I don't think that's where he's going to wind up.
No, it seems like Miami. It's going to be a reunion in Miami. I do think it makes the Heat better, obviously. Even though LeBron is, his best days are behind him. He's still a good player. He's better than anybody else that they could add right now to pair up with Giannis and Bam. So it's just another contender in the Eastern Conference.
What else, Bill?
Would you rather have the Last Supper tattooed on your stomach or sit versus lefties?
Okay, so this
Get
needs
you a guy who can do both.
bit of an explanation.
Yes, it does.
Jaron Duran does not typically play against lefties.
No.
And he did just get the Last Supper tattooed on his tummy.
So is that a real tattoo or is that AI? Was that for like?
I think it's real.
Okay, so you got the Last Supper tattooed on his stomach, where like where your supper goes.
Yeah, his tum tum.
So you eat a supper, then you look down. And
He
you're like, "This is the
also
Last Supper."
reportedly was put under for this tattoo.
See, I don't like this. This is like a trend. Deshaun Watson did this. I think Anthony Richardson. Usually, when they get like their entire backs done, they get knocked out. I don't think so. I think you need to be
You gotta
awake.
sit there and feel it.
You need to wear it.
Yeah.
You need to be like that. Part of the pain
He
is part of
it's
the pleasure.
tattoo. He is wearing it. He will
Forever.
be wearing it no matter what.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's like cheating. That doesn't count. Like, you didn't really get the tattoo if you're like we're taking a little
You
snooze.
still wake up and it's sore.
Yeah. You like that though? The Last Supper right there.
I thought about
That's
getting
cool.
that tattooed.
I read the Da Vinci Code. That was cool as hell. He's probably
Watch the Da Vinci Code.
So did I. Watched the movie too. It got bad reviews, but I liked it.
Actually, it wasn't bad. A little long.
I'd rather sit against lefties.
Yeah. Then that.
I don't want to have to
'Cause
sit through
tattoos
that.
are forever.
Now, if I get knocked out,
Yeah.
although you wake up and you're like, geez,
It's
it is
there.
the Last Supper. It's there forever.
Right. Then you wake up the next day, it's still there. You wake up the day after that, it's
As
still there.
Billy said before the show, you wake up, you're 75 years old.
Yeah. You're like, ugh.
God knows what that's looking like.
Yeah.
I think you have bigger issues at 75.
Yeah. I don't know.
75
That'd be up on the list.
75 is the new 65.
Like how many
they're saying.
trees are
Oh, they
dying
are
in your
saying that.
backyard?
Yeah.
Oh God. Now that guy's just dumping trees into my yard. He doesn't care. He's like, that one went
Exactly.
down.
You're carefree
Oh,
at
I didn't have to
75.
pay for
What do
anybody
you
to
care if you
remove
have
it.
a Last Supper tattoo.
That's cool.
Oh, this is a good one in the Twitch chat, just north of the mass holes. That's a new one, I think. Says, I have no tattoos. My body is a Budweiser temple.
That's true. You don't want to mess it up.
No, my body is my temple outside of the beer gut.
Yep.
I don't need any tattoos all over there.
No.
But yeah, I'd
Because
rather.
you want to get Christmas presents this year. That's
Sure.
why you don't have
I
any.
would.
I get it.
I'm agreeing with you. I'd rather sit
Okay.
against lefties. What else, Billy?
Would you rather have a treehouse or a hammock?
All right, the treehouse is pretty cool. You go up there, you can look at magazines. You can be by yourself.
You can talk to
Make
someone.
s'mores.
Talk to someone on tin cans.
Yeah.
Inside the house.
You can set up a zip line and go
No
screaming
girls
back into the
allowed.
house. That's pretty fun. I think.
Light the rope on kerosene and then burn down.
Oh
the,
yeah,
the
like
sticky
if-
bandits.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
the-
wet bandits.
The wet
in that
bandits
case.
are coming
yeah,
after
yeah,
you.
Yeah,
Take the shears and go, just cut them right down.
yeah.
You do that. You can do all
Hammock
kinds-
though, you can just kind
Take a
of
snooze.
take a nice snooze.
Nobody's more
Relax.
comfortable than in a hammock.
Chill Jones time is what that is.
Was that
So
chill-
getting out of the hammock, like fall over.
Well, I'll tell you, they have a,
Getting out of the hammock is a chore.
they have a hammock
Getting
on Big Brother every year. Someone's falling out of that thing every year. You
Yeah.
try to get somebody sitting on it. You try to get on there. The thing swings over. Everybody falls out.
Death trap.
But I think if you own one, you'd probably
How many people are in that hammock?
sometimes 2 or 3.
Ooh,
Yeah.
three?
Mm.
3 in a hammock.
Yeah.
We gotta watch this show.
Not bad.
So I know you don't like heights, so you're
Yeah.
probably out on the treehouse. You
I
can
don't-
go up pretty high. on
I
some
don't
of
love
those.
heights. You don't have to go high with a treehouse.
Sure you do.
But I think the answer is hammock. Yeah, I think I could, you know,
You need to climb up
live
high
on
in the hammock.
live on island time is what I could do. And I imagine I get pretty good getting in and out of the hammock if I actually owned one.
Not enough to do in the hammock. I'd get bored in the hammock. Treehouse. I mean,
Put
all
on,
bets are off.
put on the Odyssey app.
Oh, anywhere you go.
lay there.
Same with the treehouse, though.
Well,
you
that's
could be
true.
just
You
listening to the
you
show.
can
in
put that
the
on
treehouse.
the treehouse, but you just said specifically nothing to do in the hammock. I'm just giving you an answer.
Take a little. I'm not a napper. I can't take naps.
I
wake up real
I
angry.
used to be a napper. Then kids happen.
Also true.
Yeah, no, when you're trying to nap with a kid around,
you can't do it.
Can't be done.
Can't do it because they're playing with matches.
Okay, so your answer. Your
Treehouse.
answer is treehouse.
Yeah, I'll take a treehouse.
I'm going hammock on this
Yeah,
one.
all right.
Billy?
Break the tie, Bill.
I don't know. Both of the arch enemy of the fat guys. So I don't think I'd pick it either.
Well, that's
I'm
not the
falling
game.
out of a
It's would you
treehouse.
rather.
No, and if I had to pick, it would be the hammock.
Yeah,
Even though I
there
look like
it
a
is.
roped off pork roast. But I'm going hammock.
All right, hammock's the answer. Okay,
Hammock is
fair
what
enough.
it is. What if it was a banana hammock?
Oh, that's cool.
You ever wear one of those?
Right now I am.
Banana hammock on a hammock. Whew.
Yeah,
That's
you're
hot.
living it. You're living it. I wear one every day. You just can't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you rather build in your neighbor's yard? Put the hammock up between two of his trees
Oh.
or build a treehouse in his yard?
I'd rather.
Either way, I get struck by lightning.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, no, that place is a death
Good point.
trap. You don't want to go anywhere near that. All it is lightning. You
Now
just
you're just a conductor between two trees.
Yeah. I'm like, sir, you don't live in the Bridgewater Triangle. Get out of here.
All right. Those are the Would You Rathers every Wednesday
Good
brought
stuff.
to you by
Thanks for
Avellino's
playing.
Restaurant at Go Avellino.com. Stay tuned. On the way next, it is the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe.
All right, great time for a Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. You can check out the Dork Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, we're talking about the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. It is still hot in the streets. We all got a fever.
AUDACY.
Sure.
Yeah.
Odyssey now already a top 10 film at the box office domestically for the year. And it's only been out for 1 week.
Wow.
So that'll continue to grow.
Now, Nick is thinking about going back and seeing it a second time.
Might as well.
Maybe even a third time.
Yeah, I want to go on IMAX this time, but it's like a month away.
No, he told me before the show. He's like, if you want to go see it in IMAX, it's booked out for the next month.
There are stories at some of like the big theaters out in LA that people are like scalping tickets like to a game. Like you're going to like the World Cup
concert
yes, like
or like
they're outside
a sporting event.
Jacking the price on the Odyssey IMAX tickets.
You could go to LA and buy scalp tickets, Nick.
That sounds real expensive.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, but you get to see it.
They're gonna gouge you, but but you see the whole movie, as it was intended.
Yeah,
as the whole thing was shot in IMAX. But no, it's been a thrill. It's been an absolute sensation. You want to know what the other 9 movies that have made more money domestically this year are?
Sure. Yeah, give me some guesses.
I'll go 9-1.
Okay.
Or do you want to guess a couple?
No,
yeah,
I was going to guess one because I watched the trailer for it last night and it reminded me is Obsession.
Obsession is 5th.
How about that?
Yeah, it's 5th with a budget of under $1 million.
I'm out of guesses. What else is in there? Yeah.
Number 9, Hoppers.
Hoppers.
You've
saw
seen
that.
Hoppers.
I saw it. Terrible movie, but I saw it.
Number 8, The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Okay.
Number 7, Backrooms.
Oh, could have guessed that.
That was good. Number 6, The Devil Wears Prada 2.
Makes sense.
5, Obsession. 4, Project Hail Mary.
Oh, right.
Number 3, Michael. The Michael Jackson biopic.
Yeah, I still got to preview that.
Number 2, the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which was dreadful.
Also made. Oh, that was no good.
Horrible.
Good reviews from Lucas. Lucas liked it.
Cece was like, I don't know, 4 out of 6, I guess.
Yeah, the kid's doing that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like usually, like when we saw Minions, she was like, best movie ever. 6 out of 6.
She has easy grading in her blood.
Yo, yeah. Look at me. Recency
yeah.
bias, especially like walking out of the theater. You're like, there's nothing better than that. Like you like that one that much? And then Toy Story 5 is currently number 1. Has made the most money.
Texter claims I went to the Odyssey and the entire theater was empty. Online, it said it was sold out. Major scandal.
I think that
you're not buying that. That's one texter. That's 207. Is that Maine? That's a Maine text.
I think that.
So I don't know. I don't know about Maine theaters, but
movie theaters in Maine.
I think that's nuts. They also released, and you never know if these are 100% accurate or not, but they released the reported salary for each actor in the Odyssey.
Great.
So these are they vary slightly. So I don't know if these are all 100% accurate.
Yeah,
but this is what
let's
they
hear
have.
them. Let's hear them.
Elliot Page got $1.5 million.
Good payday.
Pretty good.
That scene alone was worth it.
It was a good scene. Also, more than the cost of the film Obsession was like just Elliot Page.
And Elliot Page.
Mia Goth made $1 million.
Okay.
Benny Safdie $1.5 million. Lupita Nyong'o made $2 million. Zendaya made $5 million. Charlize Theron made $6 million. Anne Hathaway and Robert Pattinson made $7 million. Tom Holland made $10 million, and Matt Damon made $15 million.
Wow.
Benny Safdie made that much money to show up, not talk, and just look cool.
It was a big part, though.
What Leguizamo
guy?
What Leguizamo guy?
I don't see it on this list. Oh, I think I might have seen somewhere 2.5.
Oh wow.
Well, he was in it more than like Elliot Page or Benny Safdie was. He had like a decent sized role.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good since The Pest. Remember that movie?
Yeah.
That movie was awesome.
Good one.
Before the Odyssey movie, there was a series of trailers, as there is. One of them that's got the people talking.
There was a book. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, there's actually a poem.
Yeah, sorry. I got it. All right, there's a series of trailers, yes.
One of them that's got the people talking. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Why is that playing? Oh, for Pete's sake. I thought that was Nick playing that. Peek behind the curtain. It's a new setup here on the table.
Yeah.
My microphone elbow hit the space bar on the thing that I was going to play later.
That's what it was. Yeah, we'll get there.
This is a pain in the keister. All right. There was a trailer for a Jessica Chastain movie.
Hell yeah.
And so it starts. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Until I didn't.
Oh.
It starts out as like, oh, she's like a mom or whatever. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. Something seems off about this version of the mom. Something's wrong behind those eyes.
Oh.
Cut to jump scare. She's under the tables, all twisted around like an octopus.
In the trailer?
Yeah, her like legs are going this way, her arms are going that way. She's making a weird face.
Okay.
Yeah, no, well, not the way you're thinking.
Oh, okay.
I jumped.
Yeah.
It was like
You jumped.
a jump scare in a trailer before the Odyssey.
You threw your Trojan horse bucket of popcorn everywhere.
There's Twizzlers everywhere. I lost my mind. It was great. So the movie's called Other Mommy, and it comes out later this year. Jessica Chastain, I think, plays
Other
perhaps
Mommy.
like a. There must be one version of her that's the normal version. Another one maybe is like possessed by a demon or something, and then like
Okay.
interacting with the kid. But she makes these weird faces. She was underneath it. I'm telling you, it looks crazy.
Well, I, as I told you, all of a sudden I'm minding my business,
Yeah.
watching my Peacock last night, Keith.
All right, I won't ask any follow-ups. Go ahead.
And I log right in there.
Yeah.
And the Obsession trailer is just playing, or whatever it is. Is it a trailer? I don't know.
Yeah,
proper trailer.
It's streaming on Peacock now.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'm watching this. I'm like, all right, well, these guys are buzzing about this. Let me
great.
give it a rip. I'm terrified. By the end of the trailer, terrified. I'm not watching that movie.
Every night for a week straight, I've asked my wife if she wants to watch Obsession. Her answer, always the same.
Yeah.
No.
Why don't you start with you want to watch some Peacock? See where that goes.
Well, that'd be a quicker no.
Yeah.
Avengers Doomsday trailer. We highlighted this a little bit on Monday when it came out. It's already it is the second most viewed trailer for one day. One day, over 500 million views.
Wow.
Tell you though, I'm a little nervous about it.
Yeah.
I'm nervous about it. I'm nervous about Marvel overall. I've loved Marvel. In fact, the Dork podcast basically was created off of Marvel and like Star Wars movies like 10 something years ago and like talking about them. It kind of hit a point where it was the best thing going in my mind. Like Infinity War and Endgame was incredible. Since then, kind of hit or miss. They've had some good movies. They've had some lesser ones. This one, I just don't really get it. You got all these characters in it. Robert Downey Jr. is back. So he played Iron Man for decades. Now he's Dr. Doom. Do you want to hear the Dr. Doom voice?
I feel like we already have.
I was going to say,
We did a little
did
bit.
we hear a little bit of it
But people
already,
are
I think?
constantly tuning in at different times. Maybe they
Okay.
didn't hear the blunder.
Sure. Let me
Is that going to be in the blooper reel later, Nick?
No,
All right.
Let me hear his voice for the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to think, does this sound like a Latvarian to you?
Something we may not be able to deter. Before this day is done, we should be faced with an unthinkable decision.
Okay.
Is that Bill Skarsgård?
It sounds a little bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger as well, but angry.
Yeah.
But so that's Robert Downey Jr. as Victor Von Doom doing his Latvarian impression, I guess.
It's the second
Accent.
Latvarian?
Yeah.
What is that?
Where Dr. Doom's from.
Oh, he's from
Latveria.
Latveria.
That's right.
I was like, are you saying Latvia?
No, he's
I was
not
like,
from
I think
there.
that's Latvian.
No, he's from
Latvarian.
Latveria.
Got it. That's the second time you said that. I didn't get it.
That's
either
where he's
time.
from.
Okay, I get it now. I didn't know.
So really, you could make your accent whatever you want. It's supposed to be like Eastern European.
I see.
But anyway, I have my doubts about it, but I will obviously see it opening night. San Diego Comic-Con starts tomorrow, the biggest con of the
right.
year. So I'm sure we'll get a lot more stuff. I'm sure there'll be more on Doomsday, more on Spider-Man, which comes out in a couple of weeks. Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out on the 31st. Kevin Feige also said that he currently has plans for the MCU through the year 2042.
Oh.
So he's kind of mapped it out well into the future.
Do we think Jones and Keith? I mean, should we even
2042?
What do you think? Jones and Keith still going then?
Keith will be around in 2042.
Still doing the hashtag Dork Minute
I hope
Wednesdays
so.
at 11:45.
Listen, God willing.
I would imagine.
I mean,
I can
it's up to
play.
me, yes.
Yeah.
If it's up to me, yes.
2042. All right.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Mark it down. All right, we mentioned Obsession is streaming on Peacock. Masters of the Universe is streaming on Prime right now.
Okay.
I haven't watched this. I wasn't like, believe it or not, I wasn't a huge like He-Man guy
No.
growing up, really.
Were you not
I
up
feel like
early
people-
enough for the Saturday morning cartoons?
No, I feel like people slightly older than us. It was like their
Got it.
wheelhouse.
We just missed it.
I remember it,
Yeah.
but it wasn't like my go-to. This movie did not do well at the box office, but neither did that movie Dungeons and Dragons, which was pretty funny. So I'll give this one a rip. Also, Mortal Kombat 2 will be on HBO Max on Friday. We're going to get a Snoop Dogg biopic, August of 2027.
Not sure I need it.
In on that?
No. Grandmas everywhere are going to go watch that.
And then they're going to be like,
grandmas and like your third aunts love Snoop Dogg.
and then they're going to be like, wait a minute, he was on trial for murder? I don't remember that. I just remember him and Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
Like, well, there's more.
He loves the Olympics.
He does.
They're
He
gonna.
does.
Yeah, I don't know that I need a Snoop biopic, but okay.
All right, well, you're going to get a RoboCop TV series.
Now
You
we're
on that?
Now we're talking.
Okay.
Now
Like
we're
that.
getting what we need. Yeah.
Good police officer. There's like another horror movie coming out in August called Buddy, and it looks like they basically took Barney changed the character to like a
Okay.
different color dinosaur, but it looks kind of like Barney.
Okay.
And there's these kids that are on this TV show, but then they're like trapped there, and it turns into like a horror movie. Got it. I think I'm in on that.
I mean, that sounds not bad.
I think I'm super.
I
in
got to
on
watch
that.
the trailer. I
We'll
might
watch
be
the
spooked
trailer.
by it.
Be
But
scared. We'll watch the
yeah.
movie.
Well, right. I mean, that might be the case. I'm not
Yes.
saying it depends on how scary it is.
Good news. Megan Fox is
Yeah.
set to return
Uh-huh.
in a Jennifer's Body sequel.
Yes.
That'll play.
Oh yeah, it will.
That'll
In my
play.
house, a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
A lot. Oh, and finally, the latest Lego is out. Gillian Anderson. They got her to film like a little preview for it. It's an X-Files.
Oh, nice.
Related.
Scully.
Yeah, so they're like under the earth, and there's like a whole thing. It's like a structure that goes up. They got a couple aliens in there for the nice, easy price of $199. Not bad.
Sounds
X-Files
like a bargain.
Lego. They'll be coming to a store near you. So there you go. There's your Dork Minute.
Okay. Hashtag Dork Minute every Wednesday until 2042 here on WEEI.
Fingers crossed. We're going to have to do the podcast that long just because we have to talk about all these movies.
Well, good point.
So.
I mean, you're basically contractually obligated to do that. 617-779-7937. It is a short Jones and Keefe program today, doubleheader on WEEI. Red Sox get going at 12:35. Well, first pitch is actually at 1:35. Pregame gets going at 12:35. Jones, Keefe, and the Wild Thing hanging out for a little bit, getting you game ready for the Red Sox and the Orioles here today. We have another pair of tickets to give away to WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden on August 14th, so stay tuned for that. And we'll get back to all the latest on Christian Gonzalez and what's holding up his extension with the Patriots in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
on this team. A lot of guys are going to be up for new contracts in the coming years, but certainly Christian Gonzalez right now comes to the forefront. One of the best corners in the NFL, has in fact been seeking a new contract. The two sides have been in negotiations for some time. And yes, obviously the Patriots want a new deal for Christian Gonzalez, and he wants a deal. And if he gets one, would no doubt make him one of the, if not the highest paid cornerbacks in the NFL. But it is really not that simple, because there's another cornerback situation going on in Seattle with star corner Devin Witherspoon. They also, by the way, have the same agent at Wynn Sports. The two negotiations have been going on concurrently. Certainly seems like Witherspoon is further along in his negotiation than Gonzalez is in his negotiation. The Seahawks have, my understanding, made an offer upwards of $30 million, one that would make Witherspoon among the, if not the highest paid corner in the NFL. No resolution yet on that deal, but wouldn't be surprised if Witherspoon gets done first and then Gonzalez gets done at some point shortly after with the market set.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. That's Ian Rappaport last night discussing Devin Witherspoon holding up Christian Gonzalez's contract extension. He makes it sound very matter-of-fact. Witherspoon, they were in aggressive conversations out in Seattle. The sale just happened. He's going to sign. And then, don't worry about it, Christian Gonzalez will get signed shortly thereafter, which I guess I understand that logic. McDuffie already signed. Witherspoon's going to up that market. As Rap Sheet said, and you highlighted earlier, Keith, they're both represented by the same agent. Gonzo's better than Witherspoon, so have Witherspoon sign first. Then Gonzo ups that number, get the first one locked in, up the second one. I get all that. But then training camp starts Saturday, and veterans are already reporting. The rookies got here today. Some of the injured guys already reported earlier this week. It's why Landry and others were placed on PUP. So it's not exactly like there's a lot of time if you want him out there for the start of training camp. If you need to wait for Witherspoon to sign first, and then Gonzalez, and I want him out there participating fully. Yeah. And without a contract, I can't imagine he's going to be doing that.
And do we feel like it's just Witherspoon that's holding it up? So say there was a world where Witherspoon had already signed a contract or was drafted a year later, and you knew that McDuffie's $100 million set the bar. Do you think Gonzo's already signed? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't think it's just that.
That's what Rap Sheet's telling you, but I don't.
But we also heard early in the offseason when we started this discussion, and a lot of the Patriots beat writers were talking about it too, that's when they were saying stuff like, he is under contract, they could play this out, they're within their rights to play him, they could franchise him. Remember, like, all that stuff was discussed in like March, April?
Long time ago.
We were talking about that, and we knew that Witherspoon also was a free agent, and I feel like that was discussed here and there, but like it wasn't like the centerpiece of conversation. It was more like, are they going to pay him, and how ugly is this going to get? Is this going to sort of like bleed into the season? Do they want to pay him? Do they think he's as good as maybe the rest of the league thinks he is, or certainly he and his agent feel that he is? So how is this going to go? Like, I don't think it's simply Witherspoon holding it up.
I don't either. But, and I think they'll run at it. The second Witherspoon gets his deal done,
then that's up.
30+ million.
Right.
Yeah, then that excuse is now gone. Right. And is that when things start getting ugly? I don't know. The Patriots have some leverage. I mean, they certainly do. I don't know if I mentioned this, Keith. I was on TV the other night.
Oh, damn.
Brag. And Phil Perry pointed out all the corners who have had to wait until year 4. He highlighted McDuffie as one. McDuffie waited until year 4 to get paid. In fact, he had to get traded to get paid.
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner eventually got his. There was a wait there. So,
but then what happened with both of those guys, I think, is not a coincidence.
Well,
so they had a kick and scream to pay him, and then they got traded. Like, the team didn't really want to pay him.
If that's where we're heading, then that's a scary place. I agree. I also would say, well, Gonzalez, I would argue, and I think you agree, is the second best corner in the league. So Surtain had to wait until week 1.
Yeah.
But he got paid in year 3. Stingley got paid at this point months ago.
Yeah, March.
And I think Gonzalez is better than Stingley.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Patriots have some leverage. And, yep, as they've pointed out numerous times, he's under contract. And, yep, other corners had to wait until year 4 or even later to get paid.
Yeah.
Is that the path you want to go down with this guy?
I don't know. And so what we've seen so far from Gonzalez is not a whole lot. We saw him at the Celtics game doing the money sign. Then we saw him tweet at Bedard. So he was getting like a little sensitive. We talked about that last week where you're like, listen, I get it. Trust me, I get it. It's hard to ignore everything and when people chirping about you and all that stuff. But it's like, all right, I think you might be feeling it a little bit.
Well, what do you think he was sensitive about? Because I think that's a key there.
Well,
I think he's sensitive that the team is using reporters like Bedard to negotiate against him.
Yeah, no. And just the fact that there's anything kind of being said negatively about him as he's in a negotiation, like before he signs his contract. Now, that same talk might also bother him the second he gets $120 million. He might be like, what are you talking? You're calling me soft? That doesn't mean, like, the plenty of athletes that have their money that are also still a little sensitive to it. But I just thought it also kind of spoke to, like, all right, we're not really there yet as far as how close it is. We've had different reporters say, like, the Seahawks are actually close. The Seahawks have reached out. They are talking to him.
So, like,
the Patriots aren't talking to him. So how can they go from they're talking and yet it still hasn't finished to, like, well, the second that one gets done, then
well, that's how I feel. They're not even talking. They're not negotiating numbers. So what? Gonzo or his representative is just going to shop that number over to the Patriots, and then what? What are the Patriots going to do? We'll give you the same contract?
I know.
Is he going to want how much more than that contract? How much more is that contract than the McDuffie? Like, I don't think that's a small thing to just say, well, Witherspoon will get done and then Gonzo right after, especially when there's no time before training camp starting on Saturday to get that done.
Yeah, and you're talking about what's going to be the biggest contract, like, in the team history.
Bingo.
Like, it's not like the easiest thing to just shell out there. He was there at minicamp doing, like, non-contact stuff and just sort of, like, doing half the drills, but he was there, so he was playing that game, doesn't want to get fined. They probably felt like that was the best strategy to kind of get what they want. I'm sure Vrabel was like, or at least he's here. He understands very much, Vrabel being who I'm talking about, like, understands that it's a business. But that also starts to change when you get into training camp and when you get into joint practices, when you get in, not that he's going to be, like, playing a lot of preseason stuff, but you get, like, into that part of the offseason, like, that's harder to ignore.
So it makes me start to wonder whether it's because they trade him for a couple of picks, like Barnwell highlighted last week, or just because he's holding in/out. The idea that the defense can get by without Gonzalez, or let me rephrase. How good do you think the defense can be without Christian Gonzalez?
So I still think they would be in the top half because I think they are an easy top 10 defense with him, and maybe even a
You think without him, they're still top half of the league defense?
Yeah.
With no pass rush, as we highlighted.
They got Big Milt.
Akis isn't signed. Landry's on PUP. They do have Big Milt.
Yeah.
But with no Gonzo,
I think they have a chance
with,
to be. Yeah.
With no Gonzo last year, as a team, they were 1-2,
Yeah.
and they lost to the Raiders and Aaron Rodgers.
Struggled. Rodgers Hall of Famer, though, and I'm a small hall guy.
He is. He's one I would put in the Hall of Fame. Not of personalities.
So-
Although, did you see he made up with his family? He's now talking to his
Yeah,
family
his
again.
mom and his dad.
Good for him.
Great.
Good for him.
Why not?
Yeah.
But
Have they
last
seen his
year,
imaginary wife yet?
No, well, no, she doesn't.
didn't see her.
Yeah.
Where do you think they ranked last year in points allowed? I know Gonzo played most of the season.
8th?
4th.
Okay. Oh,
So, like-
good Dale scale number.
The Dale scale number was huge. That's
Yeah.
why it was correct predicting them to make the Super Bowl. They didn't go that one step further. But they had the number 2 offense and they had the number 4 defense a year ago. Gonzo missed 3 games and probably wasn't even full Gonzo to, like, the final 6.
I think it was later than that if you want to split hairs. But yeah, he was not
maybe.
he was not
Sure.
himself for most of the year.
So
Agreed.
vis-a-vis transitive property, I think they could be a top 10 defense. It also goes to, like, I think the offense is going to be really good and not putting them in, like, short fields and not, like, burying them and, like, that kind of thing. So I think even with the schedule being better, the goal should still be that. And then even higher, assuming Gonzo is there and playing.
So I want to get into this more. Like, what can the defense be without Christian Gonzalez? Start wrapping your head around if it's a holdout/hold-in, or if they're going to deal him for picks because they can't come to an agreement. What can the defense be without Christian Gonzalez? And oh, by the way,
yes,
can Drake May carry this offense, carry this team without someone like Christian Gonzalez? Is he the type of QB that can do that? We've seen the Mahomeses and Allen's, not that he's won a Super Bowl, but like that caliber of quarterback gets his team to the playoffs every single year, no matter what goes on around them. I guess not last year for Mahomes, but work with me on it.
Yep.
Can he be that caliber of QB where the rest of the roster really doesn't matter in terms of getting in to the postseason? We'll get to that with your phone call, 617-779-7937. A reminder, Short Jones and Keefe program today. Red Sox and Orioles play a doubleheader. First pitch 1:35 of Game 1. We're going to hang out with the Wild Thing. For a little pregame coverage starting at 12:35, so stay tuned for that. And caller number 9 right now to
Let's
the contest
go.
line, 617-931-0937. Keith, put your phone down. You can't win. you'll have a chance to win 2 tickets to WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden August 14th, where you see, I said put it down, undisputed champion CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, WWE Women's Champion Rhea Ripley, U.S. Champion Trick Williams, and more. You can get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com, or if you're caller 9 right now to the contest line, 617-931-0937 for your chance to win 2 tickets, Friday Night SmackDown, TD Garden, August 14th. We're back in 2 minutes with whether or not Drake May can carry this team without Christian Gonzalez. Again, 2 minutes, Jones and Keith.
Hey, we got a good thing. Don't know if I'ma see you again. But is that a good thing? Cause girl, I can't be your man. No man, I know what's on your brain. You probably hope it never would end. Like, is it the real thing? Or is it just a one night stand? Well then, let me see you get high.
Do you agree with that last point from Schefter? As long as you have Drake May, which I would translate as independent of the rest of the roster, you have a chance to go on a playoff run as long as you have Drake May. Do you agree with that, Keith?
I think, yeah, you are a playoff team when you have like a top 5 quarterback. And that's why I was always like hesitant to put like Drew Brees, for example, in that when everybody would try to shoehorn him into the list of like Brady, Manning, Rodgers during that time. And I know there's like a clear distinction with those guys, but you get my point.
Yep.
He was sort of like lumped in, and you're like, well, those other guys just roll out of bed and make the playoffs. Drew Brees didn't.
No.
And so Drake May, it's only been 1 full year as a starter. I already have him as the 4th best quarterback. And even if you think he's like 6th or 7th, then yeah, I think that
he's
should.
real close to that threshold, even
And,
if you
like,
think he's a little further down than we do. I think I had him 5,
yes,
you have him 4. Yeah.
But he's not surrounded by the worst players either, right? Like that's a lot. That's a lot for, and we've seen certain guys, and that's why people are arguing on both sides, like Joe Burrow, for example. Like, all right, how much can you do with a bad O-line, a bad defense, a bad coach, like that kind of thing.
But put it
to
another
answer
way.
your question, I think Drake May should be in the playoffs.
With or without Christian Gonzalez, this is a playoff team.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you don't want Gonzalez. Right. Gonzalez obviously raises their ceiling to,
100%.
I think, Super Bowl contender. It'd be hard to compete for a Super Bowl. Hell, you were in it last year with Gonzo playing out of his mind, and you couldn't win it. But
remember
you think they're a playoff team even without Gonzalez. I
do.
I'm less sold on that than you are, which maybe makes me less sold on May. I think I'm pretty sold, but I'm not sure because I don't really think they have a ton on defense without him.
Big Milt?
I like Big Milt. I love Big Milt. But okay, besides him.
Byard had a really good year last year. I think the safeties are good.
We haven't seen him play a snap with the Patriots.
Yeah, but the last thing we saw him, he was really good. Carlton Davis, you're right. He'd be sort of propped up a little bit more than he should be. He's probably one of the better number 2 corners in the league. Marcus Jones is a great slot corner, depending on what they would do there. Barmore Williams is a pretty good combo in the middle. They definitely need somebody to step up at pass rush. And maybe it'll happen because like last year at this time, I didn't expect anything out of Chason. We didn't say a word about Chason until we were at camp and we're like, oh, he looks good, but that'll stop.
Good point.
And then he was good all year. So maybe somebody else will have to emerge from there. And you got to figure the coaching staff can kind of get the most out of the guys they have there. Another way of looking at it, the schedule came out before the A.J. Brown deal got done, and I thought they were a playoff team without A.J. Brown. And I know that's offense versus the defense. You're talking about Gonzo being on defense.
Good point. I also thought they were a playoff team without A.J. Brown.
Right.
I did.
So now they add him, so you're like, all right, now I feel even better about it. I would strengthen like my views on them winning double-digit games.
I know you just kind of brushed this aside, but who matters more to winning, Gonzo or Brown?
Does.
I think so too.
Gonzo does, but I'm saying like it elevates what your offense was going to be anyway. Right, so say like now you're scoring more. You might give up a few more, but you're scoring more.
It makes it easier to do what Drake May would need to do, which is carry the team in the absence of Christian Gonzalez. Which,
like, if the defense gives up 20 points, I don't think they even will. But if they give up 20 points a week, they're still winning more of those games.
And if you believe in Vrabel, they should be able to scheme it up without Gonzalez. Right now, the evidence of that a year ago was not good. Again, they lost to the worst team in football without Gonzalez last year. And they were sub 500 without Gonzalez last year. So I don't know if there's much of a track record, at least in New England, with Vrabel to do that, but that was early in Vrabel's tenure last year.
And one of those losses, too, was to
an absurd
Pittsburgh, where they turned it over 5 times.
An absurd amount of turnovers where,
like the offense lost that game, not the defense.
Yeah, you still had a chance to stop Rodgers late and couldn't.
Yeah, but you also had the ball with a chance to win.
True,
so
I'm just saying,
there
wasn't a lot of scheming up going on in that game on either side of the ball.
No, that was a pretty ugly game. And then the Raiders game, like you do run into across the league some pretty wonky week 1 games, right? Like you'll look back on it and be like, that team beat that team?
Yeah.
And so, but I'm not, you can't dismiss it. Those were the games that they played without Christian Gonzalez, and they didn't go his way. So without a doubt, I think he's really important, but I do still think you can lean on the coach-quarterback combination, which I'm going to like in probably all the matchups they have this year as enough to still be a playoff team.
Meanwhile, our guy, former guest of the year, Aaron Schatz.
Some are saying.
Over at ESPN.
I did look it up. He was not on this show.
What?
Nope.
Nick looked into his. I was like, I don't remember talking to Schatz.
I think he was.
Nope.
I stand by it.
All right.
The last thing that was him on this station any was January 12th of 24.
Who was he on with?
Jones and Mego.
That's
on
what
with
it is.
Jones
See,
and Mego. There
you're
it
crossing
is.
streams.
So we had it. He was on with Jones and Mego.
Got it.
So
you talked to him.
I talked to him.
Okay, you could start saying that. I didn't talk to Schatz. I got a memory like an
He
elephant.
didn't say
I would remember
Schatz.
that.
So here's okay. So it's Jones and Mego. My mistake. So not a guest of the year on this program.
Damn.
Can
you book him for next week?
He ranked the top teams in terms of their under 25 talent on the roster.
All right.
Patriots are number 1 on this list. A year ago, they were number 7. Their blue chip talents are Drake May, Christian Gonzalez, Will Campbell.
Yeah.
As blue chip talents under 25. They did have one graduated player from last year's list. That's Craig Woodson, who somehow was here for a year.
Man.
And is always like Caleb Durbin.
He's old.
Sneaky old is what he is for the eraser. But okay. He has him number 1. He writes.
He's been on the show.
He has been
Unlike
on this
Schatz.
show.
Woodson's been on our show.
The Patriots Hall of Young Talent isn't just about Drake May, but it certainly starts with him. The Schatz system identifies May
Copyright.
as the most valuable young commodity in the NFL. So no young player is more valuable than Drake May, according to the Schatz system.
Well, yeah, vis-a-vis, you're like the most valuable player in the league because even though, Stafford won that award last year, he's 15 years older. So if you were doing like a trade power ranking or something like that,
Bill Barnwell did it. The only player who got more or would have taken more draft picks to get was Josh Allen, 7 to 6 for Drake May. But again, he calls him the most valuable young commodity.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because even Allen's a little bit more of the win now, and I know quarterbacks play a lot longer than they used to, but the way he plays, who really knows? You just have a much longer window with Drake May.
I thought it was interesting, too. He details all the young names on offense. Campbell, 22, in addition to May. Wilson's 23. Lomu's 21. He gets into Henderson, who's 23. Kayshon Boutte, shockingly, is only 24. Then he mentions Kyle Williams and Eli Raritan, 23 and 22. Defense, he writes, there's less young talent on the defensive side of the ball, but the Patriots' best defender, Gonzalez, turned 24 in June. The only other names he even mentions on defense are Akis, unsigned.
Yeah.
And then Joshua Farmer, who is a day 3 pick. So they do not have a lot of youth on that side of the football, Keith, which means you're reliant on veterans. As Vrabel said in the Forge and Foxborough episode the other day, it's a bunch of guys who we kind of piece together off the scrap heap.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, without Gonzalez, a blue chip impact player at 24 on defense, if he were to have a prolonged hold in / hold out, yeah, I don't know that I feel great about the defense even repeating what it did a year ago now that it's facing a harder schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, though, when you're talking about the 25 numbers, because they were so bad offensively for the end of the Belichick run and the Mayo run that, like, look what they used their first-round picks on. Their last 3 first-round picks are all offensive players.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, obviously there's going to be – you're going to rank higher there. You got to go back to Gonzalez, who was also a first-round pick, to get a player on defense. They just needed to overhaul the offense so much. So there's so much young, fresh blood in there. But, yeah, no, I'm not saying that Gonzalez isn't the best defensive player on the team. I'm not saying he's not super important. I just think they do have a decent group around it, even though they're not super young. That's fine. Like for the case of this season anyway, and like where they could finish, how high they could rank as far as defenses at the end of the season. Milton Williams, doesn't matter how old he is for this year, or Barmore for this year. Like those guys, I still think are towards the top of their position.
617-779-7937. That's how you dial us up here on Jones and Keefe. We are getting close to pregame coverage. Red Sox and Orioles.
Oh boy,
doubleheader here is the Red Sox. Go to tie a franchise record of 15 consecutive wins.
Let's play 2.
We're gonna check in with the wow thing coming up shortly, and we'll get your game ready next. Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Keefe, we're going to hand off here shortly to the Wild Thing.
Yeah, safely. We're going to do it safely if we can.
Safe transition. Yeah. We are going to hang out with them for a little bit of Red Sox pregame. They're playing 2 today. Red Sox and Orioles. No Tony Seagulls at the top of the lineup.
No Seagulls?
Seagulls is out of there.
Hey.
You got Romy Gonzalez playing second today. So we can dive in, I'm sure, more on the lineup, as well as the Red Sox hot streak. A chance, Keith, to not only match the longest win streak in franchise history with a win in Game 1.
Love it.
They could surpass it with a couple of wins here today against the Orioles at Fenway Park. You can catch it here on WEEI. Again, the Wild Thing. Going to get you game ready with Game 1. Keith and I are going to stick around for a little bit of Red Sox pregame coverage, so stay tuned for that. And we'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll be doing on the clock at high noon. Yeah. Looking ahead to Patriots training camp.
Another Madness.
Kiefer Madness and Bradfo on the show tomorrow. Stay tuned. Red Sox pregame with the Wild Thing next here on WEEI.
So I agree that they can be the best team in the American League, and without repeating all the points that Jones brought up, they would be leading the AL West, right? So if they were plopped down the AL West, they lead that division. They're closing in on the second wild card spot, the way things are going.
Which
they
is
have
the Guardians, right?
Yes. Yeah. They have the second best run differential in the American League.
It's insane.
And that's not just the Chad Sox. That's like the whole season, even the bad start. They have the second best run differential. The only team that has a better run differential is the Yankees, and who knows what's going on with Aaron Judge. A lot of that came with Aaron Judge. He got off to a good start, at least power-wise, and then he's been out. He continues to be out, and he just beat them recently. So the fact that you brought that question up on Sunday right before they ended up sweeping the Rays is really all you need to know, because you can't make a great case for anybody else. At least I can't.
I can't either.
So, I mean, maybe you would say, well, the Red Sox are sort of in that group. Okay, at least they're in that group. You know, a month ago, they were in a group with the Angels and the dregs of the American League.
Royals.
Right, yeah, we're talking about, like, are they better than those teams?
Losing 2 out of 3 to the Rockies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where they were at. Who would you make a case for, though? Non-Red Sox, who would you make a case for?
I guess the only one is the Yankees, right? Because I just think, and to your point about the Rays, Adam, I just look at them. I respect it because of the payroll and the fact that they can win games, but they don't scare you. Caminero scares you.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. Whereas the Yankees, I respect some of the players that they have. Like Ben Rice is a good player.
And some of the pitching,
Max
obviously.
Fried's coming back too. But it's interesting. The Red Sox not having Crochet and Anthony, it's like the Yankees are in the same spot with Judge, Giancarlo Stanton. And I think if you want to, I guess, go the other way on that Red Sox thing, it's like, okay, when do you get Crochet and Anthony back? We still don't know that, and that's a little bit scary.
Probably don't.
I think you're.
I don't think you get Crochet back.
I mean,
the Crochet updates.
You heard Crochet yesterday.
Yeah, not encouraging.
I don't think you're getting him.
I don't think so either. I think you could maybe get Anthony, but he can't even swing a bat, and it's July 22nd. So whenever you start swinging a bat, you're not like in the lineup the next day. So that one could be a while. Crochet, I just wouldn't even hold my breath. I think anything you get out of him would be an absolute bonus.
Final thing before I let you go. Chad Tracy obviously still has the interim label. Are we taking that off anytime soon?
So I'm not, and I've been pretty bullish. At one point, he was a top 5 all-time Tracy.
Yeah.
Before Tracy Bingham
right.
called Jones a keep.
So
I may have to
You got him
re-rank
sixth?
that. I did
sixth
at the
for
time.
right
outside, right?
He's higher on my Chad list than he's my Tracy list.
I'd have to sit down and do it again. So look,
you might be my favorite Chad.
We're fans
Really?
of.
I'm trying to find. Ooh, what's have you
Chad
guys?
Michael Murray.
Kroger.
He's
Okay.
on line 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Chad Johnson / Ocho Cinco.
Great one. Yeah.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't own
He's a
it.
good Chad.
So look, we're fans
Hanging
of him.
Chad.
I'm a fan of his. But I would say there's no reason to remove the interim tag right now. I mean, what? The team's going to stop playing for him. You could conversely say, well, reward him, make him comfortable. He's earned it. I would, if they make the postseason, barring some sort of horrific gaffe in a playoff game, Grady Little style gaffe, barring that, if they make the playoffs, I would make him the full-time manager at that point in time. I don't see any reason to rush it and do it now.
Yeah, I would wait till the end of the season. I would. And if you want to say, hey, he is a really strong candidate, maybe even the favorite at that point, great. But you don't have to do it right now. So I would just keep going with what you got.
I think I'm there too,
Yeah.
but I've been really impressed. I'll think about my Chad list now. I got to think of more
Oh,
Chads.
yeah.
yeah.
You got time.
I'll get
Red
back
Sox
to you.
pregame. I know there's a lot of reads,
Yeah.
but you got time for that.
A third segment, maybe we'll revisit
Yeah.
it. Guys, appreciate the time as always.
Wild thing. Thank you.
All right, Adam Jones, Rich Keefe. That was the opening take brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer's finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up in about 10 minutes, we will hear Will Fleming's sit-down interview with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're first in quality for the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. The Red Sox challenging the 1946 Red Sox for the longest winning streak in franchise history. They're at 14, trying to challenge the record at 15. They have 2 games today, first of which coming up at 1:35. Coming up next, though, we will hear from Game 1 starter Jake Bennett. He chatted with our very own Rob Bradford as part of the 2-Minute Grill. That's coming up next. I'm Joe Weil. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You've spent all winter waiting for baseballs.
About tomorrow. Joe Weil with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios in Brighton. First of 2 today at Fenway Park. Sox versus Orioles. The Red Sox, of course, have won 14 consecutive games, now at 51-48. They're in 3rd place in the American League East, 6.5 games back of the Rays, but they do hold down the 3rd wild card spot. As for the Orioles, they are 49-52, 9.5 games back of the Rays in the American League East. Well, Today's Game 1 starter has been remarkable for the Red Sox. Jake Bennett, the left-hander, is 5-3 with a 2.35 ERA here in his rookie campaign. 9 starts under his belt, but he's got a sub-2 ERA since coming back from Worcester. 7 starts in that span. We'll see what he can do against his Orioles lineup, and he's also the star of the McFarland Energy 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. And here is Rob Bradford with the Game 1 starter, Jake Bennett.
There's no human being I'd rather be talking to for the 2-Minute Grill more than Jake Bennett right now. Congratulations on everything, on doing this 2-Minute Grill and all your success.
Thank you very much.
So a lot have been talked about your success and what has worked. And one of the things for me has been just the confidence. Like ultimately, if you're going to teach someone, say, hey, you have to be confident in your stuff and your ability and all that. It's hard when there's a third deck involved. But have you always been that way?
Yeah, I think I've always been very confident in myself and, pretty even keel guy. So, just trying to carry that along level through level, I feel like it's really helped me.
Well, so it's easier said than done because, again, it's the major leagues. But when did you realize, when you realized, okay, I can be confident, I can take on the best of the best in the world, and I can actually do well?
Yeah, I guess just like my debut, being able to come out and have success, that was very confidence building, and just like I said, tried to keep it rolling.
Was there a batter?
No specific batter. I was kind of just working through the lineup and just seeing how my stuff plays.
Because your thing is throw the ball over the plate, let's go, right?
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
And in this day and age of baseball, they tell you to do that, but a lot of guys still don't want to do it, right? It's easier said than done, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think at the end of the day, it just kind of comes down to executing pitches. I've been having a lot of success executing four seams at the top, change ups down below, and spin when we need it.
I know that you've been asked this before, but let's say a year ago, like what has been the biggest difference for you? Obviously, new organization and everything else, and everybody evolves. But if you look back a year ago, what is the biggest difference as we sit here?
It's my first time. Well, I was healthy last year, but first full healthy season. So, just feeling good in that aspect. And then, ever since I've been with the Red Sox, they've kind of taken what I've done well and and improved upon it even more so. So just, trying to go out and pitch to my game, really.
Did you know that right away? Did you know this was a good fit? You don't know until you know, right?
Right, yeah. After I was traded, we sat down, we had a Zoom call, kind of go over my player plan, and they had
you came away, were you ready to go? Were you okay, I like that player plan?
Yeah, no, it was really cool. Yeah. I hadn't seen some of the stuff that they had when I was with Washington, so to kind of see some new stuff and to have a plan already laid out, ready to go was really cool.
Okay, last thing is, what's the coolest thing about it being a major leaguer that people don't know? Besides having slippers next to the bed, the per diem, whatever it is, what's the coolest thing?
Oh, man. I think the coolest thing for me is just, being able to travel around, see all the different ballparks, all the different cities. I feel like if I wasn't playing baseball, I probably wouldn't.
What do you see? What's your thing that you saw so far?
I don't know. Just we were recently in Chicago, just going around, seeing the Bean, and just kind of some things that are in areas that I wouldn't necessarily see.
Yeah, and you can do it for free, and you get paid for it. It's great.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, thanks, man.
All right, so that's Jake Bennett with our very own Rob Bradford, and Bennett 4-0 with an 0.82 ERA across his last 5 starts. Coming up next, we will hear Will Fleming's sit-down interview with Red Sox manager Chad Tracy, and that's presented by your New England Ford dealers. Sox versus O's, Game 1 of a twin bill coming up. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Weil with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios as the Sox look to match a franchise record with a 15th consecutive win, equaling the mark set back in 1946. Of course, that AL pennant winning club led by Ted Williams. They won 104 games overall, but they won 15 in a row. The Red Sox try to match that here in Game 1 of a twin bill against the Baltimore Orioles. And before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This run has to be a ton of fun for the Red Sox manager. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're first in quality. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And here is Chad Tracy with our very own Will Fleming.
Double dip with the Baltimore Orioles and a chance at franchise history. Beautiful sunny day at Fenway with the manager Chad Tracy. We did not talk yesterday. We will get into the rainout. We'll get into what looms today. But we have to talk about Caleb Durbin and your club and the fight on the opener of this series. You've had a lot of cool moments here lately. A lot of them came on the road. Some have come over the weekend against the Rays. But that, I would imagine, Chad, that in your time as the manager of the Red Sox, the Durbin home run had to be right there at the top.
Yeah, it's way up there on the list. And the Abreu one a couple of days before that. So, yeah, we've had, obviously, all this stuff that's going on is pretty special. But the last 4 games have been comeback victories. You know, been games where we've been trailing, and I know all the narrative around our team in the beginning of the year, which was like if they're trailing, they never win. So, like, to see some of these now get strung together to continue this thing that are in a comeback variety, which continues to just pour on top of our team of, like, belief that we can win. Yeah, hey, now we know we can win when we're trailing. We know we can win when we get the lead. Those are all important pieces. But Durbin, that game, the back-and-forth nature of that game, you know, we're trailing, they take the lead. We're trailing, or they take the lead, we're trailing, like just 3 different times. And the second they get the lead, it's like we come right back and tie the game. It was really fun to be a part of.
Being a manager is a little bit like being a parent, and not that you pick favorites, you can't, but the way that Caleb has handled himself, the way that he's dealt with adversity, the way that he's been so tough, it probably made that moment even a little more special, didn't it?
Yeah, every big hit he gets, you know, you feel, for me at least, you feel a little bit of, like, just pride for him, happiness for him, because he's done it the right way, man. He took a lot of heat. It's part of being in Boston. He did not shy away from it. He faced up to the camera and said, "I'm not performing the way I should." He got benched for a few days by his manager, and looked at me right in the eye and said, "You don't owe me any explanation." And it was like everything he's done and the way he's handled it to see what he's doing now. If you don't look at that and say, "This is the kind of player I want on my team," then you're crazy. He's just big. The guy's he is just a grinder, man.
There's no doubt about that. You got a lot of those on your team. We've heard in the past, when you fall behind over these last couple of weeks, there's chatter in the dugout. We're coming back. We're winning this game. Was that going on the other day?
It does not even have to be verbalized. You can just feel it. It's not something that guys. Actually, there's been a couple games where you can hear Wilson or guys come in and say, "Let's go. We're gonna win." The Yankee game was one of them, but it's not that. It's just you see them come off the field and the urgency with which the gloves are dropped and how everybody's running to the bat rack to get their helmet on. You see it in body language that the feeling is we're going to get that run back right now. And that is what you want to see in an offense. And then the other thing is, like, we don't know how we're going to do it. It might be somebody hits a home run. It might be, a bunt or something, but we're going to get that run back right now. And it's not always going to happen, but, like, you see it in the urgency and the body language that the fight is there and the belief is there that it's just one, we'll get that back, and that's an important piece of a team.
One thing you've been willing to tinker with a little bit is the leadoff spot. Yoshida goes in game 1. What goes into that choice?
A lot of things. Well, first of all, I switched the starters on us. So, like, we had an idea in our head going into it, like, all right, Bradish and Kramer, here's what we want to do. So who do we want against him and him? So you have that, right? And then you also have, they flipped those and also a doubleheader today. So how do we put put two lineups together that maximize who we want against them, but also takes care of bodies of some. You can't do it for everybody. You guys are going to have to play both legs of a doubleheader again. It helps that there's an off day, but it is a doubleheader, so just piecing that together. And obviously, if Siegler's not in there for a game, Massa makes the most sense as far as a working at bat, get on base type hitter. We've done it with him before, and then you go from there. So that's the logic there.
Is it fair to say that Durbin, Rafaela, Abreu, and Contreras play both games?
I would say that's probably the case with stopping short of, like, you never know what happens in game one. Like, somebody could come up a little sore, somebody could get a little bit banged up, and you have to pivot off of that. But with an off day tomorrow, like, that would probably be intent. But again, you have to wait and see how guys feel after the first
Jake
game.
Bennett goes game one. He's been unbelievable, Chad. Unbelievable in terms of the strike throwing, getting ahead in counts. What stands out most beyond the strike throwing about him to you?
I just think let's step further. It's like it's the strike throwing is number one, but it's like the strike throwing with all pitch types. For a young pitcher to be able to come in, into the league and we talk a lot about, he throws strikes. He throws strikes with, 3 fastball types, a breaking ball, and a changeup. He throws them all, and he can throw them in a 3-1 count, 2-0 count, and he can land it. That's an effective pitcher, he's not just out there throwing, he's pitching. And by the way, he can move the ball in and out of the zone, up and down in the zone where he wants to. It's just when you watch him, it looks a very seasoned young man that knows what he's doing with the baseball in his hand.
I will wait and see on game 2, but there is some possibility, isn't there, that Ranger could take the ball?
Possible. We're still TBD for now for game 2 for that reason. We'll see how he feels physically when he comes in a little bit and make the decision that's best for him, number one, first and foremost, best for his health and the long-term health of the rest of his season. And go from there. Hopefully he can, but if he can't, we pivot off and adjust. And regardless of whether he's able to go today or not, we're getting closer to having him back.
Kind of a double-edged sword, right? You're rolling, you want to play, the club is red hot, and yet the off day, the rain out, does give you a little freshness in the bullpen for a day like today.
Yeah, we were definitely. We've had to use them a lot in this. With doubleheader the other day against Tampa, so there's been a lot of games in a short period of time. So there was definitely going into yesterday some navigating of like, okay, he's down. Like, what are we going to do? And so it certainly puts us in a spot now where we have a lot of people up. You have 2 games to navigate, so you still got to decide what you do, but it gives you options, like, based on score and whatever. Like, do you want to go here? You want to not? You want to hold? You got another game? But definitely gave everybody, including on their team, an extra day of rest to get everybody in the pen up.
One of the fun things for you during this ride right now is that your whole family's here. You got a chance to have dinner with everybody. I'm fascinated by this. Your dad and you have had this baseball language your whole lives, and yet you got your kids and your wife and your mom and everybody's around. How do you try to, like, at dinner, turn that off and just talk family and not baseball?
Well, our family talks our baseball, so so we talk about some other things, but usually we can we'll talk about this, and within 5 minutes it bleeds back into baseball, much to my mom and my wife's dismay at times. It's always going to end up leaking back to baseball. It always does. But yesterday, in that sense, like, left here with a very good understanding of the doubleheader, what we thought we could do lineup-wise, who was pitching, and it was only 6 o'clock or so, I think, a little after 6 when I left. So it was pretty easy to say everything's in order. I can shut that off and just socialize and have a nice dinner with my mom and dad. And I got to buy dinner for them, which is a nice change for my dad and my mom. So it was a very nice night.
Big leagues have their perks, that's for sure. What does your pop think about this streak?
He's enjoying every second of it. I keep telling people, I get a lot of questions about the Rockies and what they did in 2009. I'm trying to get across to people, like, we don't talk about that at all. Like, I was there, saw it, I get texts from him, after the game. It usually says agua sucio, dirty water or something like that. And that's it. He's just a huge Red Sox fan right now. He's watching every game. He's dialed in, and he's riding the wave with us, and that's really it. So it's been fun texting with my parents nightly along the journey.
Tomorrow's a special day for you, too. You get to go into the Woo Sox Hall of Fame. You really have been a fixture there, Chad. All of us who've spent any time in the minor leagues know that it's such formative years. You have some of the great memories of your life. And that organization run by Charles and so many others, is a special place. What does it feel like for you to go in there?
Yeah, it's very special. I didn't know, I spent parts of 5 years there. It's a long time to spend in one place. And when I obviously was hired by the Red Sox to go there, I didn't know, I hadn't been there. I hadn't met those people and didn't really realize until I got there. Actually, before I got there, one of the first conversations I had was with Larry Lucchino, God rest his soul, about, what his visions are of the AAA manager. And one of the things he said, and Dr. Charles said the same thing, was an ambassador for baseball. He didn't just talk about going out and taking care of the team on the field and then you go home for the day and that's it. It was like ambassador for baseball in the community in Worcester, and getting involved in things. And I did a lot of the kids camps, just being an ambassador and being available to media and welcoming and all those different things. And it really struck me when he said that. And then I got there and I was like, I see the amount of people that are there, the fan support, and I was like, I get it now. And then after you spend 5 years there and see it year in and year out, the same amount of people show up. The stadium is filled on weekends. You see how big league the operation is that they set up, and Dr. Charles and Larry and Brooke Cooper and everybody, what they do, and you realize this is a major league operation in a minor league town. That place means the world to me. And you said formative years, like the amount of things I learned there and in my 5 years is immense. So I'm very honored.
I'm not getting a haircut till we lose. Is that a good deal? I mean, I can't do it, right?
You can trim your neck, but you don't have to get a haircut.
Thanks so much for the time. Congrats on everything.
Thanks, Will.
All right, Will's got to continue to grow out that hair. Great chat there with Chad Tracy, and what a run for his club. 14 straight W's, and in that span, they have outscored opponents by 53 runs. They've given up just 29 runs, and they've hit 22 home runs over this 14-game winning streak. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, we'll get you the starting lineups, the lock of the game, and a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
There is nothing like the feeling of coming home to yourself after a struggle with cancer. For nearly 80 years, Dana-Farber has given people their life back. Because nothing is as effective.
insurance that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make monthly costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything. From an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to connect-to-care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Boston sports fans, it's Will Fleming. Summer baseball is in full swing. If you're gathering friends for cookouts or watching the game outside, Tim...
An 80-year mark and ultimately tie the franchise record for a win streak. 14 W's coming into action today, but it's Red Sox versus O's. They'll try to get to 15. Of course, that mark set in 1946, and today they can tie it and break it with this being the game one of a doubleheader at Fenway Park. Joe Weil with you. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Sox versus O's, and the Sox have also won 9 consecutive games against AL East opponents. They have outscored opponents 55-24 in this span. All right, let's get you today's starting lineups brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. So let's meet today's players. Taylor Ward leads things off. He's in left field, followed by the Polar Bear, Pete Alonso. He's at first. Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop. Then Tyler O'Neill, old friend in right field. Kobe Mayo bats fifth. He is the DH. Leody Taveras in center field. Christian Encarnacion Strands at third. Jackson Holiday at second. And Sam Huff is the catcher for Dean Kramer in game one of this doubleheader. As for the Red Sox, Masataka Yoshida is the leadoff man. He is a DH. Cedon Rafaela, he's in center field, followed by Wilyer Abreu in right. The red-hot Wilson Contreras at first base, cleaning things up, followed by Caleb Durbin at third. Romy Gonzalez is the second baseman. Then it's Jaron Duran in left field, Connor Wong the catcher, and then Sung-Chae Chang rounding out the 9 as the shortstop for the left-hander Jake Bennett, who is 5-3 with a 2.35 ERA across 9 starts in his rookie campaign. And with that, we bring you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. And I'm just going with the Red Sox on the spread. They're at plus 128 odds for minus 1.5. I feel so good about this team tying the record with the way they're playing and especially with the way Jake Bennett has been pitching as of late. Over his last 5 starts, as I mentioned a little bit before, 4-0 with an 0.82 ERA. He has been ridiculous, so I'm going with the Red Sox getting the W and doing it at minus 1.5 odds. Again, plus 128 right now on FanDuel. Let's get you a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. We'll focus specifically in the division. We're not the only doubleheader. The Yankees and Pirates, they got washed out yesterday at Yankee Stadium, so game one is now officially underway in the Bronx. They'll have, of course, another one coming up later tonight, and it's no score in game one right now. Bottom of the first inning in New York. Other game on the slate in the division, Toronto at home against the Tampa Bay Rays. 7:07 start time there. The Rays have won 7 of 8 against the Blue Jays this year. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Big thank you to Joe Braverman. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Red Sox versus O's. History on the line with Will Fleming, Lenny Donardo, Sean McDonough on the call. Coming up next along the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show.